You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just kicks a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Well, good morning. The sounds a bit. Are we there? That's better. Good morning, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the very much delayed start of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. BBC Radio's Sussex and Surrey as well. Is that right, Adrian?
Yeah, we call ourselves Sussex really for the purposes of the cricket because we only cover Sussex, but I think we can say Sussex, that's fine. Can you hear me okay?
I can, no, I can hear you. It's probably because I've still got my bobble hat on, but if you can hear us or if there's a problem, do let us know, and we'll try our best to get things sorted out. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss and have chosen, perhaps not surprisingly, to bowl first. A lot of moisture still around, the outfield still pretty damp, so conditions, although cold, should be a bit of moisture in the air, might swing a bit, the more so because the floodlights are on. You heard the voice of Adrian Harms. Myself, Richard Ray, are your commentators for this, what has become a 3-day game, but as you were saying, Adrian, a few minutes ago, the number of wickets that fell around the country yesterday suggests 3 days might be enough for a result, positive result.
A lot of wickets, weren't there? I think 17 down at Cardiff yesterday, 10 wickets went down at the Oval, and they had some interruptions there for the weather as well. So, I mean, you know the wicket far better than I do, Richard. I mean, it looks as if it's a tinge of green. I know it always plays very well here at Grace Road, but I think these are not bad conditions in which to be bowling this morning.
No, I mean, the decision is entirely understandable on the part of Lewis Hill. One change for Leicestershire from the side that's played all season sees Mikey Finan drop out and the right arm seamer Will Davis come in. Adrian will give you the Sussex side in a moment. Ali Orr is on strike and he's going to be facing the bowling of Chris Wright from the Bennett end. Wright comes down the slope and bowls or drives, and he's got that one away down to wide third man Josh Hull. Young left arm seamer runs up to meet the ball, comfortable to taken for Ali Orr. So a positive start for Sussex, 2 without loss after 1 ball.
And he's a very positive cricketer. Ali Orr had a wonderful season last year. He's got this 3 run-outs. We were talking yesterday about his run-outs, 3 in 5 innings, which spanned the end of last season, where he was run out backing up, which I'm sure won't happen again. But he's a fine player and likes to attack the bowling.
Left arm hander, of course. Wright bowls to him, swings in a little bit. He pushes it back up the pitch towards Leicestershire's veteran right arm seamer.
His regular opening partner is Tom Haynes, but Tom missed the game at Worcester last week with a knee injury. He's missing here as well, so the extent of that we'll perhaps find out a little later in the match. But Sussex lining up with Orr, Clark, Allsop, Pujara and Smith, so pretty decent 4 and 5. James Coles, Ollie Carter, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Henry Crocombe. Then the 2 changes, Ari Cavelos and Brad Curry.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Orr. It's probably fair to say both sides strength, in as much as they have strengths, are in their batting lineups for this game. So they'll need conditions to be, both sides will need conditions to be in their favour in terms of bowling if they're going to bowl the other side out twice, is the general feeling.
Yeah, I mean, no Ollie Robinson. England have said that Robinson can't play in this game, which is a shame.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump or leaves quite flamboyantly. Lifts his back leg off the ground. He's got lime green heels on his cricket boots. Ali Orr, short-sleeved shirt, a bandage or a little extra padding on his right forearm. I think he broke a thumb here last year. Maybe wrong about that. Or was that at Hove? Could have been at Hove.
Oh, that was
Haynes.
Tom Haynes.
It was Haynes,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, blends a little bit. In goes Wright and bowls again outside off stump. Looked to be a little bit of movement away, but started wide. Went wider.
I have a feeling that Ali Orr missed out. I think he was unwell and missed the game here last year. I'll just double check my records.
Morning, Mike Jelfs, who says you and Adrian are coming across very well. So you can hear us.
That's good.
That's the main thing. Good news, thank you, Mike. Don't know whether he'll be cycling down over the next 3 days. Potentially. In goes Wright and bowls onto middle and leg. Little bit of swing back in. Update coming in as that's blocked into the leg side. End of the first over. 2 without loss. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. BBC Radio Sussex listeners will have to forgive us. We do them every half an hour up here in the East Midlands. Cold, grey, north wind here at the Uptonsteel County Ground today, but at least it's dry after yesterday. Rained much of sort of late morning, early afternoon, although here comes the update. Good morning. Yes, at long last we've got a start. It's cold and grey and the floodlights are on, but at least it's dry. Good toss for Leicestershire to have won. They have won it and they have chosen to bowl first against a star-studded Sussex batting lineup, including Steve Smith of Australia and Cheteshwar Pujara of India. Two of the best batsmen in the world will be plying their trade at Grace Road sometime, hopefully from Leicestershire's point of view, this morning. If it's this afternoon, Leicestershire are in a bit of trouble. That's to say, they've put Sussex in to bat. We've had just the one over. Sussex are 2 without loss. Back with you online and on commentary. Adrian will pick up Josh Hull, who's opening the bowling from the pavilion end.
That was a pacey delivery.
Yeah, he's a promising young left-arm seamer, as you can see, and gets it through at a good lick. He's very tall. And so when he's actually delivering the ball, it's probably coming down from over sort of something like over 7 foot in the air.
He's bowling with 3 slips. He comes running in to bowl to Tom Clark. That's a full toss, and Clark drives down the ground without timing to mid-off, and there is no run. He's bowling with 3 slips. A third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Do I say a little faint? Am I okay?
I say it could be me, but no, I think it's fine. No, Mike says we're sounding okay, so
good.
That's the main thing.
On a grey, cold morning here in the Midlands, the weather forecast meant to improve over the weekend, so I think we are due 3 dry days. In comes Hull and bowls, and Clark driving nicely to mid-off, and now the fielder there slipped. That was interesting. That was Lewis Hill, who went to field the ball at an old wicket end, which is covered in sawdust, and he definitely lost his footing. No damage done, but I walked across, I didn't walk across the outfield just to keep the groundsman happy, but I walked around the outside of the rope yesterday, and I was surprised how wet it was. When I left the ground, I stayed a bit after the close of play, and it had been sunny, but it was still pretty breezy. Maybe that vindicates the decision yesterday. It took a long time to make the decision, but Lewis Hill is okay, which is the good news. In comes Hull. Bowls or is forward to ball a good length. He punches that down the ground, and Hill needs to run from mid-off to field, and there is no run. So just to reiterate, Leicestershire winning the toss, asking Sussex to bat first. The floodlights are on. These look pretty good bowling conditions, which Leicestershire will be very keen to exploit this morning. Hull wheels round in front of us at the pavilion end here at Grace Road and runs away from us. Number 20 on his back, he's in and bowls and driven firmly by Orr to mid-off, and again straight to Hill, who fields, and again there is no run. Nice tidy start from Josh Hull, like his action as well. Richard, you say, brings down the ball from quite a height. Nice rhythmic approach to the wicket.
He's a former pupil, which must have been a scary prospect if you were playing schools cricket against him at Stamford School, just about sort of 30 odd miles from Leicester. But that's a school that's also produced Zach Chappell, Joey Everson, a few recent cricketers.
In comes Hull again, bowls and let go by Orr. Now I suspect they didn't miss the off stump by very much. We have to give Ali Orr credit for a good lead. The ball rattles through to the keeper. There is no run at 3 without loss. Clark on 1, Orr is on 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. And I do like coming here, Richard. I love our commentary position here. It's all very nicely set up, and not least the fact we're right next door to the pavilion, so all well and good for the next 3 days. But is that chilly? You put your bobble hat on?
I have, yes. And I put the heater on.
Oh, have you?
Yes, but so if you're left side, it gets a little bit warm. Do say, and I'll switch it off again. But
well, I'm sitting here in an anorak, so
hopefully, yeah. It's only on half heat, so. Because I like to have the window open. I just like to have a feel for the game. We can close the window if the wind is coming from the south. Right is in. Bowls. Oh, inside edge. Clark looking to leave that. Got an inside edge and it's gone down to fine leg between the bat and the stumps and to the right. Obviously, Peter Hanscom, the wicketkeeper, could easily have taken the inside edge and gone onto the stumps. It can't have missed them by very much. Clark picks up a slightly fortuitous boundary.
Very fortuitous. Tom Clark, who's come into the side as a replacement for Tom Haynes. He wasn't selected for the match down at Gloucester a couple of weeks ago. He's got an ankle problem, Tom Clark, and was left out, and he hadn't made many runs. But with Tom Haynes dropping out, an opportunity here, which he had last week as well at Worcester.
He waits, back raised as right goes in, bowls to him. Bit thick outside edgy, but he's got on top of the bounce, steered it down through the vacant gully down towards Hull, who comes running in to meet the ball across this soft outfield. It rolls fairly slowly. Clark picks up one.
Made 138 here last year, Tom Clark, batting at number 3. Ali Orr did miss out. The Sussex side was Allsop, Haynes, Clark, Pujara, Carter, Rawlins, Robinson, Lennon, Beard, Aaron Beard, who was on loan from Essex, Crocombe and Hunt.
Right in. Bowls outside off stump or leaves. Again, quite flamboyantly, big lift of the bat over the line of the ball. You can get in touch with us, and we're always really pleased when you do. If you want to use Twitter, it's Adrian uses the BBC Sussex Sport address. Is that correct?
Yes, which is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
And the Twitter BBC at
BBC Sussex Sport, yeah.
Right is in. Bowls again, good lift and swing, but from a little bit too wide as it came back in. So again, Orr can leave and does safely. You can tweet me should you so wish at Fox's Crick, C-R-I-C-K, of course. 2023. Chris Wright wants a little bit of sawdust putting down on the crease. There was so much moisture around yesterday. The ground staff worked like Trojans to get it all clear. And it was felt slightly odd and somewhat ironic that the best conditions of the day, when the sun came blazing out in late afternoon, the umpires had us waiting and waiting and inspecting. They went out and looked again at about 4:30, wasn't it, when the conditions were beautiful, and said, no, it's not going to be ready. In goes right, bowls too wide on that occasion, and again, or leaves. And if it wasn't going to dry it wasn't going to be ready in those conditions, then it was not going to be ready much earlier, if you know what I mean. The decision could have been made earlier, is my humble opinion.
I completely agree with you. Having walked across the outfield on the way back, I was thinking, well, this is unplayable. So it did seem very odd to leave it as late as we did. I think it was a club game we'd have probably played, but it was wet.
Right is in again, too wide, doesn't make Orr play. I think that was the last 4, maybe even 5 deliveries of that over that Orr could and did leave. End of the 3rd over, 8 without loss. Orr has a couple from 13 balls, and Tom Clark has 6 from 5.
Now, Sussex, take note of the Leicestershire fielders in between overs here, because Sussex were deducted 4 points. I'm a bit like a broken record on slow over rates, Richard, but Sussex lost 4 points, which, you know, what's going to be a very tight division. You can't afford to chuck points away. And Leicestershire already round, already with the field set, and we're straight away back in the action as in comes Josh Hull over wicket. Bowls let go by Clark. Good carry through to Peter Hanscom, who takes it going down the leg side. Peter Hanscom, when he was at Middlesex, didn't quite work for him, but he wouldn't have been keeping wicket there too much, I guess, because John Simpson would have been. I'm trying to think who would have been the wicket keeper here last year. I guess Louis Kimber, I guess.
Lewis Hill kept for part of the season. No, not Kimber.
Swin, not
and
Swin.
Of course Harry Swindells. Yeah.
Yes.
In first class cricket.
Here comes Hull again, bowls, and Clark is watchful as that one sails past the off stump, taken again by Hanscom.
But Hanscom's ability to keep means that the side gets a little bit more balance, really. He is obviously an outstanding batsman, and it means Leicestershire can play another bowler, essentially, or all-rounder, which they are doing as a consequence of Swindle's absence.
Is he here all season, Peter Hanscom?
No, because Ajinkya Rahane was the man originally signed, but obviously his IPL commitments restricted his early appearances. Come back to that in a minute.
Hull left arm over the wicket. Balls, Clark covers up, ball just short of a length, plays it to the offside, no run.
But then Rahane, his form in the IPL has been so good, it's won him a place back in the India Test side for the one-off Test Championship in June, so that's further delaying his arrival. So Peter's extended his deal to cover, in Leicestershire's case, that means the game at Gloucester. So he was signed for the first 6, he's now signed for the first 7. And I think, he's got international ambitions too.
Bowls down the leg side, Clark rather missing out. The ball taken by Hanscom, there is no run.
So thereafter, it's all fairly flexible. But he's done so well, I don't think Leicestershire would mind too much whether it's Rahane, who's in prime form, or Hanscom, really,
I guess
the latter half of the season.
Yeah, and I guess from Hanscom's point of view, I guess you're over here, you're on Australia, you never quite know what's going to happen around an Ashes series.
I think there's a few people experiencing problems with the stream and delays in synchronisation.
Hull in bowls, and Clark just leans on that, plays it down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 7, unless the scoreboard, yes, there we are. Scoreboard goes, Sussex go to 9 without loss.
Refreshing isn't necessarily working. I don't know whether anything can be done about that. Can we move the 11:30 to 11:45? Yes, by all means.
Our first email of the day has come from Teddy Walmsley, who's a regular contributor at Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Hello, Teddy. Good morning to you. I don't know whether you're listening online or whether you're watching the stream, but a very warm welcome, which was the wrong word, really. Had a chilly day here in the Midlands as in comes Hull over the wicket bowls. Well, that's a good delivery, and all does well to work that one off the hip down to fine leg. They run the first one very quickly, but there isn't a second there as the throw comes in. End of the over, end of the 4th over of the day. And Sussex have been asked about here are 10 without loss, Clark on 7 or on 3. Teddy says, dodgy weather becoming the norm. Great to see Carvelis and Curry in the team and show their skills. I'm feeling quite positive about progress on the field this year, but not about the weather, says Teddy. The good news here is actually, I think we're going to be dry here today, if a little chilly, but tomorrow and Sunday the forecast is good. So with any luck, we will get 3 days full cricket, and we'll get 104 overs today. We've got another 8 to make up from last night, so a bit of overtime for Richard Nye this evening, and the players, of course.
Light permitting, emphasise that, because the floodlights are on. As Chris Wright comes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge, that one did move.
Good delivery.
And or stretching forward was beaten. It was taken quite low by Hanscom, but there's one or two hands on knees and on hips among the slips. The slips are Vian Mulder, who was capped yesterday, received his gold Fox cap. Colin Ackerman at second slip, Rishi Patel standing close at third alongside Hanscom. Wright is in, bowls full, driven, but good work by Hill, sliding across smartly to his left to make the stop. Nice timing from Ali Orr, and I don't think he'll necessarily feel he missed out, but had that been a foot wider or a foot straighter, I don't think Hill would have got there. He did though. Puts his divot back in, like a good golfer on a fairway.
Good stop actually, wasn't it? Because if it gets past him there, it's, you know, the outfield will probably be slow, but there have certainly been 3 runs there, possibly 4.
Yeah, I think that would have made it, even though it is a bit slow. It has been drilled, the outfield. Wright is in, drags his length back a little bit, or defends. Straightish delivery. We are not behind the bowler's arm. We have to tell you, we're about at sort of third slip, fine-ish third man, but it does make it slightly awkward to pick up the sort of shape of the delivery, so to speak. That's our excuse anyway.
Joe, every time we keep an eye on the other games around the country, every time.
Is that the lacquer, if that's the right description? And the shine to start taking effect. In goes Wright and bowls. Forward goes, or pushing into the covers. Takes a step forward as though there might be a quick single in it. Rahan Ahmed closes quickly on the delivery. You can see the shadows that the players are casting.
I was just
from
saying
the floodlights.
Yeah, and I thought it was brightening up, but actually, I think it's got a little gloomier since we started.
The cloud is unbroken. It is sort of patchily unbroken, if you know what I mean. There are dark clouds and light clouds, but there's absolutely no blue. So when we get the darker elements of the blanket of cloud over the ground, it does get quite gloomy. Lights shining brightly as Wright is in, bowls or leaves, and as he does so, he lifts his sort of back leg, and I'll get used to the habit in the end, but he does it quite often. But that was a real lift of the back leg into the air, almost like a sort of ballet dancer, wasn't he? Sort of getting ready, warming up at the bar for a few pliés. 10 without loss after 5.
Very good description. It's one of those, isn't it? You know, the lights are on, and I really hope the umpires stand. I know there's restrictions on lights and when they can be used, and unnatural light and all the rest of it. But you'd really think, for the good of cricket, cricketers do need to play in these conditions. In comes Josh Hulley, running in for this. The pavilion in, the lights are on, he comes in and bowls, and Clark is beaten. That's a good delivery. Very good delivery, just drifting away from the left-hander. Bowls a good line, doesn't he? Josh Hulley, he's making the batsman play, and that's what you want to happen. In fact, the umpire is now just having a look to make sure he's not running down the line of the off-stump for what will be a right-hander.
Yeah, lovely swing there.
Very good. Nick Davies been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, gutted not to watch any coverage of the game yesterday. He says, it's incredibly refreshing to hear your voice. Oh dear. Thank you, Nick. He says, fingers crossed we get a dry next few days. Huge chance for Curry and Convelos to impress. Let's hope they grab their chance. In comes Holland bowls to Clark, who plays to mid-off without timing, fielded by Hill. And there is no run. Yes, big opportunity. No Ollie Robinson. Just to say that we spoke to Ollie at Worcester last week after his wonderful haul. Career best figures, 14 wickets he took at Worcester last week. 14 for 116, surpassing his 14 for 135 between against Middlesex back in 2019. He's very keen to play here, Ollie Robinson, but England have the final say. Deciding they want him to have a bit of a rest. In comes Hull and bowls. Clark drives to mid-on. There is no run, fielded by Wright.
Well, given the news about Stone,
yeah,
he can kind of and obviously Jofra as well, Jofra Archer.
Yeah,
you know, those are the three of not necessarily key members of Leicestershire, England's England's pace attack, but certainly part of the sort of squad of fast bowlers, and they could ill afford to potentially lose Robinson, and he did cramp a couple of times, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. In comes Hull and bowls, and that's not a good delivery down the leg side, and Clark rather misses out. He'll be annoyed about that. He should have flicked that away down towards fine leg, but it goes through to Hanscom, who takes the ball going down the leg side, and there is no run. No, you're absolutely right. The light's improving in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, you're quite right, Richard. He came off for cramp, and the Sussex physio team were working on him, but Ollie was in the groove, and he had a drink, and he came back on and bowled another over. But yeah, I think in the end it was probably the right thing to go off. But he was very keen to play here, and one of these players who just wants to keep playing. He feels he's in good rhythm and wants to play. Here comes Hull and bowls, and hit on the pad. The ball bounces on the leg side. Very difficult to tell from here, but I got the feeling that was probably going down the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was also a bit high. Otherwise
it was close.
Going miles down.
But yeah, as I say, it's not essentially contracted, and I think you're quite right. You feel almost certain with the very sad news on Jofra Archer. We don't know how bad Jofra's injury is, and then Ollie Stone out. I think for something like 6 weeks. I read with a hamstring problem. In comes Hull and bowls. Plays slightly uncertain. He's going to get a couple of runs through square leg, but he's desperately in control of the shot. He didn't look that confident a shot. Nonetheless, he picks up 2. He goes to 9 at the end of the over, and Sussex are 12 without loss at the end of the 6th, all on 3, Clark on 9. I mean, we understand Jofra Archer is back in the UK, working, we understand, with the England and the Sussex medical teams. So we'll just have to see. But with him out, with Stone out, I'm sure you're right. That was probably a factor in we can't afford for Robbins. I mean, I think Anderson is playing in this round of matches.
Yeah, he just a groove machine, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just loves to bowl, and his action is so good that he doesn't touch wood, get injured really, does he?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's playing. Broad is out as well, isn't he? He's been rested, I think, for this round.
Not yeah. I've lost track of who's playing in this round. Let's have a little look.
Here, it's two strongish batting lineups. Will the wickets fall? In goes right and bowls edge. Ooh, was it short or did it just go through Patel at third slip? I think it bounced just short of him, burst through his hands, runs about 10 yards further back. Mulder runs back and picks up, and I don't think it was a life. I don't think it quite
I would agree.
Carried, but it was a genuine edge, all right. And had it done so, Patel, who is standing reasonably close and a long way in front of Ackerman at third slip, shaking, he's wringing his hands now. We'll have a look at the replay. It didn't quite carry, but the first genuine edge of the morning. Right is in and bowls. Clark is solidly forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it firmly out to Hill at mid-off, and there's no run.
You're quite right, Richard. Stuart Broad is not playing in the current game, just down the M1 at Northamptonshire for Notts. I saw a picture taken yesterday of the ground at Northampton. It was pretty flooded.
At Northants?
Yeah, they had some really heavy rain. I got sent a photograph through last night of the ground.
Derby was completely, wasn't it? They did they not start at Northants?
Yes, they did get a start at Northants.
Yeah, but
yes,
then it rained there afterwards, did it? Right is in and bowls, and again, slightly edgy from Clark on the back foot, but played with neat soft hands and manages to guide it down through gully down towards Hull and take his one. Gets into double figures, moves on to 10 from 18. 14 without loss.
This isn't great radio, but Richard, that's the photograph of the ground yesterday, so it's really quite badly flooded.
Goodness me.
So they've done well to get back on this morning.
Astonishing, really. Astonishing. When it's been raining, it has rained hard.
Yeah, it has.
Sussex, 6.5 overs. The openers have got through. In goes right and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Orr's bat again. Beats him to the wide. That one certainly did hold its own off the seam.
There was rain around today, then they've delayed start at Canterbury. I think the rain is coming in from the east, but it's across all southeastern England, so delayed at Canterbury, delayed at the Oval, and no play before lunch at Derby, due to a wet outfield.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, they haven't started.
Right turns. Runs in and bowls. Driving is, I don't think he quite got all of it, but he's got it into the gap between Ahmed and Hill. Hill it is who runs back from mid-off, puts in the slide, loses his cap and sunglasses as he does so, gets his throwaway, keeps Orr to a couple. 16 without loss. Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Melbourne saying, get third man up to fourth slip.
Yeah, well,
there's something in that.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
On to 6 16s without loss. Movement there for right. Through the air and indeed off the pitch. Goes in and bowls. Back foot defensive push by Orr. Firmly to Hill's right. Hill moves across to his right at mid-off and tumbles or rolls almost as he makes this stop. And there is always a single there to be taken. Orr went straight away as well. And again, Hill, who's only been out there for, 25 minutes, his whites are almost more green than white. He's been flinging himself around, the skipper.
John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John. He says, hi, lads. The synchronisation appears to be improving on the stream.
Yeah, they stopped it and then they started it again, so that did,
wonderful.
I think did the trick. Good news. Thank you, John.
He says, hopefully the weather stays fine for the next few days in Leicester. Sussex need a win to keep the promotion prospects on track. I see Sussex are utilising the squad. This should keep all the players sharp. Have a good few days. Regards, John. John, thanks for getting in touch as Josh Hull comes running into the pavilion and bowls to Orr, who plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Hill. And there is no run. If you'd like to join our conversation by email, please feel free. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Media. No, sorry, at Fox's Cricket 2023.
Well, just Fox's Crick, no ET.
Fox's Crick. I'm
I
sorry.
ran out of.
Well,
basic.
that's me being sloppy and not reading it properly, Richard. I'm trying to save my bacon, which is very kind. Fox's Crick 2023. As in comes Josh Hull, left arm over the wicket, tall man, high action in and bowls. That's down the leg side. I'll be disappointed with that, and Orr is also disappointed that he missed out on flicking that one down to fine leg. Rattles through to Peter Hanscom. There is no run. I do like unfussy wicketkeepers, Richard, and Hanscom looks to me like an unfussy wicketkeeper. That's the sort of delivery down the leg side. You often see a keeper diving across, and it looks a great take, but Hanscom stays on his feet, which I like to see.
Yeah, Fango says he's described in Australia as a fielder with gloves on, essentially.
Right, well, he's got 3 slips there for company. A third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg, and Hull is on his way. Bowls that shorter and Orr punches that backward or square on the offside down to third man. Picks up a single as Alior. He goes to 8, and Sussex to 18 without loss. Last year, in the game between these two sides at Hove, really was a run fest. Sussex making 588 for 9. Tom Alsop made 150. And in reply, Leicester, I'd forgotten this, lost a wicket off the very first ball of the reply when Hassan Azad was caught by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Steve Finn. So they were 0 for 1 and finished up 756 for 4. It's extraordinary. In comes Hull and bowls down the leg side, and that is a diving take. It's a good stop by Peter Hanscom. Particularly well-directed delivery by Hull, who was erring down the leg side. Colin Ackerman made 277, and Pierre Mulder, who was presented with his county cap yesterday, Richard was saying his wife was here as well, which was very nice. He made 235 not out. I made a note of the partnership somewhere.
It was a
record,
first-class record for the 5th wicket, was it not?
Extraordinary.
In county championship history.
477 unbroken. Comes Hull and bowls and driven nicely. That's probably the shot of the morning by Tom Clark. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Slightly over pitch by Josh Hull. Onto it in a flash, drilled the ball through mid-off for a boundary. He goes to 14. I'm going to have to go, Richard, because I need to give an update to the listeners in Sussex.
It may be that these are the sort of conditions and the sort of pitch which suits the type of not quite as quick bowler, if that makes sense, in terms of obtaining movement. So the likes of Davis and Tom Scriven might get a little bit more movement than young Hull. Right, it's got it to move a bit. Hull is in, bowls short, and a little short arm pull around the corner. Didn't, again, get all of it there, Clark, but he has got enough of it to get it behind square, down towards sort of backward square, running in from long leg. Comes the fielder. And a single is taken. Clark on to 15, 23 without loss after 8. So becoming a useful start, given the conditions as far as Sussex are concerned. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain, is running across to have a chat to Josh Hull, who's bowled his 4 overs for 11 runs. Hasn't looked particularly dangerous. The odd sharp delivery, the odd delivery that has swung, but they've been dealt with pretty competently on the whole by Ali Orr and Tom Clark. So it may be that they'll go to Mulder or Davis, or indeed Scriven, before too long. Wright, however, will continue from the Bennett end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Comes in down the slope and bowls. Foolish, beautifully driven by Clark, just leant into it, punched it back past Wright. Hill is in pursuit, but it's a pursuit that is in vain. So another beautiful straight drive for 4. Clark looks as though he's timing it nicely. He's moved on to 19 already off just 22 balls. Sussex 27 now without loss. 2 cracking shots in the last 3 deliveries. A few more coming into the ground now in anticipation perhaps as Wright is in and bowls outside off stump. It does seem away, but from wide, and a comfortable leave from Clark in anticipation of seeing the likes of Cheteshwar Pujara and Steve Smith bat 4 and 5, but Leicestershire have got to get the first 3 out first. Only the one real edge found so far this morning, right, and it fell short off all, fell just short of third slip. Slips go down as Wright charges in and bowls. Again, that's a bit of an in-swinger that does take half an edge and a bit of pad as well, I think, and trickles out towards gully. Rahan Ahmed runs across from point in front of his teammate Rishi Patel, gets there first, no run. Right, he's getting something, but pitch looks pretty good. As I was saying to Adrian, that the pitches here at the Uptonsteel County Ground don't always look wonderfully sort of biscuit coloured, but they usually play pretty well. In goes Wright and bowls. That one is turned towards square leg, wristily so by Clark, but moving to his left from a slightly wide position, trying to cover both sort of mid-wicket and square leg, is Sol Budinger, Leicestershire's new opener. They signed him from Nottinghamshire last season. Goes for his shots, doesn't always come off. Wright is in and bowling outside off stump. Clark was inclined to have a little nibble at that one, and indicates with his left hand, having failed to make contact with the ball, that again there was a little bit of movement. It was 2, but it was wide and it was a safe enough leave. So Wright is getting movement, but it by and large is from outside off stump, moving that a little bit further away, which makes him a reasonably safe leave for the left-handers. In he comes and bowls. That's a straighter delivery that Clark covers up to, pushes out to mid-off. The umpire at that end is Hassan Adnan. He takes Wright's sweater, which was wrapped around his waist, and hands it to him. He's begloved, Hassan Adnan, and I suspect, judging by the bulkiness of his umpire's coat, there's plenty on underneath it, several sweaters, and no doubt his thermals too. He's chatting to Peter Hanscom at the moment. There's a few sort of gestures between the two of them. Not sure what that's about. The umpire at this end, the pavilion end, is the former Yorkshire off-spinner James Middlebrook. Yorkshire, and he went to Northamptonshire, I think, in the end, as I recall. James Middlebrook, and Hull is coming off now, so just the 4 overs for Josh Hull. And Vian Mulder, who picked up 5 wickets, his first 5-fer for Leicestershire last time out. That was at Derby. He's going to come on and replace him, going up the slight incline from the pavilion end. He's going to go around the wicket to Ali Orr. In goes Mulder, or works it off the straight down towards mid-on. Lots of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Mulder's bowling means that Patel has gone into first slip. Ackerman prefers second. As Mulder is in, bowls on off stump. Forward and back goes Ali Orr, blocking it out into the offside. Davis has gone into third slip. Davis is windmilling his arms, so I think he's going to come on fairly shortly to replace Wright. His warm-up is quite vigorous, so maybe at the next over as well. The trees, the lime trees down Milligan Road, now coming into leaf. In goes Mulder, bowls, worked off his legs, off the back foot by Orr, wristily past square leg. Hull was at mid-wicket, he can't get there, and it means that running up from long leg, Scott Steele's out there at the moment, so whether Chris Wright has No rights out there at mid-on, so somebody has popped off for a comfort break, perhaps. We had some sun in Leicester last week, and the trees are now pretty much in leaf around the ground. It makes a big difference, but I bet they're wishing they weren't, because it's really cold today. Mulder is in, bowls, and again it's drifting onto the leg stump, or works it past Hull. Should be a comfortable 2. Steele has to run round to his right. Doesn't take it cleanly first attempt, and he's given away a run. That's poor stuff, really, from Steele. He just reached down, two-handed, running towards the ball. Didn't take it cleanly. It ran a yard or so behind him, and as a consequence, Messrs. Orr and Clark able to make 2 into 3. Well, if you're going to come on as 12th man, try and impact the game. Giving away a run like that isn't the way to do it. 32 without loss, Sussex now after 9.4 overs. Mulder is in and bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Tom Clark. Sees that it's wide off Hill. You heard the raucous call, yes, yes. All responded. Single comfortably taken. 33 without loss this start. This opening partnership is becoming very useful as far as Sussex are concerned. Pitch is playing pretty well. No real pace in it. Adrian's back alongside. Ball perhaps not moving as much as Leicestershire would have hoped. Maybe it's a little bit too cold as Mulder is in past umpire Middlebrook and bowls. Again, it's drifting down the leg side. It's turned into the leg side, down towards long leg. This time Steele picks it up cleanly, gets his throw away, so it is just a single to Orr. He is in double figures now. He's on 14. Clark has 20. 34 without loss, and Adrian, Sussex will be quietly pleased with this now.
I think Sussex will be very pleased with the way that they've started, particularly with a new opening pair. I know these two opened together last week down at Worcester, but under the lights, have been asked about. I think 34 without loss is a good start. I think from a Leicestershire point of view, I think perhaps they haven't quite hit the links that they'd have wanted to. I think that's fair to say. Nonetheless, these two have batted well this morning. Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary, from down in Horsham. Good to hear from you, Gary, who says, good morning, Adrian, from a happy hammer. He's a big West Ham fan, is Gary. As well as Gary, I'm sure you're listening because you've been in touch, and I think you're a big Bruce Springsteen fan as well. More of that in a moment, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Is this a change in bowling?
It is. It's Will Davis.
Coming around the wicket, comes into bowl to Orr, who works his on the leg side. It's a nice shot by Elliot. Could well get 4 runs, the ball speeds towards the boundary, despite it being a very dampish out, or certainly damp yesterday, and that really rattled away to the boundary. Nice shot by Elliot. He goes to 18, and Sussex to 38 without loss.
Poor delivery, though.
Yeah, it was. A friend of mine is actually a very big Bruce Springsteen fan, and I know Springsteen's on what they think. Well, who knows, it might be his last European tour. He saw him in Barcelona recently. He's going to see him in Monza. But he said at the Barcelona concert, I didn't realise the Obamas are big Springsteen fans. Apparently Michelle Obama was on the stage and Barack Obama was in the audience. So anyway, he enjoyed it at the Olympic Stadium in Barcelona. In comes bowls. Davis clipped away by Orr onto the leg side, picks up a single. To mid-wicket, or goes to 19 to 39 without loss. But let's forget Bruce Springsteen for a minute, because Gary goes on to say, good to see some cricket at last. I think Sussex have probably been denied victory on 2 occasions already this year by the weather, but conversely saved from defeat once too, so hopefully this game will produce a positive result. Yes, they would have lost to Yorkshire on the final day had it not rained. I think they would have probably won the games at Bristol and Worcester had it not rained. So I guess it's as broad as it's long, really. Davis again, around the wicket, in and bowls, down the leg side, good take by Hanscom, and that wasn't a great delivery, and Clark will be frustrated he didn't make more of that.
Morning, Richard Donovan, who says he thought he'd been clever because he didn't come to Leicester yesterday. He watched a full day's cricket at the Oval, but he doesn't feel so clever today as they're off at Surrey, and it's on up here, but there are no trains, he says.
Oh yeah, there's problems today, isn't there? All very frustrating. Davis with just the 2 slips, a shortish close mid-wicket as well as he's in and bowls, and Clark tucked this one away through mid-wicket. That's another good shot, too short really, and Clark punched the ball away towards the leg side boundary. He's going to pick up another couple of runs. Is Tom Clark, who's looking settled here. He goes to 22 and Sussex off to a good start, 41 without loss. They are in the 11th over. Yeah.
In swingers onto leg stump, easy for these left-handers just to tuck away, aren't they?
Yep.
They've brought Patel into shortish mid-wicket, but not a good line.
Comes Davis again, 2 slips backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. He's in and bowls. That's a better delivery, and Clark right in behind it, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Gary goes on to say, disappointing as it is not to see Ollie Robinson playing when he was keen to do so. I'm pleased to see both Curry and Gavalos given an opportunity, as I feel both do more with the ball than the younger bowlers. Well, it's an opportunity, and I talked to Richard about the Sussex attack. No Robinson, no Nathan McAndrew, who can't play because he's registered as overseas. Pujara and Smith filling those berths in this match. Davis in bowls, and Clark again works this one to square legs, a comfortable single. He goes to 23, end of the over, 42 without loss are Sussex, having been asked to bat this morning by Leicestershire. And I think Sussex will be pleased with the way they've started. The light certainly hasn't got any worse. It's sort of fading in and out. 1 minute I think the light's improving, the next minute I'm not quite so sure. But the good news is we've got the floodlights here, and Sussex will be pleased with the way things have gone.
Good morning. Just talking about Springsteen, to Springsteen Cricket. Leicestershire supporter who is stuck on a stationary Eurotunnel train which might eventually go to France, he says.
That's frustrating.
And good morning to Michael Ian, who has a weekend in Rye ahead.
Oh, nice.
But he says the coverage will be on when possible, fresh from Ollie's 14th at New Road. Mulder round the wicket to Tom Clark, who's working it again off his legs, but this time only as far as mid-wicket, where Scriven is the fielder. He says, come on, you Marlets. It's Mart. I thought it was Martlets.
It is Martlets.
Okay, yeah, he's put Marlets without the T in the middle. I think that's just a typo. Ian and Heather from Kemp Town.
Lovely. Rye's nice. Rye's a lovely town, right sort of on the Sussex-Kent border. Camber Sands.
Mulder is in. Bowled him off the inside edge. That was a little bit unfortunate for Tom Clark. It was outside off stump. He was looking to push it out into the offside. He raises his eyes to the heavens in disbelief as he walks off. It was well wide, and he can't quite believe what's happened there. He was very unlucky indeed. The break perhaps that Leicestershire needed. Clark goes bowled off his inside edge by Vian Mulder. Sussex are 42 for 1.
Oh, he really disappointed Tom Clark. I think as an opener and pressed into this role with Tom Haynes absent, you've done the hard work, haven't you? You've seen off 11 overs of the new ball. You look to be in good rhythm. And then you play on, and he's just been short of runs this season, Tom, and that'll be his frustration. Last week down at... Oh, I better break off because I think you've got an update. No.
Indeed, update for BBC Radio Leicester. As you come to me, they've just managed to pick up their first. The opener, Tom Clark, was bowled off his inside edge. He was a little bit lucky, a slightly wide delivery from the newly capped Vian Mulder. Took the inside edge and he went on to the stumps. That was Clark, bowled for 23. It'd been a good start, though, by Sussex. They were put into bat by Leicestershire in conditions which should favour the bowlers, but they haven't bowled particularly well. They haven't used those conditions to their best advantage. As a result, Ali Orr 19 on it out, and Clark was going well in going 2.23. But they've got the breakthrough now. Perhaps it will make the difference. And we are about to see Cheteshwar Pujara and perhaps Steve Smith, two of the world's best batsmen, come to the crease. First, though, is Tom Alsop with Sussex, 42 for 1. Back with you online.
Yeah, that'll be, I mean, last week down at Worcester, Tom Clark made 12, having done, you know, the hard partnership with 37 for the first wicket.
Mulder is in 2. Alsop down the leg side, pushes at it vaguely, and it's not taken cleanly. I think it flicked the pad a little bit, top of his pad as it went down the leg side, and falling rather than diving across to his right. Peter Hanscom stops the ball, but as I say, doesn't take it cleanly, but he did enough. 42 for 1 remains the score.
That'll be Tom Clark's frustration that he gets starts, but hasn't really gone on. Well, he hasn't gone on to make a score this season. Last year he made a couple of hundreds, made one here, but not today.
Mulder is in and bowls, swings in, and he's very late on that one also, but he does manage to get the inside edge of his bat on it and managed to work it down towards long leg. Mulder had his hands up to his face momentarily, thought that one was going to get through, very nearly did. It did swing back in. 43 for 1, Alsop is off the mark.
He was just a little fortunate there, wasn't he, Tom Alsop?
He was a bit late on it.
He was. I think what will be across for Tom Clark is that boy, he didn't need to play it outside the off stump.
Mulder is in, bowls on off stump, or looking at much more positive. You can be positive in defence. He's solidly forward, pushing it out into the offside. Budinger runs in from extra cover and fields. Robert Coe, a very well wrapped up Robert Coe, is down below us, a day down the county with my dad. He says a warm welcome to, that's Jeff, to our esteemed Australian and Indian cricketing guests to Grace Road with some typical Leicestershire spring weather. In goes Mulder, bowls on driven, but Hull gets down to, beg your pardon, Wright gets down to his right. Not particularly clean piece of fielding, but he gets down and probably saves a couple of runs, and he's captain Lewis Hill, a long run down to the boundary. Or picks up a single. He moves on to 20, 44 for 1. End of Mulder's over. First successful one from Leicestershire's point of view, and momentarily, slightly startlingly, and I don't know where from, must be a bit of blue somewhere, a little bit of sunshine.
I agree. It's certainly improving. Joe's been in touch, Joe Maskell. Hello, Joe. He's emailed us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and he says, good to hear back on comms. We missed you at the Gloucester YouTube commentary. Gloucestershire do their own commentary, as many counties do, where they have their own commentators, not the BBC commentators. Here at Leicestershire, it's pictures supplied by Leicestershire County Cricket Club, as they do at home, and you've got the BBC commentary here with Richard and myself. As in comes Davis running in around the wicket. He's into bowl to Orr, who's beaten. There's a good delivery outside the off stump, and he was rather caught on the crease there, Ali Orr. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Peter Hanscom.
That's the line.
There is no run. It's the line. Joe goes on to say, I just wanted to say this Leicestershire stream is the best so far this year. Multiple angles, commentary time with the pictures, and working really well. So well done, lads. Well done. And I mean that because, you know, I don't know here about Leicestershire, but certainly at Sussex, some of the, choose my words carefully here, as in comes Davis again, right arm round the wicket, bowls short, or looking to pull the ball on the leg side. A bit of frustration of that shot from Ali Orr, looking to pull it away. It's going to be a leg by, the ball coming off the thigh pad down towards fine leg, and there is no run. I'd certainly imagine it's the case here at Leicestershire. With Sussex is a pretty small team around putting these streams together, and they work incredibly hard, and you know, when things go wrong, you know, they do their best. So well done, the lads here. I can see a camera down on the boundary edge, and one just away to our right-hand side. So,
you know, and a word for them, because it is very cold.
It is cold.
There.
He's got his hoodie on, hasn't he? The lad who's...
They've got the works on, but
yeah.
Hopefully they're managing to survive.
But Joe, thank you for your email, and I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear that at Leicestershire. As in comes Davis. Bowles always beaten Alsop outside the off stump. He's getting his line right now. Is Davis, and Alsop with a play and a miss through to keep Hanscom no run. Joe goes on to say, hopefully we can score a big score today and have 2 days bowling. Not losing when you lose a day is most important to keep things going. After all games in Sussex were called off last Saturday, hopefully recreational cricket to finally get going on the field tomorrow. I hope so. I mean, I know so many clubs are really struggling with outfields at the moment, and hopefully a dry day today, both in Sussex and Leicestershire, will help. In comes Davis, bowls also forward, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, groundsmen around the counties, I'm sure here in Leicestershire and in Sussex, club cricket, village cricket, have just had a desperate time trying to get grounds fit. You think what it was like in lockdown, Richard, when the weather was amazing? We could have played cricket virtually every day of the week in April.
I think some clubs haven't played at all.
Yeah, it's been really, really difficult. Davis, the lights got suddenly worse again, comes in and bowls, and Allsop edges this wide of third slip. It's going to run away down to the third man boundary. Tom Allsop's going to get a fortuitous boundary to take him to 5, and Sussex to 49 for 1. But he's just asking 1 or 2 questions here.
Yes,
is Will Davis.
Much better line.
Yeah.
He's getting it to move. So many left-handers.
Alan Dawson has been in touch. He says, hello Adrian. Being a long-time Sussex supporter but exiled in Plymouth, your commentaries have become a key part of my summers. But it's very kind of you to say. Plymouth, we don't like to talk too much about football in our cricket commentaries, but I think Plymouth were promoted from League One, so well done. I'm sure they're very happy down at Plymouth.
We may not. Some commentators talk about a little else.
Yeah, we don't like, Richard and I don't like it, but we will give Plymouth a mention. Davis in and bowls. Allsop is more solidly forward, plays that to middle. It is the end of the over, the end of the 13th over of the morning. Just a reminder that Leicestershire winning the toss here, electing to bowl first. Sussex have lost Tom Clark, who was bowled by VM Mulder for 23, or is on 20, Allsop 5. Sussex 49 for 1. I agree with others that I feel very positive about the balance of youth and experience in the Sussex side. And if the weather allows any results to be achieved, I'm confident of promotion, says Adrian Dawson.
Yes. A big call, Adrian.
When will my bubble burst? Oh well, and when will Archie Lenham get a run? Well, interesting you say, because Richard and I were talking about Archie Lenham, who played in this fixture last year, not so far in the Championship this year.
Mulder round the wicket, bowled slightly short of an ideal length perhaps on off stump, or stands up tall, plays it firmly back down the pitch towards the South Africa international all-rounder, puts out a hand, half stops the ball, right does the rest.
Hasn't played so far, Adrian. I suspect because Jack Carlson is fit again, although Jack didn't play at Worcester last week due to a cracked finger. Now he's here this week, but I can only assume not selected.
Mulder, shortish run is in, bowls again, slightly short of a length outside off stump, stands up tall or tries to stroke it into the offside, doesn't quite time it as well. He would sort of like Budinger moves to his right at extra cover, but it looks elegant. He looks to me like a man who is pretty much in form. He's on 20 off 40, he's got himself in. 49 for 1.
Yeah, I thought they'd have gone for 4 runs, but
Mulder turns, runs in and bowls. He's driving again, reaching for that one a little bit. That wasn't so pretty, and a bit thick outside edge along the ground, all the way towards Rahan Ahmed. Talking about leg spinners, don't know how much he'll bowl in this game. The pitch looks good and not particularly bouncy, or as though it will offer. They very rarely offer much turn for spinners here. I remember young Lenham taking 3 quick wickets and looked to have really broken the game open for his side, and he kind of had in a way last season. In goes Mulder, bowls, defended off the off stump again by Orr. Very nice, says Rishi Patel. Away to Vian Mulder, but then Leicestershire, helped by the weather, managed to dig in and cling on for a draw, but it looked a lunch on the final day as though it was going to be an innings victory for Sussex.
yes, he took 4 for 84, Archie Lenham here last year, and Leicestershire finished 333 for 9 in their second innings.
Mulder is in and bowls, drifting on towards Midland leg, turned by Orr, but only as far as Scriven, who is at mid-wicket. I think he had something like 3 for 6. He took 3 quick wickets.
He did, yeah. He did.
Something 3 for 6 or something like that, and then it got a bit harder. Parkinson dug in, and Hassan Azad of fond memory, who's now at Northamptonshire, also was as grittily hard to get out as he usually was. Left out for this game, for their latest round of fixtures, Hassan. In goes Mulder and bowls, line and length, or equal to it. Back down the pitch it goes to Mulder, who has settled into a better line and length now. In fact, just wondering whether that was... No, it wasn't a maiden, was it? It could have... There haven't been many. 3 overs, 1 for 9 for Vian Mulder. 49 for 1 is the score. Ali Orr 20. Tom Alsop still finding his way. He's on 5 off 6, the man to go. Tom Clark bowled off the inside edge by Mulder for 23.
He's had a good game, Archie Lurnham, as you were saying, Richard. He took 4 for 84 in the second innings and nearly bowled Sussex to victory, and then he made 48. The only time that Sussex batted. Tom Clark made 138. A rare failure for Chetishwar Pujara. He made 3 before he was LBW2. Ben Mike, who is now at
Yorkshire.
Yes, of course. So, it's going to be Will Davis running towards us. Floodlight is still on, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who's forward defensively to a ball of good length. Davis fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. We're in the 15th over of the morning. Good to see, because we haven't yet had an hour's play. So well done, Leicestershire, who's won't be incurring the wrath of the umpires.
Yeah, they're not great at getting through their overs quickly, I'm afraid. But fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, very good today so far.
Because we could have a lot of them.
Yeah.
104.
Davis is in bowls. It tucks Alsop up, who manages to clip the ball onto the onside. And there is no run. If you've just joined us, very good morning. Cricket on the BBC. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. On a cloudy, grey, cold morning here in the Midlands, but the ground staff, as Richard was saying, doing a great job, because the ground was very wet yesterday, but started on time. Leicestershire winning the toss, and maybe unsurprisingly deciding to bowl first in what looked favourable conditions. In comes Davis, bowls to Alsop, who plays slightly in the air to cover, and there is no run.
I just wonder whether that just stopped a bit. We haven't seen any really short deliveries. That kind of was a bit. As you say, he popped it up a fraction. So it might have stopped a bit in the pitch. It can be a little bit too paced. That's usually the only thing that sort of gives the bowlers too much encouragement, however much grass is left on it, and there's plenty left on it, this pitch.
2 slips go down. Give you the rest of the field in a moment as Davis is in bowls, and Alsop again rather tucked up the ball, bounced back towards his stumps, and Tom Alsop rather hurriedly, in an anxious moment, stopped the ball from rolling onto the stumps. And there is no run. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square. Some of the fielders have got hands in pockets. It is a hands in pockets type of day, actually.
Definitely.
And the cameraman who's operating the camera way to our right hand side got a big anorak on and a hoodie, which he's got pulled up.
Umpire Adnan's got his gloves on, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He has. Comes Davis, bowls, and Alsop drives. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Alsop. Clips the ball away. It was over pitched, a leg stump half volley, and Tom Alsop is too good a player to miss out on that sort of opportunity, and he drilled the ball between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 runs. The ball goes under the covers out by the side screen. It is 50 up for Sussex, 53 for 1, Alsop on to 9 or on to 20. And this is one of the scoreboards here at Grace Road that I like, because it gives you all the information when you know where to look. The total is in green. 53 for 1, Alsop 9 or on 20.
It is. It's been designed with a certain amount of input from the Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers. The layout. He wanted a sort of scoreboard that looked like an old-fashioned scoreboard with a bit more information. And once you get used to it, it's as good as any, I think, in the country.
Yeah, it's all there, which is good news. Davis in bowls. Also, well, he thought about playing, and I think at the last minute pulled the bat out of the line. That was the reason for the howl from the bowl. End of the over, 53 for 1, Alsop on 9, or is on 20.
Yeah, good leave, good decision by Tom Alsop. He'd be pleased with the way he played that over, because he put away the bad ball, left the really good ones, and kept out the straight ones. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Talking about basketball. A lot of photographers around the ground, more than usual. Hoping to get a picture of Steve Smith in action. Whether they'll get one this morning remains to be seen. Tom Alsop and Ali Orr, something to say about that, as in goes Mulder and bowls. Line and length on off stump. Ali Orr stretches forward, blocks it out into the offside, and Sol Budinger moves into field. Here's the update. They've picked up just the one wicket, that of the Sussex opener Tom McClark, who's bowled off his inside edge by Vian Mulder, the newly capped Vian Mulder, for 23, Sussex 42 for 1 at that stage. Ali Orr, the other opener, he's still there, of course, he's on 20, not out. There's an appeal for leg before, no, he's not there anymore. He's been pinned leg before wicket by Vian Mulder. Mulder has picked up his second wicket. Orr goes for 20, Sussex are 53 for 2. It was a full in-swinging delivery from Mulder, and it hit him low, almost on the foot there, and immediately umpire Middlebrook raised the finger. There was no hesitation about that one. We'll have a quick look at the replay, but Vian Mulder continuing his good work from a dart. Well, yeah, that was plumb, I'm afraid. Didn't hit him on the foot, but it was sort of halfway up the shin, and quite what. He'd played pretty well, Ali Orr, for the first hour, but he just seemed to get trapped in the crease, on the crease there.
Yes, he did. He did. And what Mulder is doing is, we don't wish to be critical, it's not a criticism, it's an observation of the Leicestershire bowling this morning. What Mulder is doing here, he's pitching the ball up, he's giving it a chance, bowling a good line. And the earlier Leicestershire bowlers, perhaps in favourable. Sometimes that can happen though, Richard, can't it? You find that, lights on, it's gloomy, that the bowlers get a little excited, and perhaps, they think you just got to run up and pitch the ball, but these two have bowled very good line and length, particularly Vian Mulder.
Yeah. I think he took a lot of confidence. He felt, until he took those the five for at Derby, hadn't really contributed, and he hadn't really. It just struggled a little bit, having come back for the start of the season. Difficult, you would say, to adjust, having played international cricket or summer or winter in South Africa, essentially. And he took a while to adjust, and been on honeymoon as well, bless his heart. But the 5 wickets he picked up at Derby really sort of lifted him, I think, and he's continuing to impress with the ball in this game. And he's got, well, he can really impress now if he picks up the next man in, because he's got an international batsman of the highest quality to bowl at now, Cheteshwar Pujara, and the first right-hander in the Sussex lineup to come to the crease. 53 for 2 of 15.2, so, well, if they pick up Pujara early, I feel they've got a chance. Yeah. Back over the wicket, of course, goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, swings away. Pujara lets that one go through. Really nice man, Cheteshwar Pujara, who has worn the Leicestershire shirt, as I say. When India played Leicestershire last season, there was a certain amount of interchanging going on. Certain of the Indian batters came out to bat for Leicestershire, just to make sure they got time at the crease. That's what they needed. And Cheteshwar Pujara was one of them, so he has worn the Leicestershire shirt. In goes Mulder, bowls to him, he leaves the outswinger again, hasn't made him play yet.
He's been in wonderful form for Sussex. 100 last week at Worcester, 100 the week before at Gloucester, and both of those innings where he was really under a lot of pressure early on in his innings. He just sells his wicket so dear, does Cheteshwar Pujara. He's prepared to bide his time, which is the hallmark of what a good player he is.
468 runs in 6 innings so far this season. In goes Mulder, bowls to him, a bit inside edgy as he steps into the defensive shot there, so that might have straightened back into him a touch, but he gets everything behind it, not particularly aesthetically correctly, but he made sure he kept it out.
Yeah, 300s this season already.
That's not bad in 6 innings, is it?
No, but it's just it.
Mulder is in, bowls 2, a little bit short this time, slight turn of the wrists as he plays that defensively into the onside. Vian Mulder has produced a wicket maiden. He has now figures of 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9, 53 for 2, and Leicestershire will be, I think, relieved as much as anything that having made that a poor start with the ball, they've sort of, well, Mulder has got them back into a position that they would have hoped to be in. A couple of early wickets.
I agree. It's got a little gloomier again. It's certainly playable, but 5 or 10 minutes ago it brightened up considerably. However, in comes Davis, running it around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Alsop. He takes a step back in his crease and plays defensively into the covers. And there is no run. Simon in Somerset has been in touch. Hello, Simon. He says, thanks for the commentary. Talking of the youth of the Sussex side, the most experienced member of this team, measured by the number of county championship games played for Sussex, is Tom Clark with 29 games. Next is Henry Crocombe with 27, both aged 21. Hard to believe. He says the numbers include the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. That's a great stat. Thank you, Simon. In comes Davis, bowls and also defends onto the onside.
So it's quite an experienced side in that respect then, if that's not some, you know. That's not some, that's plenty of games, isn't it? That's enough to be thoroughly accustomed to
for top,
the standards that are required.
2 slips in place, and who else has been in touch? Steve has been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary and the excellent Leicester live stream. So there's another compliment to Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Well done, fellas. In comes Davis, round the wicket, bowls, and also plays with the degree of I wonder if that comes a little low to Tom Alsop. He played it to mid-wicket, slightly uncomfortably, and there is no run.
Let's have a look, see.
He goes on to say, the pitch is the best I've seen this season, and so congratulations to the Leicester production team. I don't wish to be uber critical of a free service, but I think Sussex have improvements to make in this area as their stream seems to suffer from frequent freezes and difficulty in syncing the sound and pictures. And I think that, thank you, Steve, for that. I think the guys at Over are sort of aware they've had 1 or 2 issues this season. In comes Davis, bowls, all sorts of depends into the offside. And I'm sure the Leicestershire club will be delighted to receive these emails. I don't know whether you could, if you're happy for me to pass the email on,
oh, please
Steve,
do.
Just drop me a line, anyone who's happy with the stream, and just say who else was in touch.
You can just retweet them with at Leicestershire, at LessCCC, and the boys will see them.
Or if it's an email, just let us know. And I'm very happy to pass it on to the club, because these clubs, particularly the so-called, we don't like to say it, the smaller counties, do work really hard on the streams. I'm sure they'll be delighted to get complimentary emails. In comes Davis, bowls, also with a good leave outside the off stump, bat, gloves, high out of the way. The ball rattles through to keep Hanscom, and there is no run. No, I agree with you. I think, when you've won the toss, you pick up a couple of wickets just in the first hour or so. Perhaps if you get 3 by lunch, you feel it justifies the decision to
minimum,
bowl.
isn't it, really? You've got to have 3, and ideally, really 4. And if they get 4, then one of them, presumably, will be either Cheteshwara, Pujara, or Steve Smith, but we'll see.
Comes Davis around the wicket, bowls, also defensively and get punches to mid-off. There's now a good accurate over from Will Davis, a maiden over, at the end of which Sussex are 53 for 2. Tom Alsop on 9, Cheteshwar Pujara yet to score. For those just joining us, a very warm welcome wherever you're listening. We've had listeners down in Plymouth, we've had listeners around Sussex, and obviously in Leicestershire as well. The news that Leicestershire won the toss here this morning, decided to bowl first. We got underway at 11 o'clock on a grey, overcast, chilly day. But we've got cricket, and that's all we mind about. 2 wickets have gone down. Tom Clark bowled off the inside edge for 23. Ali Orr, LBW, VM Mulder.
Mulder is in, bowls down the leg side to Pujara, who gestures at it really rather than a serious attempt to flick it away, and it's taken by Peter Hanscom, running away to his left behind the stumps. Leicestershire's bowling coach Alfonso Thomas has taken up a position directly behind wicketkeeper Hanscom. Always looks a slightly threatening presence, I would think, if you're one of the bowlers. I think he's there to have a really close look at Will Davis as much as anything. In goes Mulder and bowls. Forward goes Pujara, again thick inside part of the bat. Sees the ball squirt out into the onside where Budinger is the fielder. Good little battle now because Mulder is bowling well. Pujara having just come in, battling his way through. Remember, lunch isn't until 10 past 1, and I'll be ready for it by then.
I will as well. Yeah, I will as well. It was very good yesterday.
It absolutely was. In goes Mulder, bowls. Pujara is flicking down the leg side. His appeal for a catch behind. No. May have been a noise because most of the Leicestershire fielders were interested. It might just have been bat on pad. Either way, umpire Middlebrook just no. And Mulder, of course, accepting of the decision, walks calmly back to his mark. A gesture from umpire Middlebrook, perhaps saying it was pad. I had sweet potato Mediterranean tart yesterday in the Charles Palmer restaurant. You went for the chicken and sort of wrapped in a sort of ham.
It was very nice. We're not used to these sort of luxuries, you know.
In goes Mulder, bowls, and Pujara again, inside edge and pad, as he looks to turn, looks to defend it really, and it runs out into the leg side. Mulder in this over making the great man play.
Yeah, he is, and this is very reminiscent of the last 2 innings where bowlers have bowled really well to Pujara early on, really had to make him work. And he was talking about this and saying about how he, you know, it's absorbing balls, it's and then once he's in, he's difficult to dislodge. But this is the time that Leicestershire will feel they've got an opportunity.
Mulder in. Bowls. Pujara is forward on off stump, defending it back past Mulder, who ignores the ball as it trickles towards Hill at mid off. But at the moment, famous last words from Leicestershire's point of view, Mulder bowling really nicely.
Yes.
He's found his rhythm. Paul Nixon said he was bowling very well in the nets before he took the fiver at Derby. A groove machine, he called him, as in hitting his lines and lengths. He's in, bowls to Pujara, who again gets one on middle and leg that he turns into the leg side. Not off the middle, but it's another maiden from Mulder, and I think that's his third consecutive maiden, 2 of which have been wicket maidens. He's now bowled 5 overs and has 2 for 9 with 3 maidens. 53 for 2 remains the score.
The weather forecast is good on Sunday. At Chelmsford, we were talking about restaurants, weren't we? Being here in Leicester, there's a plethora of wonderful Indian restaurants. And I was talking at my local Indian restaurant. It's actually run by some Bangladeshi guys, and the food is excellent. But we were chatting away when I picked up a takeaway last week. As in comes Davis, running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to all sup, works this one off the hip, down towards fine leg. They've taken 1. That's all they'll take. Tom Alsop goes into double figures. He goes to 10, total to 54 for 2. I think that's going to click over to 10, unless that was given as a leg by. Maybe it was. No, he's got up on the. It's going to go up in a minute.
A little bit frozen.
There we go. And he was very excited. The owner of the restaurant was telling me he's going to Chelmsford on Sunday to see Bangladesh play Ireland. I just noticed the game there today. There's 2 one-day internationals.
Correct. There are huge queues for it.
Yes. The game's been delayed due to rain. I hope that clears. But he was telling me that the game on Sunday is a complete sellout. And he asked me what it's like at Chelmsford, because Sussex go there for T20 every year. And I think it's a great ground. It's a real atmosphere ground. You're close to the action.
It gets quite raucous.
It does get raucous. Here comes Davis, bowls. Pujara is forward, played out to the offside. There is no run.
I always remember the Essex chief executive at the time, this was a good 8-10 years ago, telling me they made more money from beer sales on one night of T20 than the entirety of the county championship season.
It's amazing. It does get very lively on a Friday night, but it'll be lively on Sunday. So I'm really pleased, and difficult to get tickets for the game. It's a sellout, so I really hope they have a great day. Comes Davis, bowls, and Pujara back. Good shot, too short from Davis, and Pujara's been waiting for that, and he eases the ball through the covers with exquisite timing. Picks up his first run, which is a boundary. Rather let him off the hook there, did Will Davis. He'd been bowling a good line, but Pujara seizing on that loose delivery punching it through the covers for 4.
That's what good batsmen do. He took 11 balls to, well, it was his 12th ball, and so 11 sort of dot balls he faced before he left the first 2, but Mulder made him play the rest. But as you say, he'll be as patient as he needs to be.
The other thing with Pujara, when he does get a loose delivery that is there to be hit for 4, he rarely hits the fielder. So he'll, in his mind, he knows where the field is. And he made sure that Davis paid for that. He's bowled very well here, Davis, don't get me wrong. Pujara waits. Davis in again bowls. Pujara solidly forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So good luck to everybody going to Chelmsford, and you know, Irish and Bangladeshi supporters alike. That should be a wonderful occasion both today and on Sunday. And I think the weather forecast is really good for Sunday, particularly in the east of England. So that's good news. And thank you, Steve, who's got back in touch to say he's very happy for us to forward on the email. So I'll forward that on to the people here at Leicestershire. Steve, and thank you for getting back in touch. Davis running towards us. He's got gloomy again. Comes in over the wicket, bowls. Pujara is forward, took a step down the wicket, and then almost seemed to wait for the ball to come to him. He took a step and then waited for the ball to come.
He has an awful lot of time, doesn't he?
That's what I was looking to say.
A bowler of Davis's sort of medium pace and on a slightly slowish pitch.
Yeah.
He's got an awful lot of time.
It's got gloomy again, hasn't it? The cloud is got thicker again. It's not meant to rain today, but the trees swaying away around the ground. In comes Davis bowls to Pujara, who's forward with a high left elbow, plays it onto the onside. Apart from that loose delivery, that was a good over by Will Davis. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Sussex here are 58 for 2. Tom Alsop on 10, Chetishwar Pujara on 4. The men out, Tom Clark for 23. Ali Orr for 20, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, with the pleasure from the wonderful vantage point we have here at Grace Road, high up in the pavilion.
Yeah, actually on top of the pavilion building, for those who know, the Uptonsteel County Ground, little sort of modern cabins, really. Round the wicket goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump, chopped away through the offside in some style off the back foot by Alsop. First really poor ball that Mulder has bowled, certainly for the last 4 overs, and it sat up nicely, and Alsop got up and, as I say, in some style, almost wristily crunched it away through the offside for 4. So the shackles that were on Sussex around the fall of the 2 wickets, just released by Leicestershire in the last few deliveries. A 4 for Pujara and now 4 for Alsop. Moves on to 14. Chris Wright polishing the ball on the bottom of his Leicestershire. Well, actually, he's got a white towel that he's just tucked back into his trousers. In goes Mulder bowls. That's back to his usual line and length on off stump. Alsop waiting in his crease, plays it without too much foot movement out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed fields. Might get an over before the interval, something like that. I can see Tom Scriven though starting to warm up, and he will bowl his outswingers at a lively pace, lively-ish pace when he gets it right. In goes Mulder and bowls. Alsop everything nicely close together as he leans forward into his defensive press, pushes it off middle out towards mid-on.
It's quite an inspired choice of location, isn't it, though, for that international between Ireland and Bangladesh? I mean, you want to see cricket played in full cricket grounds. I mean, you could have probably filled, you know, bigger grounds than Chelmsford, but it's terrific that that game is being played. It gives, you know, rather perhaps than over in Ireland, it gives an opportunity for Bangladeshi people here to see the game.
Mulder is in, outside off stump, left by Alsop. It's also very good for Stansted Airport and all the Irish supporters coming in. So it's a good choice. What is it, 5,000, 6,000?
Yeah, it is.
Like
yeah,
that.
I would say when it's full about 6,000. But it's one of these grounds, Richard, where you're right in the thick of the action. You know, it's a brilliant ground for atmosphere.
Yeah. Covered a few games there. I remember, well, obviously Leicestershire's first win Leicestershire win that I covered was at Chelmsford In goes Mulder and bowls. Back on his stumps defending is Alsop. Hurried slightly, Rishi Patel. Excited at first slip, but then he usually is. As a ball thumps into the middle of the bat. Flags of Leicestershire and Sussex extending from north to south. It's a chilly wind coming from the north,
which is
across the Midlands. As Mulder is in and bowls. Also a nice strong forward defensive there. Again the ball is taken off middle and pushed out towards right at mid-on. End of Mulder's over. One poor ball in it, which Alsop put away to the boundary. He's conceded 13 from 6 overs, picked up a couple of wickets, but I think that might be it for now for Vian Mulder. And let's, I think, signal to Josh Hull. There was some sort of signal there. But Tom Scriven is coming on at the Bennett end to replace Will Davis. Davis will be disappointed. 5 overs for 21. There were too many 4 balls in there which were put away.
They were. I just noticed Peter Hanscom as well making a signal towards the dressing room for a helmet to be brought out. Now, whether he's going to stand up to the signals or whether we're going to get a bit of spin for lunch, we shall see. Ian's been in touch. Ian Shin. Hello Ian, thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good afternoon from a happy Sussex, but a disgruntled Spurs fan, oh dear. Be happy if we hadn't lost 2 wickets, but hope we can go on to a high score. I watch the Sussex stream on YouTube as often as I can. I'm happy to tolerate a few glitches, as I'm getting to watch a lot of cricket for free. I think Sussex have a chance of promotion if we can get some good weather. Regards, Ian. Thank you, Ian, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. Thank you for your support. As in comes Tom Scriven, in and bowls, and clipped away by Pujara through square leg without timing, but he gets a single nonetheless. Followed by Josh Hull, who comes running in from fine leg to field. Pujara goes to 5. The total to 63 for 2. Just give you the field for the left-handed Tom Alsop. There are 2 slips in place. Vian Mulder is at first slip. Colin Ackerman at second. There's a third man. A point cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square. For the time being, Hanscom is standing back. I just say definitely asked for the helmet to be brought out. Maybe not for him, perhaps it was for somebody else, but we'll see. It's not gloomy as in comes Scriven. Right time over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who's forward to a bowl of good length and punched by Alsop into the covers. And there is no run. There's a bit of rain around the country today, so there isn't cricket in every game this morning. They're delayed at Canterbury, where Kent were bowled out for 95. I see Zach Crawley again missed out yesterday with the bat. Kent bowled out for 95, Hampshire 89 without loss, but no play so far there today. Playing at Old Trafford, Somerset 146 for 5 against Lancashire. Scriven bowls, also punches again to mid-off firmly, and there is no run. And just down the M1 at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire 125 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. Stuart Broad not playing in that game, as Richard was saying earlier. No play at the Oval so far today. Middlesex bowled out for 209. There was something like 180 for 2. And bowled out for 209. Dan Worrell, who's a very fine signing for Surrey. I think he's registered as he's not registered as overseas anymore, Dan Worrell. Surrey 26 without loss in reply, but no play so far. Scriven in bowls. Oh, he beats Alsop. That's a good delivery. Beats Alsop outside of the off stump. Taken low down to his left by Hanscom. Desmond to Warwickshire, who are having a good season. Bowled at Essex yesterday for 126. 84 for 2 in reply. In the second innings, no play at all in the match so far between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire, just up the M1. A wet outfield there. Durham not having it in their own way. The leaders of Division 2, they're 102 for 5. In reply to Yorkshire's 254 yesterday. Johnny Bairstow making 27 yesterday. Scriven in bowls to Alsop, who's forward. Played down the track by Alsop defensively, no run.
Sean Masood finally in charge at Yorkshire. He's got a job on.
Glamorgan doing 239, leading Worcestershire by 130, so 19 wickets have gone down there in that match. Worcestershire about up just 109 yesterday. So rain around the east of the country and the southeast, but pretty much elsewhere. Cricket is underway. In comes Scriven again. Bowls and also defensively forward. Good over by Tom Scriven. And made, sorry, just the one run off of the over, off the first ball drawn to Pujara. Nice and tidy, 63 for 2, also 14. Pujara is on 5. 2 wickets to go down, both taken by VM Moulder. Tom Clark bowled off the inside edge for 23, a ball that he probably didn't need to play, and he was very frustrated to play on. And then Moulder pinning Ali or LBW in front for 20.
It will still be Moulder. Pretty sure Hull had the word, so whether he'll start warming up is sort of doing some fairly desultory stretching down there at third man. Moulder is in to Pujara, who is forward on off stump. Plays it right under his eyes, doesn't he? Plays it late, waits for it, gets in position early, but then lets ball come to him. You know, doesn't play with really hard hands unless he's really going for an aggressive shot, obviously. Right under his eyes. 63 for 2. Moulder into his 7th over, turns past umpire Middlebrook, runs in and bowls again. Good line, good length, and again leaning forward. Pujara content just to drop it down, not quite at his feet on the onside. Budinger, number 1 on his back, always suggests a man with a certain amount of confidence. Chose number 1. Comes into field. Not many single figure numbers in Leicestershire's end. In goes Moulder, bowls, thick inside part of the forward defensive bat of Pujara. It rolls fairly slowly out towards Chris Wright, who is at mid-on, slightly wideish right. At 37, very, very fit, but probably the slowest of the Leicestershire fielders to get down to the ball, and he had a bit of ground to make up to it. Pujara called Allsop through for very comfortable single. The 2 mid-on and mid-off, Hill and Wright swap sides because it's the left-handed Allsop on strike. Round the wicket to him goes Moulder and bowls, thick inside part of the bat. Sees the ball squirt behind square on the leg side. The in swinger Davis fields and gets his throw away fairly quickly, but beg your pardon, it's Scriven.
Good bit of fielding that, actually.
Yeah, he turned, but even so, Allsop knew he was sort of turning with the momentum against him, the fielder that is, throwing on the turn, and made his ground comfortably. Adrian's got to go and update BBC Radio Sussex. Moulder is in and bowls. Allsop solidly forward, plays it back down the wicket. Moulder fields in his follow through, and then he keeps hold of the ball initially before throwing it to Wright, having imparted a little bit of sweat from his own brow onto it. Two overs left today, 104. Remember, if we get them all in. Moulder is in, Allsop leaves outside off stump. It does swing back in and is taken by Hanscom well to his right, but it was a good leave. Most of the swinging was well after it had passed the stump's end of Moulder's 7th over, 2 for 16, his excellent figures. I think he's going to go jogging off now because on comes Scott Steele to replace him, which means Rishi Patel comes in at slip. Moulder heads on his way, perhaps to change his boots, or acknowledges a little ripple, tiniest ripple of applause. But I think that does mean we'll get Josh Hull on at the pavilion end. In the meantime, Scriven continues from the Bennett end. In he comes, curving run, bowls to Pujara, who flicks him beautifully timed into the leg side, but reaching to his right at mid-wicket. Davis makes a very clean stop, or a very smart stop. He didn't actually manage to pick up the ball cleanly, but got a good hand to it. That would have been a long goal chase for Hill, back from mid-on to the mid-wicket boundary, which is distant. probably a good 80 yards from the bat. Wind's getting up. You can possibly hear it in the effects mic. My toes are cold as well. In goes Scriven and bowls down the leg side this time. Again, Pujara tries to flick it on its way. It doesn't get anything on it. Always an indication that temperatures are dropping. My toes, that is. The lime trees stirring. Lost a few of them down Milligan Road, but they have been replaced with sort of large trees in sort of tubs. I'll explain why in a moment. As in goes Scriven. Bowls, goes past the outside edge of Pujara's bat. I think that's the first time that Pujara has been genuinely beaten. It was an outswinger, and I don't think he really needed to play at it. Let's have a look at the replay. But he did have a tiny feel for it. And, well, Scriven almost picking up probably the best wicket of his young career. Runs in and bowls, and he isn't going to pick up a wicket with that delivery because it's width. Pujara goes on the back foot and as calmly and certainly as you like just strokes it away through the cover region for 4. Beautiful shot. Moves into double figures onto 10. Ominous as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Promising as far as Sussex are concerned. This is just the 8th first-class game of Tom Scriven's career. Former Hampshire all-rounder. He did play a first-class game for Hampshire. But he's come to Leicestershire in the hope of playing more, and he is at the moment. In he goes, bowls. Pujara is turning his wrists on that defensive shot. Straight-ish delivery, pushing it out to Davis at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Best of 3-4-61, Tom Scriven, which he took against Glamorgan 2 games ago. He was 3-4-11 at one stage, 3 for 15 certainly. Turns, polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt. Fair head, runs in, bowls. Pujara advancing down the pitch. A little shuffle before leaning forward into a defensive press and pushing the ball back down the pitch on the onside. So that one delivery aside, another good over from Tom Scriven. But it's a very fine margin when you're bowling against a batter of the class of Pujara. It wasn't so very wide, it was just wide enough. And put away with unerring certainty by Pujara for 4. So 2 overs, none for 5 for Scriven. 70 for 2 now. Sussex, if they can get through to lunch without losing another wicket, having been put into bat in bowling friendly conditions, or appeared to be bowling friendly conditions, I think they will be pretty pleased with their efforts. So, change of bowling. But it isn't going to be Josh Holt, it's going to be Chris Wright. He's going to have a go from the pavilion end for the first time in this game. Does obviously prefer to come down the slight incline from the Bennett end, but actually he bowled better from the pavilion end in the last game here against Glamorgan than he did from the Bennett end, so makes sense. In he goes and bowls to Alsop. That isn't a good delivery, a leg stump half volley that Alsop turns calmly out towards deep mid wicket. Scriven goes running back, having replaced Wright at mid-on. Brings Hanscom out from behind the stumps with his throw. Comfortable 2 taken by Alsop. Moves on to 18, 72 for 2. Just the 2 slips now for Wright as he comes in. Bowls to Alsop. Alsop is defending. His back foot as he leans forward into defensive press, going out at a sort of 45-degree angle. Leans forward. Very solid. Thomas Philip Alsop, born in High Wycombe. Has played for the Lions, England Lions, obviously. Also Hampshire. I'm laughing because one of the questions in the Cricketers Who's Who is describe yourself in 3 words. In goes right and bowls. Allsop goes for the drive, misses it. There's an appeal from Patel and a sort of half appeal from Hanscom. Nothing at all from Wright. He just turns and walks back past umpire Middlebrook, who's rubbing his hands together, sort of rather Uriah Heep style, because it is so cold out there, and the temperature in the commentary box just drops markedly as Adrian opens the door behind him. He comes in, exposing me to the north wind. And my toes get even colder. Wright is in and bowls. Allsop is tucked up, but it's an in-swing, and he just works it into the leg side. Steele on for Mulder, has to run to his left of field, and the single is taken. I was just telling listeners, Adrian, that in the Cricketers Who's Who, Tom Allsop asked to describe himself in 3 words. One of them is introvert. He's quite a quiet man.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
One of them is philosophical.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
And the third, and I'm hoping to goodness it's he who's put it in there rather than one of his mischievous teammates, the third is lover. So there you go.
Oh, really?
Wright is in, bowls to Pujara, who's turning the delivery into the leg side, off his legs, but good work there at square-ish leg by Budinger, diving across the sawdust, not taking the ball cleanly, but stopping it, prevents Pujara from pinching one.
Yeah, I don't know about the lover bit, but he's just a very nice guy, Tom Allsop. Earlier on this season, he made 95 against Yorkshire, and wanted to speak to. And some players, if they made 95, may not want to be interviewed. They may feel really disappointed. They didn't get a ton, and all the rest of it. But not Tom.
Wright is in to finish his over, bowls outside off stump and outswinger to Pujara, who has nothing to do with it. End of the over, 73 for 2. Pujara 10. And the aforementioned philosophical, introverted lover, Tom Allsop, has 19.
And I think I asked him a dreadful question, which, you know, par for the course, really. I said, oh, Tom, I'm sure you're disappointed to miss out on 100, which, of course, he was. But he said, well, yeah, but he said, you know, I could have played on early on in my innings. He said, I could have been out much earlier on. I had a bit of luck. I got 95, and, you know, I thought it was a terrific response, actually. So he's a really nice guy. He's been a good signing for Sussex. Came on loan last season initially, but that was then made permanent, and a very good acquisition. And he's on 19. And he's going to face Tom Scriven, who's running in towards us, comes in and bowls, and also lets that one go outside the off stump, taken high to his right by Peter Hanscom. There is no run, so there's 2 slips in place. There's a wideish third man. Josh Hull down here. There's a point cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backwards square in front of the meet over on the to our right. We're watching out of the windows in the wall.
Best light of the day, no?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Floodlight's still on, but it's, as Richard says, the light sort of drifts in and out. One minute you think, oh, it's going to get sunny in a minute, and then it disappears. Scriven in bowls. Allsop is forward. Good delivery by Scriven. He's making Allsop play back down the track, and there is no run. Want to join our email conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at foxescrick, CRICK 2023, and you'll find your way through to Richard and myself. You're on the BBC, every ball of every game of every county right throughout the summer. There's a summer in inverted commas, because anything but here in Leicester today. But at least we're playing, which is the good news. In comes Scriven and bowls, and Allsop is forward. This is a good spell by Tom Scriven. He's making Tom Allsop play. Allsop played to backward point, and there is no run. It's been a good contest.
Yeah, it has to be his way of bowling, really, Scriven. He's not sort of really quick enough to make batsmen hurry too much, but he gets good movement, and if he's accurate, then there's always room for an accurate swing bowler, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
You feel, especially an all-rounder, he's a very useful batter as well. So.
And again, bowls, and this is on the hip. Also turns that away on the leg side. He picks up 1. They'll think about 2. They'll need to get a move on, and indeed there wasn't a second run there. There was a bit of yes knowing, and in the end, the Chettishwell Pujara, who would have been running back to the non-strikers end, decided it was too risky a run to take. And the two just come down and have a little natter. That's probably about, sorry about that, bit of a misunderstanding. And Tom Alsop just having a word to Pujara there about maybe the line that... Now this is interesting, with Peter Hanscom standing up to the stumps for the right-handed Pujara. It's just that, maybe that little pace down the track, he's trying to stop Pujara from doing that. He did call for the helmet a few overs ago. That's obviously what they had in mind. The sun is trying to break through. Scriven comes into bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is forward, plays out into the covers. There is no run. I'd love to see a wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, particularly to, medium pace bowling. This is a bit above medium pace, but it's the true test. I thought Gareth Roderick kept very well last week for Worcestershire, standing up to the stumps, to the likes of Joe Leach. The sun is now almost out. The light's improving by the second momentarily.
I don't think they'll switch off the floodlights though, because as you say, it's been in and out, and it will continue to be so.
Scriven is in bowls, and Pujara plays that down the offside line. He does a good over by Tom Scriven. He's bowled 3 very tidy overs here. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. Sussex are 74 for 2. Tom Alsop is on 20. Chettishwell Pujara is on 10. Clark for 23, all for 20 at the men. Now we've got 104 overs to be bowled today, light and weather permitting. Lunch not until 1:10 We've got to wait for the excellent. It is the only ground on the circuit where you go and sit down in the dining room and you get presented with a menu for your lunch. So it's always really good here at Grace Road, and you get served at the table. So we are treated really, really well.
Chris Wright is still looking for his first wicket of the morning. Is in bowls and almost picked it up there because he went past the outside edge of Alsop's bat, just perhaps held its own off the seam. Have a look at the replay. Yeah, nice delivery. Pitched about sort of just outside off, or just outside, and moved away. Alsop had to play. Fortunate not to get the edge. Recomposes himself, left-hander. It's a slightly awkward stance, bottom extended, in goes right, bowls to him, but he goes back and turns that delivery off leg stump down towards deep backward square. It's a long run round for Josh Holt. Teenager reaches down, picks up, gets his throw away, loses his cap. Always going to be 2 there for Alsop, who moves on to 22. Pujara has 10. Partnership 23 now. Ship steadied a little bit, having lost 2 wickets in the space of just 9 runs earlier this morning. Right, number 31 on his back turns. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, too far outside off stump, so although it does hold, it has sewn a bit off the seam. Alsop stretching forward, doesn't have to play, and doesn't. So far this season, Wright comfortably Leicestershire's leading wicket taker with, I say comfortably, he's got 13 at an average of just under 30. That's in 5 innings of bowling, but the fact is that the weather's partly to do with that, but Leicestershire haven't looked like running through sides. In goes Wright, bowls, and that's straight. Also solidly leans forward, defends it out into the offside. Budinger runs into field. Robinson and McAndrew, we worked out yesterday, had almost 50% of the wickets that Sussex have taken so far this season. 30 out of 64, I think we made it. So losing those 2, a huge blow to their, you would say, the chances of taking 20 wickets in a game. That one goes through Alsop from right. Bounced and swung back in, and Alsop on the back foot jumped into the air as he tried to keep it out. Didn't get anything on it, went a long way back over the stumps. Goodness me, that was actually a little bit closer to the stumps than I thought, really. Nice swing from Wright. Seeing a replay of that.
Good delivery, wasn't it?
See how close it was. Rice is in and bowls, and covering up on the back foot is Allsop, dropping the ball out into the onside, and that's the end of Wright's 7th over, second of this spell, none for 21, his figures. 76 for 2, the Sussex score. We are, 25 minutes away from lunch.
Yeah, there's no question. Nathan McAndrew has been a very good acquisition for Sussex in the opening 3 rounds of the county championship. He's the overseas player that Sussex really haven't had. And provided he stays fit, and there's no suggestion that he won't, somebody can bowl with a medium fast. In comes Scriven bowls, let go by Pujara, not taken cleanly by Hanscom, standing up for the stumps, and there is no run. But he bowled particularly well down at Bristol in a game that I think Sussex would have won had it not been for the weather. But he can't play here because of the 2 overseas players being Cheteshwar Pujara and Steve Smith, so without he and Robinson, as you say, it's an opportunity for Carvelos and Brad Curry, who have been selected to play in this game, but they are big shoes to fill. No Jack Cast in the side either. In comes Scriven bowls, and Pujara covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. He's faced now 31 deliveries for his 10 runs as Pujara, in a very similar innings to the last 2 knocks he's played for Sussex, where he's had to concentrate and battle through a session eventually gets into his stride. But that's the way Pujara plays, and he has this same procedure he goes through before every ball that he faces. Exactly the same mannerism. Scriven is in bowls, and Pujara has a good delivery. Now that wrapped Pujara, I can't quite see from here, but just around about the thigh pad, I think. It was a good delivery though, and Pujara was slightly caught on the crease and in 2 minds. The ball bounced around to the offside. I think Scriven's bowling a really good line here, Richard.
Yeah, he is. He's been bowling outswing as that one just came back a little bit off the seam, and as you say, hit Pujara too high for have any chance of a leg before wicket, or leg before call, but beat him.
And again, bowls, and it's slightly short, and Pujara up on his toes, plays that into the offside with soft hands, and there is no run. Hanscom standing up to the stumps, 2 slips in as well. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a fine leg and a third man, a very wide third man in front of the meet, which I was describing as an area, there's a restaurant area over there. Some people looking out of the big windows at the front. In comes Scriven bowls, and Pujara's beaten outside the up. That's a good delivery, not taken cleanly by Peter Hanscom. He didn't get a nick on that Pujara, which is fortunate for Hanscom standing up, but nonetheless, that's twice in this over he's troubled Cheteshwar Pujara.
Again, a little bit of sort of wobble outside off stump. Didn't need to play at it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, just a tricky patch, but yeah, as you say, Scriven bowling well at him.
Scriven again will be encouraged. And bowls, and Pujara 4 ball of good length. There's a maiden over from Tom Scriven, who's bowling really well here for Leicestershire. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6, and he's bowled every bit as well as those figures suggest. And Cheteshwar Pujara, as is his wont, playing every ball on its merits, and he knows this is a tough examination against this on this first session. The ball is that 27 overs gone, Richard. Yes, 27 overs gone. But he's still there, and that's the important thing. And so often we've seen him survive these little tricky spells and go on to make a big score, and Sussex will be hoping for more of the same today.
Tom Allsop is on strike to Chris Wright, who is in and beats him outside off stump. He leant forward into defensive shot. Everything looked right from Allsop there, played down the wrong line, maybe deliberately, which is infuriating from the bowler's point of view, but I don't think so. It was just he could have done actually just tucked his bat inside the line there, looking at the replay. Certainly there was no great reaction from Wright, but there rarely is actually. He's been around long enough to be tolerably philosophical when he doesn't quite find the edge. In he goes and bowls too wide, and Allsop has nothing to do with it. he's been bowling well, of course. He always does, because he is very grooved, Chris Wright, as a bowler. But it's his batting that's taken many people's eye so far this season. We'll probably come back to that when he comes in with a bat in his hand. But he's produced some really super innings for the Foxes this year. In goes Wright and bowls back foot defensive shot from Allsop off stump. There's no run. So well, in fact, that really he deserves to be described as an all-rounder to a certain extent.
Well, every time you seem to see, I mean, he must be the best number 9 in the country. Is he bat at 9?
He's been batting at 8,
right?
But he will be back at 9 with the way this side is built. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Nice carry and bounce, but too far wide, and again Allsop can leave safely. Yeah, Scriven goes in ahead of him at 8. Genuine all-rounder. Right at 9. .553 wickets in 194 games for Christopher Wright. So he's approaching a landmark. He is in and bowls outside off stump again. Allsop lifts his bat high over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
Was it last year we were down at Hove in this game? We had Ricky Clark with us. I think Ricky Clark's a good mate of Chris Wright's from memory.
They played in the Warwickshire side that won the championship. I wouldn't like to say what year. A while ago now.
Yeah.
2011, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Right. In bowls. Oh, lovely delivery outside off stump. Just drew it back in towards Allsop and then left him off the seam, brought him forward, had a push at it, didn't get anything on it. Survives. Right. He too has settled into a, as bowlers sometimes do, once they start going up a slight slope instead of down, they have to work that little bit hard, and they concentrate more on line and length. And Wright has looked better from this end than he did from the top end, the Bennett end.
Well, Leicestershire have bowled a whole pile better in this second hour than they did in the opening hour, and Sussex are needing all their powers of concentration here. They could easily have lost a couple of more wickets. In comes Scriven, running into bowl to Chetishwa Pujara. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is forward and plays defensively onto the onside to mid-wicket, and there is no run, fielded there by Will Davis. With good line and length bowling, and I'm sure this pair are looking at their watches thinking, well, 15 minutes to go until lunch. Steve Smith will be padded up somewhere down below us, waiting to come in. I'm sure he's hoping to, well, he'd have been used to batting in all sorts of conditions, but I'm sure he'd rather not come in and face sort of 10 minutes before the break. Pujara waits. Scriven is in, bowls, and Pujara defends. To a ball just short of a length and punches the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. Good, tight, accurate bowling. 2 slips in place, 3 men saving one on the offside, 2 on the leg. Just a little chat going on there at Chris Wright, having a natter away to his skipper. Is that Lewis Hill at mid-on?
It is, yes.
And a suggestion of a fielding change. I think Chris Wright is just suggesting that maybe the third man, well, his third man is staying where he was, but Wright clearly thinks he's noticed something that perhaps they should change. Not for the time being, as Scriven is in bowls, Pujara defensively forward, placed to mid-on. There is no run. The run rate has slowed to almost a snail's pace, which is testament to how well Leicestershire have bowled. Yeah, Chris Wright is just suggesting there that, you know, maybe there is perhaps they should make a change. The skipper's not convinced yet. Might have to work a little harder on his skipper. Pujara settles. Keeper Hanscom still up to the stumps. Scriven in again. Bowls, and Pujara flicks this one down to fine leg. And he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Running around the boundaries, Josh Hull, who fields just down below us, not before Pujara comes back. Well, they're still they leg buys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I thought he got a little tickle on that Pujara, but my eyes deceived me.
It would have raced down the slope.
Is it much of a slope, Richard?
It's surprisingly so.
Right.
I was lucky enough to play in a sort of game between the House of Commons and the House of Lords on this ground.
Right.
And, yeah.
I'd like to ask who you were representing. It's not Lord Ray, is it? Comes Scriven and bowls. Pujara is forward defensively into the offside, no run.
I was actually.
You're not really a lord, are you?
Obviously not. No. There was only one genuine lord. I think it was Lord Patel, one of a life peer in Leicestershire who'd put the side together, and he was the only lord, strictly speaking, man and entitled to be a member to go and sit in the House of Lords. Who was in the side that day.
Right, that sounds fun. Comes Scriven. Bowls, Pujara nudges that onto the onside towards square leg. It's another maiden over, though, from Tom Scriven, who's bowled really nicely here. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. Sussex 78 for 2, Allsop on 22, Pujara on 10. Were the MPs, was it a team full of MPs in the House of Commons, or no? A few ringers?
I think there was only one MP, and the rest were sort of workers at the House of, people who knew people and things like that. But the point of the story really is that I did bowl uphill, and it was no first delivery. I wasn't sure I was going to get there. It was, my front foot must have landed close to the stumps. Right, doesn't it? Lands on the creases. He goes in and beats Allsop again outside off stump. He's really found a good line, and Allsop's having to play because the shape of the delivery is sort of into him from the right armour, but then it holds its own off the seam, and he's feeling he's having to play at these deliveries. But Wright can't quite find the edge. 12 minutes until lunch. At the moment it's Sussex's morning. As Wright is in, Allsop gets a short air ball, much happier with that, gets up on his toes, tries to work it into the offside. Bouncing to his left, bounces around like Tigger sometimes, Rehan Ahmed. Makes the stop and there's no run. Wright's figures look unexceptional, 8.2 overs, none for 21, but certainly the 3 overs, he's into his 3rd over from this end, have been, for me, much better than his opening burst from the top end. In he goes, bowls, Allsop is forward on off stump, leaning forward carefully, defensively pushing it out to cover. Budinger is the fielder. Van Gogh Fox. Scriven has been very good. Shows we only need 4 seamers. Well, yeah, he has been good, but it could do with breaking this partnership before lunch. Leicestershire 78 for 2 off 30 is a solid-ish effort by Sussex. In the circumstances, they'll be pretty happy. In goes Wright. Bowls, Allsop defends off the off stump. Out into the offside it goes. No run. A few people have been in touch on Twitter. I've been shamefully neglecting them. Martin Barry, good afternoon now to you. He's at the ECB Centre in Loughborough for England 50s, over 50s that is, training on Sunday. Hoping to pop into Grace Road afterwards, though he fears Pujara might still be batting on Sunday. Well, he does look pretty immovable. Right. Is in, shuffling across the crease rather is Allsop there, then blocking it firmly back past Wright, but Scriven moves smartly to his right. Too many rights at mid-on and fields, and there's no run. Why have I jinxed Jimmy? Oh, I did, because I said that Anderson didn't get injured very often, didn't I, earlier today?
Yeah, has he?
And Sam Martin points out that he's not bowling due to an injury. As Wright goes in and bowls, covers up solidly. Allsop again as it swings back into him, and he says, "Great work jinxing him, Richard." I didn't mean to. I apologise to. I have no dog in the fight as far as Anderson is concerned. Leicestershire don't play Lancashire, obviously, in Championship, and just in T20 in the Northern Group. We'll be heading up to I think it's one of the first games, actually, up at Old Trafford. And Anderson, obviously, will be engaged with England at that stage. End of rights over. His 9th, none for 21, 78 for 2.
Well, the runs have actually dried up here, Richard, haven't they? Leicestershire bowled really, really well. We're in the 31st over.
Yeah, they've got some sort of scoreboard control, courtesy of Wright and Scriven.
They have. Now, Pujara's frustrated. I think there's some people moving at the Bennett end. They went out of this eye line. There's a score. The sight screen is there. In comes Scriven, running in over the wicket, comes in a bowl to Pujara. Pujara just plays into the offside. He's faced 42 balls for his 10 runs. That won't bother Cheshire Pujara a jot, particularly with the clock now ticking past 1 o'clock.
3 more overs.
Yeah.
Leicestershire will be slightly behind over rates, but it's showing level at the moment. They don't sometimes change it until the breaks, the intervals, but update time for BBC Radio Leicester. So I shall nip in rudely ahead of Adrian, if I may. We learn about rugby. In goes Scriven and bowls. Pujara whips him away through the leg side for 4. Yep, that was the ball he's been waiting for, and he's prepared to wait. Full leg stump 4. Here comes the update. And they picked up 2 wickets round about the hour mark of the day. Sussex put on 42 for their opening partnership before Tom Clark was bowled off the inside edge by Vian Mulder, part of a really good spell from Mulder, which also saw him pick up the wicket of Ali Orr, the other Sussex opener, leg before wicket for 20, 53 for 2 at that stage. They've moved on, however, to 82 for 2. Tom Alsop has 22, but looking ominously certain out there is Cheteshwar Pujara. The Indian Test star has 14 not out. He's scored centuries 3 times this season in just 6 innings, and he looks like he's setting out his stall for another. Leicestershire would dearly love to get him out before lunch. Not coming at the moment. They're 82 for 2, Sussex. Make that 86 for 2 as buys. As Scriven just losing his line and length those last 2 deliveries, bounced down the leg side, and with Hanscom standing up to the stumps, he got close to it, but could hardly stop it.
It's always really tough, isn't it, for a keeper standing up? I mean, that's when you see wicket keepers at their best. That was down the leg side, and there's a little blind spot, isn't it, where you're waiting for the ball to come down the leg side. It's very difficult, but that's the art of a good keeper. No disrespect to Peter Hanscom. He waits, and Scriven, just the shackles just broken a little. I think on Scriven bowls. And played in the air by Pujara, but it's clipped away. It's between mid-on and mid-wicket, but it's clipped away safely enough. It's going to go for probably 3 runs down to the far end of the ground. Pujara picks up 3, so well those Scriveners bowl, and this over he's just lost his line slightly, and Pujara just waits for the bad ball. That's what we've noticed so much about Cheshire Pujara in his time at home in the last couple of years. He absorbs and absorbs, and then when the bad ball comes, he makes sure that he cashes in. I guess that's why he's such a good player. He goes to 17, the total to 89 for 2. Probably 1 more over, maybe 2 before we have lunch. Tom Alsop is on strike, Scriven in bowls, and Alsop hammers that one away down to shortish outside the off stump to Hull, who's fielding under a wideish 3rd man. Alsop picks up his 23rd run, I think that's going to be. Yes, 23. So it goes to 90 for 2. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray on commentary duties. The whole morning session has been played under the lights. I'm just noticing up at Durham they're off the field for bad light. I mean, I guess we probably wouldn't have played without the lights this morning.
We might not have started, which would have been an issue, but they haven't taken a reading, have they? So
No. Scriven to Pujara. Pujara is forward, played that really late to backward point. There is no fun. Fielded by Rian Ahmed at backward point. There is no run. End of the over. We can certainly get 1 more before the lunch break with Sussex 90 for 2. Also on 23. Pujara on 17.
And it won't be Rehan Ahmed having a little spin before lunch. Might be the one before tea Rahan. It's going to be Chris Wright, who in fairness has been bowling very well in this, his second spell of the morning from the pavilion end. He's going to see things out, but it does probably mean this will be the last over before lunch. Right. Doesn't tend to. I can see Ackerman warming up, so it might be that it'll be a finger spinner. Ackerman who'll have the over of spin before lunch. Wright is in. Alsop leaves outside off stump. Swings through, taken to his right by Hanscom. But started too wide and a very safe leave from Alsop, who has been diligent.
He has.
And concentrating really hard. And he's done a very, very good job for his side. 60 balls faced. Just the 23 runs scored, but overs into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers. Ball will still be in pretty good shape, 31 overs old. Wright is in, bowls to him, leans forward on off stump. This time plays it back down the pitch on the offside. Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill is the fielder with his entirely superfluous sunglasses perched atop his cap. Red reflective glasses. Those sitting in the popular seats alongside the meet, well wrapped up. There's a few in shorts, very brave. Wright is in, back foot defensive shot on off stump from Alsop. It is going to be Ackerman who's going to have the final over before lunch, assuming Wright gets to the last delivery, and there are still 3 to be bowled before the clock ticks over. 13:08 at the moment, showing on the electronic scoreboard. Not a shorts day, you wouldn't have thought. Right. Bustling run is in and bowls, tucked up slightly Alsop, but he plays it nicely off the back foot, drops it down towards wide-ish mid-on. Scriven has to move to his left to field. Alsop can take 1. Moves on to 24. Partnership 38 now with Pujara. 17 off 46 for him. So, as Adrian is saying, sort of slow going, but hasn't really looked like giving a chance. 1 or 2 plays and misses at Scriven, but that's about it.
I think these two are hoping this is the last over before lunch. They just had a natter now. Pujara's retaking his guard. We presumably we go by the digital clock, do we?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. So 2 to be bowled.
Yeah, I suspect this might be the last over.
Wright is in. Pujara is turning him into the leg side. Good stop by Budinger, who then throws to Hanscom instead of throwing to Wright, because they need to get on with it, Leicestershire, if they're going to get that last over in.
Yeah, Pujara doing some more gardening.
The clock on the manual scoreboard, the cupola clock. The only one in the country, actually.
The cupola clock?
It's a cupola on top of, that's what they're called, those little
really?
sort of things on top of the manual scoreboard. Right, oh, well, Pujara steps away, knew exactly what he was doing, I suspect, there, and Wright had actually got to the crease. Well, that should mean it is going to be the last over before lunch. That was canny stuff from Pujara, and Wright resignedly throws the ball to Scriven.
He's really
he's annoyed, isn't he, Wright?
He's really
he
cross.
knows. Yeah,
he's really. He's looked behind. He said, "Well, no one's moved. There's a scoreboard. There's a sight screen there." And
yeah, that was fairly blatant on the part of Pujara.
It was.
Wasn't it?
I mean, it's now clicked over to 10 past, so whether we'd have got it, but he's not impressed, Chris Wright.
I think we would have got 1 more, but anyway, Wright is in, bowls to Pujara. It's a slightly short ball. He meant that, did Wright. Pujara went for the pull, clothed it slightly into the leg side. That, ladies and gentlemen, is indeed a lunge, so Pujara knew what he was about there, but he's known what he's about throughout the entirety of his innings. He is a very fine batsman indeed. He's been made to work hard for his runs this morning, but he's still there. He's 17 not out. Tom Alsop has worked equally hard and equally effectively. He's 24 not out. Sussex are 91 for 2 at lunch off 32 overs, and I would say, Adrian, that it's been, given they were put in, their morning.
I would agree.
We will be back with you on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex in around about 35 minutes time. We're going to head down to the Charles Palmer restaurant and see what delights they have in store for us today. hopefully your lunch will be just as good, if not better, and we'll talk to you soons, all right, speedily.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
Does a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
going to be on strike as Hull comes down the slope and bowls to him. Digs out a York, almost squeezed that one through. A little surprise early Yorker from Hull, but Alsop dug it out and pushed it into the onside. Decent delivery to start with from Hull. Mulder at first slip, Ackerman at second, the only close catchers alongside Peter Hanscom. Otherwise it's a single saving field, and a very cold looking single saving field as Hull is in, tucks up also, but he plays it really nicely away through the leg side. It's the short side of the ground, the pitch cut on that side of the square, and it runs away to the boundary, which actually the rope is quite a long way inside the sort of advertising hoardings there. It's probably no more than 55 yards, something like that, on that side of the ground. On the other side, a good 75. So it is a slightly skew whiff outfield for this game. 4 to Alsop, moves on to 28. Mulder windmills his arms at first slip as Hull is in, bowls and left by Alsop. Good pace and carry from Hull, but a good leave from Alsop.
I like him. I think I know he wasn't. You know, I think he's got a good action. I think he bowls with good pace. He gets good bounce as well. He's a tall man, isn't he?
He is, and he's still only a teenager. You know, he's still only 19, I think. I'll just check that. Could be 18, 19 possibly. Josh Hull, so very much at the learning stage of his career. He is in and bowls. Sharpish delivery. Back on his stumps is Alsop, pushing it back down the pitch on the onside.
He'll be 18. Sorry, he'll be 19 in August.
Okay, so still just 18.
Yeah, big fella for 18.
Yeah,
isn't he?
giant, didn't he?
Yeah,
That
he is.
in those, he says I think 6'6". But I won't be surprised if he's near a 6'7".
Yeah.
In he comes and bowls. Alsop defends on off stump. Little quick movement of the feet as he dabs that one out into the offside end of. No, there's another 2 balls to come. I'm getting ahead of myself there. I was looking at umpire Adnan there. I saw them at lunch, the umpires, and they both had these huge, thick polo neck sort of sweaters on.
In fact, James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, was clearly out at lunchtime with some of the players who aren't playing, and he came in for his lunch. He looked absolutely frozen.
It is fairly miserable cricketing conditions. In goes Hull, bowls, slightly short of a length this time and up on his toes. Defending solidly again is Tom Alsop. That is over. So both the scoreboard was one behind and I was one ahead. He is the gentleman on the tannoy is advertising the fact that the Friends of Grace Road, who have a few cakes probably over after yesterday's miserable weather, are open for business in their stand or little shop as it is now. It's the old ice cream shop on the bottom floor of the meet. Hot drinks and cakes, it says. And they're very good cakes, aren't they, Adrian? We had a couple. We tried a couple yesterday.
Lovely lemon drizzle with. You said there was a hint of mint in it.
Yeah, they had lemon and
very nice
mint
too.
sort of sponge, plus a Sussex apple cake we tried.
We were talking about lunchtime. We're very fortunate here as Leicester. It's going to be VM Mulder who's going to open the bowling from the pavilion in, coming into bowl to Chetish where Pujara is in and bowls, and Pujara lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom. There is no one. We're very lucky because we do get to sit down at a table and we get a menu, which is lovely here at Grace Road.
But what happened today?
Oh yeah, the vegetarian option ran out.
Which everybody had ordered, that's why.
Which is interesting, isn't it? But we were just looking at the players who were sitting at the far end of the room, wondering how much players eat at lunchtime. But pretty much all the players came in and had something to eat. As in comes Mulder, bowls, and Pujara, I thought he was padded up momentarily. So the ball goes through to Hanscom, there is no run. The light isn't great. The floodlights are on, and we thought it was around lunchtime. And when I came out of lunch, I thought maybe there's a hint of drizzle in the air as well. But it's... And we've been very lucky here, because around the country, there's quite a bit of rain. They're not playing at Canterbury. Or they're now playing at the Oval. They're off at Northampton because of rain. In comes Mulder, bowls. Again, Pujara lets that go. Taken by Hanscom. They're on. Northampton wouldn't be a million miles from here.
About 30.
Right, okay. They're going to play at Derby at 2 o'clock. They haven't played in that game at all so far. So this weather really is it's playing havoc with the early season. As Mulder turns in front of us and is on his way. Right arm over the wicket bowls to Pujara, who lets this one go outside the off stump. So nothing to play here. Pujara, good leaves taken by Hanscom. So just very briefly, no play at Canterbury today. Or so far today, I should say. Hampshire 89 without loss in reply to Kent's 95 all out. Somerset 182 for 5 at Old Trafford. And we did hear reports that Jimmy Anderson isn't bowling in that match. He played yesterday, so we don't quite know why. I think it's raining here. It is raining here, I'm sure. In comes Mulder, bowls. Pujara flicks this down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Pujara, he goes to 18. It just strikes me, is it just a little bit in the breeze, perhaps? Yeah, the umpire's having a natter. Yeah, it is raining. I mean, it wasn't...
Yeah, just looking in the puddles outside, it is raining.
It wasn't forecast to rain here today. It was, you know, but, I mean, the clouds, well, they're scooting across the ground. The umpires, I think, we're coming off. Are we? They're going to take a look.
No,
we're not. We're staying on.
They've got their hats. They've got their hats on. You see, they're okay.
Yeah, there's just some drizzle in the air.
There is. You can see it in the trees, can't you?
Yeah.
And they say if you look at the puddles behind us on the flat roof.
I mean, it looks to me like it's raining really quite steadily. I can just see out the window here. In comes Mulder, bowls. Also covers up, plays into the onside. There is no run. Now the umpires are going to have another natter. Are they?
Under the over.
We're carrying on. So a bit of rain on the wicket. You never know what that might do. It's very, very light, and now it's stopped again. So it's just a bit of rain in the wind. So well done, the umpires. They've stayed out. The end of the over, I should have given the score. Very bad of me. 95 for 2. Allsop 28. Pujara is on 17. And so very briefly, raining at Northants. Northants 137 for 9. They're back on at the Oval. 35 without loss. Surrey after Middlesex made 209. Warwickshire 108 for 2. Edgbaston against Essex. About to start at Derby. And Durham 140 for 6 against Yorkshire, the leaders of Division 2. And Glamorgan having a good day against Worcester. They made 258. Worcestershire made 109 yesterday. 5 without loss. So Glamorgan leading there by 144.
Josh Holt continues down the slope from the Bennett end to bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara. In he goes and bowls. Pujara leaves outside off stump.
Actually, I was thinking about Josh Hull here. You're 18 years of age. You're playing in the county championship, which is, you know, some achievement. You know, he's given the new ball, and you're bowling to one of the best, you know, batsmen in the world. He's played 100 Test matches, so you know what an education this is for him as well.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he'll be learning all the time that it's hard to get good batsmen out. You have to work much harder than he'd have quite realised. He was playing schools cricket last year. In he goes and bowls. Pujara cuts him hard down into the ground, but bounces up at a nice height for Ahmed at point to make the stop. You know, when wickets will have come, I would imagine, pretty easily for him. But not anymore, not in first-class cricket, and certainly not against international batsmen. So if he can make Pujara think, who knows, even get him out, then that would be a huge boost for his confidence. Leans forward into his run, comes in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of swing back in, but from too wide, and Pujara can and does leave very safely. Still going along at a strike rate of 18 to, well, exactly 33 for Pujara, but that won't bother him in the slightest. Obviously, Sussex would hope to bat only once, given it's a 3-day game. But to do that, they're going to have to probably get sort of 400 plus, which isn't easy after being put in. In goes Hull, bowls outside off stump. Pujara leaves, i.e. bat once and then bowl Leicestershire out twice, would be their ideal scenario. But with a 3-day game, plus also batting points not starting until 250 these days, it could be hard work to get into that sort of position. Hull Pair flopping in, bowls. Oh, that one bounced and swung back in, went close to being over the top of the stumps. A good distance over the top of the stumps, but that was a useful delivery from the young man. Pacey. Bounce and swing. Yeah, lovely delivery.
Well, if he was playing schools cricket last year, I wouldn't fancy being a schoolboy.
No, I've always... Yeah,
I'll be very keen to get myself down the order and wait till he's finished.
Yeah, I bet there was a few dressing rooms went quiet, opposition dressing rooms went quiet when he came, when they saw him. In he goes, bowls to Pujara, who leans forward and defends. That was a good over from Josh Holt. Probably the best he's bowled so far. 6 overs, none for 15. For young Josh, 96 for 2. Remains the score.
Very good. Dean has been in touch over in Cambodia. He's a regular listener. He says, sorry for my late appearance. I've been for a beer. I've come home to the commentary and professional TV. You're not alone today in complimenting Leicestershire County Cricket Club on the stream here today. Graham's been in touch. As in comes VM Mulder. Around the wicket bowls to Allsop, who drives back to the bowler. Mulder fields athletically off his own bowling, and there is no run. The rain, which was falling lightly, seems to have stopped. Graham's been in touch. Hello, Graham. Graham Peters, lovely to hear from you. He says, this morning I've been following the excellent Leicestershire County Cricket Club stream on YouTube. I noticed that the number of stream viewers has been showing at around 1,000. I was wondering if you received feedback from both YouTube and the BBC audio feed on the number of followers you've been getting each day. If so, I'd be interested to know how the number of viewers have been varying. Thank you, says Graham. Comes VM Mulder, bowls, and also clips this one through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up one. They'll think about coming back for a second, but the second really isn't there. A bit of fielding by Davis prevents the second. Allsop goes to 29, the total to 97 for 2. Well, I don't know about numbers. Possibly Richard may know more than I, but certainly I would say that in terms of the live streams, and we were at Gloucester a couple of weeks ago, Graham, the amount of correspondence that I received during that game was down on what we normally get. So I think a lot of people there were watching the stream, and that's where, you know, clubs have their own commentators. They have their own arrangements for commentators. In comes VM Mulder and bowls. Pujara covers up, plays into the offside. But the reason is that on the live streams that the clubs operate, they're able to promote advertising for whomever the sponsor of the stream is. But obviously the BBC can't do that. I just break off.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester as I pass on the club's email for the compliments to be forwarded to. Mulder is in bowls, left by Pujara's an appeal for a catch behind, but certainly not from Mulder. It might have flicked the pad as he withdrew the bat out of the line of the ball, and certainly Mulder didn't appeal. Here comes the update. Yeah, they won't be entirely delighted with having only taken 2 Sussex wickets during the morning session. They're trying to put that right at the moment. That isn't easy when one of the batsmen you're bowling against is Cheteshwar Pujara, one of the best batsmen in the world. He is 18 not out. They're making him work really hard for his runs, though. He's faced 61 deliveries for that 18. Tom Allsop is with him. He's 29 not out off 73. They've moved on to 97 for 2 Sussex. They're finding it hard going in difficult batting conditions, but they are still out there. And the Foxes do need a breakthrough before long. Sussex, 97 for 2.
Mulder again. This the pavilion end in the bowls to Pujara. Lets that go. Good delivery by VM Mulder. He's making Pujara work very hard. Pujara lets it go through to Hanscom, and there is no run. So, and indeed, if you're still listening, Graham, and you'd like me to forward your email on to Leicestershire, I'm very happy to do so, because it's good for clubs to get responses, or you could email directly to the club, I guess. But I'm very happy to pass your email on. But I'd wait for your permission to do that, because we've had lots of compliments about the stream here today. But yeah, what I was going to say, clearly the BBC do not allow advertising on their streams. So here today, for example, Leicestershire as a club can't advertise. If they had their own commentators, then clearly
don't tell them.
But we don't want them to do that, because we don't have a job. In comes Hull and bowls down the leg side. Sorry, I pinched your over. Good take by Hanscom down the leg side.
There was a noise. It must have come off the pad, and it slowed it down. But a really good diving take that by Hanscom.
It was. And I apologise to David Sharp, who was here yesterday, and I didn't see you yesterday, David. He's listening today online, and he said, I met up with Martin Wright. Now, I don't know if I should know Martin Wright. David, perhaps you could let me know. He said also met up with Steve Smith and welcomed him to the club, so that was good of you.
Hull. Long striding is in. Bowls on the leg side, clipped away nicely by Alsop, down to the wide, well, backward square almost, rather than long leg boundary, just sort of helped it on its way. And the youngster perhaps just over striving there, lost his line, and that was a comfortable put away for Alsop. Moves into the 30s now, on to 33, he says, waiting for one of the scoreboards to tick over and bear out what I was saying, but I think it will in due course. 100 up for Sussex anyway, 101 for 2 in the 37th over. Little dance on the spot from Hull to get his legs moving, then he comes in and bowls short of a length on off stump, up on his toes. He's also blocking it out into the offside. Just occasionally, very rarely, the electronic does sort of freeze for a few moments, but the manual has ticked over, and he is on 33 now, Tom Alsop.
Love that old scoreboard.
Yeah, I was saying about the couple o'clock. It was built and ordered by a Leicester clock maker for another client, and the client in the end didn't want it. In goes Hull and bowls again down the leg side. Alsop steps across, doesn't get anything on it this time, and it was offered to the club and they put it on top of the manual scoreboard.
Very nice it is too.
Well, it's probably the only, with respect to the ground, doesn't sound like what I'm going to say has any respect for the ground, but I do. But it is probably the only thing of any architectural merit around the place. But there you go.
Is it quite old? Clock?
The clock, yes, I'll find out for you at the end of this over. I do have a book which tells us all these things. Hull is in, solidly forward is Alsop, a very meaty forward defensive out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, I'm sorry, David. I didn't see you yesterday. You did send a message and say you were here, so I'm sorry I didn't catch up with you. He spends a lot of his time in the winter in Marbella, I think, David, and he says it's much colder here. I'm sure it's perishing cold today. It's ludicrous. What are we, the 12th of May?
Yeah. Last year was so nice, and this year has been miserable so far. Hull is in and bowls a bouncer, one of the very rare bouncers we've seen today, but it was slightly misdirected. It was outside off stump, and Alsop just moved his head slightly to the right, just by instinct as much as anything, as the ball sailed away a good foot or so to his left. End of Hull's over. Wasn't quite as good as his first post-lunch, but still, it's been a little bit better than his opening spell. 7 overs, none for 19 for him. 101 for 2 of 37 is the Sussex score.
Adrian's been in touch. He says, it's me again, just pondering the Sussex side today and the struggle to take 20 wickets last season, as in comes VM Mulder over the wicket bowls. Pujara is forward defensively back down the track. Mulder fields of his own bowling, there is no run. With McAndrew unable to play because of Smith in the side and Robinson rested, is there an argument that Smith in the squad makes a less balanced side? A Morida bowling attack may be found lacking in this match. Can't believe I'm questioning the presence of a world-class batsman. Cheers, Adrian. Well, I think it is a point that's well made. Clearly, with the thought process was that Ollie Robinson was going to play in this match, and it's England. And Ollie did say last week he'd like to play, but England clearly hold the cards. Now we've got a delay here. The umpire's looking towards the pavilion. I think we're going to be underway in a moment's time. I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for. But yes, I think it's a very fair point, and a point that a few Sussex supporters have made this week around the ground. As in comes Mulder and played to square leg. Pujara was after a single, but it was never there. And it was a good call, actually, by Tom Alsop at the non-striker's end, sending Pujara back as Budinger closed in the ball very quickly. So yes, one or two people here have mentioned that there's an opportunity for Brad Curry and Eric Avelos. Who knows, they might bowl Surrey Sussex to victory. We'll have to see, but it's certainly a point that has been made, so it's well made, Adrian. Mulder in again, bowls. Pujara, that goes a good leave, not far away from the off stump. An email from Jamie, who says, I'm sat on a beach in the dark in Western Australia, and my minuscule bar of signal is just sufficient enough to get your commentary. I'm hoping the rain holds off for this one. I'm looking forward to listening to a Smith double century and drinking a beer for every boundary he scores tonight, says Jamie. That's brilliant. He says, I've got my last email, but your pronunciation of Argatu was bang on. In comes Mulder bowls. Another good lead by Pujara through to Hanscom, and there is no run. That's Jamie. Thank you very much, Jamie. Sitting on a beach in Western Australia. How lovely.
Indeed. In the dark, though.
Yeah.
So.
Where do you reckon he is? Perth or somewhere like that?
Yeah, there aren't many places I know other than Perth in Western Australia. I suppose Fremantle, somewhere like that. But yes, so many lovely beaches there.
Comes Mulder again. Who the wicket bowls, and Pujara is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Neil's been in touch. Neil Hartley. He says, hello Adrian, I was pleased there were a number of female guest commentators on the Sussex Live commentary last season. Can we expect that to happen again this season? That said, I thought Leoma O'Brien was very good. Likewise, your co-commentator, Richard Ray, today. So there we are, Richard. You've got a fan in Neil. Yes, indeed, Liam will be back with us for 2 days of the Glamorgan match next week. We're going to have Georgia Adams joining us as well, Chris's daughter, and Beth Harvey, Sussex women's cricketer, as Mulder is in bowls. That kept a little low, and Pujara clipped that to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. Another maiden over from VM Mulder, who has now bowled 10 overs, and that's going to click over to 4 maidens. He's taken 2 for 18. Sussex 101 for 2. Allsop 33. Pujara is on 18. So thank you, Neil, for your email. Much appreciated.
He's faced 20 balls since lunch, Pujara, for the addition of 1 run. And that's a sort of compliment to Leicestershire's bowling, but also to him as well. But we know, and they know, that he's prepared to be as patient as it takes. Josh Hull will continue from the Bennett end to bowl to the left-handed Allsop. Bowls very wide outside off stump. Allsop was interested for a moment in the concept of crashing it through to the point boundary, but it would have been too far to reach, I think, really, and decided not to try it. Yeah, he would have done very... Goodness me, that must have been... that was... I think umpire Adnan's arms are probably frozen to his sides, because that must have been very close to a wide. Indeed. Hull, this is his 8th over, but obviously just the 3rd of this spell. Comes in and bowls. That's a good line and a good length, and also stretches forward, blocks it back up the pitch to the offside. Tom Scriven picks it up. No, the clock is actually a relatively recent thing at the ground. I think it sort of dates from the late 1980s. The committee, the Leicestershire committee, had decided they would spend a bequest of £3,000 from the late Lord Bishop's wife on a new scoreboard and clock when they were offered the clock by a Leicestershire company which had a cancellation for one. In goes Hull and bowls, solidly forward on off stump. Again goes Allsop, out into the offside goes the ball. A cancellation for a clock which measured 5 foot by 5 foot. So it is actually some clock up there.
Wow, yeah, it doesn't look that big from here, does it? That's amazing.
No.
I mean, just, you know, I'd have said a couple of feet square, something like that. But 5 feet, wow.
Whether they changed, you know, the actual measurements, that was the original order. Right. But it is a pretty big thing.
Yeah, it's substantial, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
When you look at it. Hull in bowls again on off stumps. Good line.
Yeah, good spell,
is forward. Yeah. Leicestershire have again. They've got some sort of control over the scoreboard at least, and they are making Sussex work for every run.
Absolutely. Varun in New Jersey has been in touch in the USA with some thoughts on Pujara, which I'll read at the end of this over. But Varun, thank you very much for getting in touch.
Not Varun Aaron.
No.
Former Leicestershire.
No.
Bowler? No, I don't think so. Hull is in and bowls down onto the legs of Allsop. Worked, nicely timed, but he's unfortunate. He's picked out Patel, who's at mid-wicket. A couple of feet on either side, and I think that would have been 4. Go on, what's Varun got to say?
He said, I'm enjoying the commentary, I'm enjoying Pujara's batting, I'm enjoying Sussex's ascendancy in this match. Well, I think it's not far off even. I think perhaps Sussex with their noses in front, having only lost 2 wickets so far, but a couple of wickets could change all of that.
Hull past the umpire, bowls very straight again. Also leans forward and defends again. It was a good over, well bowled Josh Hull. 8 overs, none for 19. His figure's 101 for 2. Remains a score. The electronic scoreboard goes off, which means somebody's switching it off and on again, essentially, to get the thing to work. It's obviously slowed up over lunch. It probably enjoyed its lunch too much.
Well, I think I'm really impressed by Josh Hull. I think for an 18-year-old, he bowls with good pace. I think they're bowling with little short stints. I suspect that just might be the end of his spell, just the way he got a couple of pats on the back. But, you know, you're bowling to one of the best players in the world in Cheteshwar Pujara and a very accomplished player in Tom Alsop. I think that's been a good performance. In comes Vian Mulder, running in from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls. Pujara lets that go outside the off stump. Talking of which, Varun says, I wonder what you think of Pujara's captaincy thus far into the campaign. Also, I think in this era of Bazball, Pujara is still showing the value of measured attritional batting. I'm guessing he would say there are times in an innings when you need to respect the bowlers and wait for the time when you can capitalise in favourable conditions. Do you think Bazball is pushing potential England call-ups further away from the more traditional approach? More to come. In comes Mulder bowls. Pujara defends down the onside, no run. He says, my own thought is that Root could play a more anchor role for England and have the others play more aggressively around him. That might make England even stronger, but it seems like Root feels some pressure to play more aggressively than he is accustomed to. Well, what I would say to you, Baron, is the last 2 innings that Cheteshwar Pujara has played at Bristol and at Worcester last week were almost identical innings to this, where he absorbed a lot of pressure against some very good, accurate bowling. He sells his wicket dear, as in comes Mulder, bowls, and Pujara defends a ball of good length, pushes it into the offside, no run. And then when the ball's a little softer, when the bowler's a little tireder, and he feels in good form, then he punishes the bowler. And those who think he just pushes around for 1s or 2s, I've seen him play some very aggressive shots, Cheteshwar Pujara. So absolutely, I would agree with you. He's measured, he waits for his moment, and there are times, you know, forget Bazball for a minute, there are times when you need to play like this, in my opinion. In comes Mulder bowls, Pujara defends into the offside. There is no run. I mean, against this type of bowling, you know, I guess you could adopt the so-called Bazball approach and decide to smack it all around the ground. But I think against accurate bowling like this, there's a fair chance you're going to get out if you start charging down the wicket. But there's absolutely a place for it. Whether Joe Root could play this sort of role for England, I don't know. I mean, the Ashes are going to be fascinating exactly because of what you've identified there, Varun. In comes Mulder, clipped away. That's a point in case. That's the first wayward delivery that Vian Mulder has bowled. It was down the leg side, and once there is a bad ball, Pujara capitalises. Clipped away, 4 runs. He goes to 22 off 74 deliveries, 105 for 2. So that's what he does. He waits for the bad ball, and when it comes, he doesn't miss out. It'll be interesting, I think, in the Ashes, you know, when England, you know, you've got Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood. I don't think you can take too many liberties with those guys. Will be fascinating to see. Mulder in again, bowls, Pujara defensively to a ball of good length, pitching around middle and off, place it into the offside, there is no run, end of the over. 105 for 2, Pujara 22, Alsop 33. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicestershire, or Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray with you. We do get some emails, and I wonder sometimes when I get emails whether, I've had 1 or 2 where people have sort of wound me up a little bit, and but I think this is a genuine one. This is from Simon. He says, I'm back in Chinchon, which I think is in southern Spain. Chinchon. I'm eagerly awaiting the arrival of my 2023 Wisdom. There's been a delay, he says, mañana.
Josh Hull continues his spell, bowls and dug out. Foolish delivery. Wasn't quite a Yorker by Alsop, out towards mid-on. And then just scrapes a little at the crease. Hull. He does fall away quite well from over the wicket to the left-hander, so no problems in that respect in terms of running on to the pitch. Pujara goes down to a spot of gardening, perhaps wants it in umpire Adnan's mind, but the pitch hasn't really marked up too much. As Hull is in, again looking for the Yorker, and that was almost a Yorker on that occasion. Again, Alsop was equal to it. Came down a touch late perhaps on it, jammed it out into the onside. Patel came in to field.
I was wrong, wasn't I? I thought he was coming out of the attack, but he's
I think the pats on the back have been because it's been a better spell so far.
Really good spell. I've been really impressed. Since lunch, I think he's bowled excellently.
Trying to encourage the youngster, who is in now. Bowl slightly short of a length this time, turned through the leg side. In fact, he's going to be perfectly placed by Allsop, and Hull turns away in annoyance because he did rather feed him on his legs there, and Midland leg anyway, and without any cover and without a sweeper on the leg side boundary and a short boundary, then it's always going to be 4 if you beat the infield, and it was. Allsop on to 37. 4 wickets for Josh Hull in the 3 games he's played so far, just the 4 innings in which he's bowled. 4 wickets at 60, so obviously he's got a lot of learning to do. Hull is in bowls, and again he's picked off rather by Allsop, but this time Patel has been pushed back from the conventional square leg where he'd been kept because Hull had been bowling well on off stump out to the leg side boundary. He's there for the bad ball, he's not there for the catch. But he did at least save 3 on that occasion. 110 for 2, Allsop on to 38. Off 89 deliveries, Pujara 22. Partnership actually passed 50 a couple of deliveries ago with the couple of 4s, and unfortunately didn't mark it. In goes Hull. Bowls. Oh, and a drive, a rare rush of blood for Cheteshwar Pujara, reaching to try and drive away a wide one. Didn't get the edge, missed it. And it was taken by Hanscom, but just a momentary piece of encouragement, if you like, for Josh Hull. Although he never does seem to change in his temperament and demeanour. Yeah. He just sort of turns and gets on with it. No arms in the air. No half appeals. In he goes, bowls. Pujara is using his feet again to push the delivery, to get to the pitch of it, push it past Patel, but didn't put his full weight into the shot, and Hill got round behind Patel from mid-off to field. End of Hull's 9th over, none for 24, 110 for 2. Allsop 38, Pujara 22.
Well, that was a collector's item, wasn't it? To see Pujara playing and missing with a wild attempted cover drive. You don't see that too often. And for, he seldom seems to get himself in a position where he's, perhaps a little bit of frustration. Don't really see it from Pujara. 77 balls for his 22 runs, but I think Leicestershire bowled well here. They've kept the scoring rate down. They're asking questions. And it's VM Mulder from the next over from the pavilion end bowls to also drives into the offside. Good tumbling save there by Budinger in the covers, prevents a single. We are into the 42nd over, so Sussex are going along at 2.5 and over. It's not been easy against good, tight, accurate bowling, heavy cloud cover. The lights are on, but Leicestershire have bowled really quite well. In the first hour, I thought they were a little wayward, didn't too many loose deliveries. Batsmen didn't have to play, but certainly since then they've tightened up their lines, and Sussex might easily have lost more wickets. As in comes Mulder, bowls, and Allsop is forward, places carefully to mid-wicket. There is no run, and that says how well Allsop and Pujara have batted. It's been good, tight, attritional county cricket. I can see Will Davis warming up at mid-wicket, so I think we are going to get a change from the Bennett end. There are 2 slips and a third man. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. As Mulder is on his way again. Allsop lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. The light is as poor now as it's been at any time in the match, or the day I should say. It was meant to be getting brighter later on, but there's certainly no sign of that at the moment.
Players casting shadows from the floodlights again.
Still off at Northamptonshire, which, as Richard's saying, it's not a million miles from here. They have started at Derby now. In comes Mulder, bowls to Allsop. He's back and across, covers up, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
But having seen the pictures from Northampton, you showed me, didn't you, that they were pretty much underwater at the start of the day, so, or yesterday, so good work by the ground staff there too.
Absolutely. Ray Yates has been in touch. Hello, Ray. All the way up in Inverness. I bet it's chilly up there today, Ray. I'm only guessing, actually, just being on the eastern side of Scotland. It's certainly very cold here. In comes Mulder Bowles to Allsop, who plays that ball into his pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside. There is no run. He says he's enjoying the commentary. But he said, the point I want to make and would appreciate your opinion on, and it's a good point as well. He says, although I understand the need not to sell your wicket cheaply, I think we need to remember that having been reduced to a 3-day game, and we have shown a little difficulty in taking 20 wickets, I think 22 of 75 balls could be a wee bit slow. What do you think? Good question. VM Mulder is on his way, bowls, and also I think that came off the thigh pad. The ball runs down towards fine leg, and Hanscom runs from behind the stumps to field the ball. Let's see what the umpire's signal is. It is indeed a leg by. So Allsop remains on 38. The total goes to 111 for 2. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is. It is the end of the over. VM Mulder has bowled 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. I think at this stage, Ray, I would say that the way that Pujara accelerates in his innings, I think the bowling has been good, and these are not easy conditions. But I do understand the point you're making that, you know, without Robinson, without McAndrew, there's a big onus on these young Sussex seamers. Whether they've got it in them to take 20 wickets, we'll have to wait and see. But I just think as the ball does get older, with 42 overs, if Pujara plays anything like he has done recently, we will see him attack the bowling. So I think I would say at the moment it wouldn't be a concern, but I do take your point, because we are now virtually sort of halfway through the second day of the match, so there's not oodles of time. And the wicket does seem to be playing pretty well. I think it's just been very good, tight, accurate bowling. It's going to be tough to take 20 wickets on here.
Yeah, at the moment you would say that the draw is probably the favourite.
Yeah.
As around the wicket comes Davis and bowls to Allsop, who stretches forward to a delivery, straight delivery, and blocks it back up the pitch on the onside.
I suppose you could say, you know, Sussex are setting out their stall here, that they're hoping to, you know, a big first innings total and, you know, maybe bowl out Leicestershire twice, but that's not going to be easy. No, they've got James Coles as a spinner. I don't know whether this might turn later in the day. I mean, the wickets have been so difficult for grounds. It's very unlikely, I think.
I agree. Shame we didn't get that over from Ackerman. In goes Davis and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Allsop again, this time out into the offside, just to see if there was anything, but I'd be astonished if there was. Adrian's going to head next door to update the good folks down there on the south coast. In Brighton. Davis turns. Runs in, athletic run, bowls again on off stump, just outside. In fact, Allsop can get out to the ball and play it with an angle bat down through the gully, just a little bit too wide from Will Davis. Runs on down towards Josh Hull, who's at third man. He runs in to meet it, and the single is taken. Allsop on to 39. Bit of chatter out there. Mainly Leicestershire players encouraging the bowler. Pujara asks the gentleman standing next to the scoreboard, just the scoreboard, the screen at the far end, to move away. He does, so now he's ready. Davis bowls. He turns him off the back foot into the leg side, just past Mulder at mid-wicket. But Scriven behind him does the fielding. .59 now, the partnership between these two. Had they been parted early, Sussex might have faced a bit of a wobble, but in goes Davis, bowls, Pujara forward again, bat very close to front pad, takes the thick inside part of it. Let's just sort of settled into containment mode. 2 for 2, 112 for 2. But off 42, nearly 43 overs now, so Bazball it ain't. As Davis is in, bowls and forward on off stump with a slightly angled bat is Pujara pushing it out to Rehan Ahmed at point. Well, Pujara at the moment, Leicestershire will feel, well, if we can't get him out, at least he's going nowhere in terms of the score, or the scoreboard, 22 off 80. He was scoring at, strike rate was about 33 before lunch. It's less than that now. Overall, it's nearer 25%, but since lunch, he has faced 32 deliveries for 5 runs. Chris Wright is going to come on, as you probably heard the man on the tannoy announce, to replace Vian Mulder at the pavilion end. Bowled really nicely from this end before lunch, right? 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 22. They need him to create though, Leicestershire, as he goes in and bowls. Straight to Allsop. A little bit of shape back into the left-handed, blocks it out into the offside. No run. Right turns, runs in and bowls again, looking to swing it in to the left-hander. It's his natural delivery, worked by Allsop off pads out towards mid-wicket. Scott Steele is there at the moment. Didn't see who went off. Scrivens out there. Hull is out there. Mulder is at slip, so it's not one of the bowlers. In goes Wright, bowls again. It's onto the legs, and he's turned it very fine this time. In fact, so fine that he's going to beat Hull, who's at long leg. The ball crosses the ropes at fine leg, and Wright will be disappointed about that. Allsop able to pick off 4 without any real risk. Just get on top of the bounce, turn your wrists on it, and let the momentum take care of the rest, really. He moves on to 43, having been 24, so 19 runs to him post-lunch. Right turns, runs in and bowls accurately. Forward goes Allsop. Hello. Well, it's a bit attritional at the moment, Ben, because Leicestershire trying to wheedle out, trying to break this Sussex partnership. They came together, these two, Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test star, and Tom Allsop, when the score was 53 for 2, a good hour before lunch. They've taken the score on to 116 for 2, so partnership is now worth 63. But Leicestershire are bowling pretty well at them. Pujara 22 off 80 balls, gives you an idea of how hard he is having to work. Allsop 43 off 102. But Leicestershire really could do with breaking the partnership. And so, from their point of view, could the many photographers who are here, they're all waiting to see the next man in. Steve Smith of Australia in preparation for the Ashes, but he's sitting warm in the pavilion. They're out there freezing at the moment, wishing one of these two would get out. So most of Leicestershire, 116 for 2. No interest whatsoever, as in goes Wright and bowls full, this time driven by Allsop to the cover boundary for 4. Width and length both wrong as far as Wright was concerned, and he'll be disappointed to have given away a 4 off the last ball. Still got to be put away though, and Allsop did it nicely. He moves on to 47, approaching a really what would be a very hard-earned 50. 120 now for 2.
Yeah, I would say it's been a feature actually of this innings that when Leicestershire have bowled a poor delivery, that Sussex have made them pay. The reality has been, though, there haven't been that many poor deliveries, but that was, and Allsop made his way to within 3 of a half century as Will Davis is coming in from the Bennett end of the ground, running towards us. Bowls to Cheshire Pujara, and Pujara is forward, covers up, plays extra cover. He does play the ball so late, Pujara, that the bowler almost, with those sort of deliveries, thinks he's almost breached his defences, and the hands go up. But he's, as I say, he does play the ball very, very late, does Pujara. 22 of 81 deliveries. Just the one slip in place now. Well, unless you haven't taken wickets, they will feel pleased that Sussex haven't got away, and they'll still feel that they're in the game. In comes Davis, bowls, and Pujara steers that. There's a loud appeal. I don't quite know what for. Whether they hit the pad and then onto bat, I don't know. But there was a loud appeal from Davis.
That was a suggestion, wasn't it? His pad, yeah. Even if it was, his pad was a long way outside the line of off stump, but he does, because he plays late, he's sometimes right alongside it, pad and bat. Sometimes past the pad when he gets forward.
Davis again, in bowls. Pujara takes a step down the wicket and clips it through mid wicket, and that's probably going to go for 4 runs, despite the outfield being relatively slow. But he just took a pace down the wicket. It was a half volley, and again, as if to make that point, Pujara clipping that one away through mid-wicket. And it races away for 4 runs. He goes to 26 on Sussex to 124 for 2. And we've seen this just, soaking up balls. Then all of a sudden we'll see the, Pujara will hit the accelerator. These two have now added. They came together when the score was 42, so they've added, 82? Is that right?
71, if the scoreboard's to be believed.
124. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 53 for 2. I'm sorry. I was looking at when Tom Clark was out. That was on 42 for 1. Yes, I apologise. Rubbish, Adrian. 53 for 2 when Alior was LBW to Ian Moulder. Davis is back to his mark. Now the field, there's just the one slip. There's a short mid-wicket. As in comes Davis, bowls, and Pujara is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. My feeling was that was probably a little too high. Davis appealed, and Pujara sort of wandered away to square leg. A bit too high, Richard, did you think?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, both the keeper and the...
but well bowled by Davis.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Yeah, it was well bowled.
You'd appeal for everything, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It's Pujara's pads, you're up. Davis turns. The Bennett end running in towards us and bowls, and Pujara takes a step down the wicket and plays down the onside now. We did see Peter Hanscom standing up to the stumps earlier on. In fact, now he turns around. He just had a chat there to his first slip, as if to say, I think I should be standing up. And I think Colin Ackerman there at first slip probably said, yeah, it might not be a bad idea. And the helmet is brought straight out.
It just stops him.
Yeah,
taking that little shuffly step down the pitch. The previous delivery to that one, that made it able to clip it away through the leg side for 4.
It was just funny, wasn't it? He turned, as soon as Pujara did that, he turned to Colin Ackerman. I'm sure it was the thing. I should stand up. Yeah, I do. In comes Davis, bowls, and Pujara is forward. He can't take any liberties now. Plays it into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 124 for 2. Also 47. Pujara 26. We've had 45 overs so far today. We're going to have 104 today, light and rain permitting. Leicestershire, having won the toss, decided to bowl first. Sussex have lost Tom Clark for 23, Alior for 20. And if you've just joined us, a very good afternoon wherever in the world you're listening. We've had listeners on a beach in Australia. We've had listeners in Cambodia. We've had listeners in Plymouth. And in Inverness. Thank you all for getting in touch, and keep your emails coming. SussexCricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at FoxesCrick, CRICK 2023.
Chris Wright is in to Allsop, who's working the in-swinger into the leg side. Rishi Patel back on the field. Fields at mid-wicket. Robert and Jeff have retreated to the meet. It is you'll have to put your head in there before you leave, Adrian. It is a very good view. You feel very close to the action, and when the pitch is cut on that side of the square, it's you do get a very good sort of sideways on view of those big feature windows at the top of the meet there. As in goes Wright and bowls outside off stump. Maybe just gather a little bit of pace off the wicket there as Allsop let it go through. 47 to him. Did have that 95 that Adrian was talking about earlier, so this potentially a third 50 of the summer for him in his 7th innings. Right is in, bowls to him, back foot defensive, turn of the wrists. Again, it's out to Patel. Again, there is no run.
He's been very patient, Tom Alsop, hasn't he, in this innings? He's not easy conditions. He's certainly outscoring his more senior partner. What he's faced 107 balls Alsop for his 47.
Yeah. So his strike rate around about, he says, guessing wildly 40. Right is in. He's getting forward to that one, but he doesn't put his weight into the drive. Steers it out to mid-off. No run. Whereas Pujara's is near 27, 26 at the moment. Again, he doesn't look in the slightest bit worried. The Sussex skipper. Happy just to build and dominate. In goes right, bowls. Alsop gets a good straight delivery that he has to respect and does. Plays it back down the pitch to Chris Wright.
Yes, well, is this the 46th over? So we're,
Plenty of overs to go today. 46, yeah, almost coming to the end of. So 58 after this. We're a long way from halfway through the day.
Yeah, we are.
As Wright turns, runs in, bowls outside off stump. Alsop lets it go through. Over 8 hasn't changed. It's still level if the scoreboard is to be believed. 12 overs, none for 30 for Wright. Grunt of effort as he delivers that one. To no avail. 1-2-4 for 2.
Yeah, we still see no spin today, have we? Whether we will, I mean, it's not really a day for spinners, is it? It's cold, and you wouldn't have thought there's an awful lot in the wicket here for the slow bowler.
Hill is a new captain in terms of his first class cricket, and probably still finding his way a bit. I know Paul Nixon sort of thinks. Come back to that in a moment.
So in comes Davis. Bowls clipped away by Pujara to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Keeper Hanscom standing up to the stumps, preventing Pujara from taking that step down the wicket, which he showed an inclination to do on occasions.
He thinks that Hill, at the moment, he likes to captain according to a plan. This is what we're going to do after lunch, and so on and so forth. So, for example, you can't imagine someone, if Shane Warne was captain, for example, this situation wouldn't be developing in this way. He would be trying something, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would.
Yeah. Some captains are like that.
Yeah.
Some captains know this is what we're going to do and we'll stick to it. But I think you're right. Someone like Warne would have tried, well, probably himself, but you know what I'm saying, he would have tried an over or two of spin by now just to see.
Davis in, bowls, Pujara's forward play. No, he looked to tuck that one down towards sort of square leg area, I think, and in the end it was rather squared up, place to mid-off. There is no run. It's prompted a bit of a debate at the far end of the ground there, with 3 Leicestershire fielders having a natter, whether it's about the ball or whether a tactic to Pujara. I guess from a Leicestershire point of view here, they might just feel, Sussex are going on here, less than 3 and over.
Yeah, no, they won't want to change in that respect. They'd love a breakthrough, but the Sussex aren't getting away from them at the moment.
Davis in, bowls. Pujara drive. There was a hint of aggression in that shot from Pujara, and he looks at his back. Even the great Pujara may be getting slightly frustrated here, and I just wonder whether that's the plan. Let's just keep them quiet and wait for a mistake.
Yep. There was a hint of frustration about that shot.
124 for 2. We're in the 47th over. So picking up on, Ray made a very good point about, it is a 3-day game, not effectively, it is a 3-day game. So do you want to be moving the scoreboard a little quicker? Davis bowls, and Pujara to a shorter delivery back on his stumps and plays it down the onside. And there is no run, fielded there by Mulder, who's running in from that shortish mid-wicket position. And there is as I say, no run, just the one slip in place. Backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket. There is a third man, and there is a fine leg as we stand up and glance down over the white railings in front of us. Davis in, bowls, and Pujara. Well, there we are. That's played away by Pujara. Is that going to reach 4 runs? Yes, it does. Just beats the fielders. There we are. We're just too short from Will Davis. And Pujara again. A short delivery, an opportunity to put the ball away. And having shown a bit of frustration with his previous shot, this time he doesn't miss out. Plays it away through the covers for 4. He goes to 30 of 91 deliveries. Sussex to 128 for 2. And the light, as it says, is as bad now as it has been all day. It really is quite gloomy.
It really is, isn't it? Very gloomy.
We definitely wouldn't be playing without the lights. I think that's true to say. Davis in again, bowls, and Pujara's at it again, but that's a good bit of fielding by Rian Ahmed. A backward point, rather got away with that. End of the over, dot ball, 128 for 2. Also at 47, Pujara is on 30. No sign of any spinners warming up at the moment. We're going to see Chris. Is it? We're going to change at this end, I think, or is it going to be? It's going to be Chris Wright.
Still right.
Yeah.
Hard work for Wright. 12 overs, none for 30 at the moment. Almost looks like he's got a wound, doesn't it? Because he polishes the ball on the central part of his shirt at the bottom. Almost looks like he's
yes, it does.
Got a sort of stomach wound of some kind. Great splash of red around about his navel. Runs away from us. Bowls, Allsop. Oh, he's beaten outside off stump. He did withdraw the bat, but after he'd had a little push at the ball, it rather died into the gloves of Hanscom. In fact, Hanscom might not have actually taken it cleanly, so as well, perhaps. It just swung away a little bit, actually. I think he did manage just to grab it at the second attempt before it had hit the ground. Come on, righty. Is the exhortation from behind the stumps as he runs in and bowls. Very wide to Allsop. And umpire Middlebrook inclines his head to the right as though sort of thinking about calling a wide for a while. But then thought, oh, I've got 104 overs to get through here.
Yes.
I don't think we will.
Yeah.
Sometimes actually bowlers in the county championship do get away with murder in that respect when you think what's called for a wide in white ball cricket.
No, I agree.
Right is in and bowls. Oh, beautiful delivery that beats Allsop. All ends up. Best delivery post lunch, I think, that one.
Cracker, wasn't it?
Mm.
Absolute belting delivery. Playing at Durham, where the leaders of the second division are 173 for 8. Still trailing Yorkshire by 81. They were off for bad light there. And playing at Derby in the second division, where Derby are 47 for 1 against Gloucestershire.
They've got a start there.
Yes.
At least after 4 sessions. In goes Wright, bowls, and Allsop is driving. He's not going to get it past Hill, who scrambles to his right and is on his knees, reaching out to his right when he stops the ball, then looks ruefully back at the ground. Picks himself up. It isn't easy fielding out there at the moment. The ground is still damp.
Yep.
And slightly sort of bobbly because they did drill it, to try and drain it a couple of weeks ago. You can still see, looking down from where we are, the holes. Sort of a spike. Maybe spiking is a better word. I don't know that.
No, I know exactly what you mean. They use it on golf courses, don't
they?
Yeah,
sort of spiking
on the green when they're trying to get air in there and
indeed
get the grass to grow.
If it ever does dry out this summer, it's going to be difficult. Wright is in. Bowls to Pujara, who's turning a delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Mulder is out there at the moment. Just the one slip now for Leicestershire. They really have moved into containing mode. Now the ground staff have come out and are approaching the covers and the tractor. They usually know. They usually know.
Yeah, that's got a bit of rain around.
It is. I can see it actually. It's in the. I can see it in the trees now. Right is in bowls. Pujara is forward on middle, and off, blocking it out into the offside, and there is no run. Umpires are not looking at each other. That said, let's just have a look at the puddles behind us. Yeah, it is spitting. It is spotting into them.
And it has got very
quite markedly, actually.
Yeah, it's gloomier now than it has been. Yeah, I can see the rain against that. There's a lovely sort of reddish-coloured tree there, and I can see the rain falling against that background of that tree. The ground staff are just sort of getting ready, aren't they? It was a good spot, Richard. Sean Hunter's just bought Chettishwell Pujara out a drink.
A message.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Paul, get on with it. I bet it isn't.
Well, 129 in 48 overs, so Sussex are barely 2.5 and over. But it hasn't been easy. I think Leicestershire have bowled well. I guess you could pick up on Ray's point. You might say, well, you take the attack to the bowler because they've been able to bowl a good line and length here. So it is going to be Will Davies. The lights on the scoreboard are really shining brightly now, which will tell you just how poor the light is. Is someone moving? Yeah, someone's moving on the balcony behind the bowler's arm.
A gentleman has stood up, hasn't he? Oh no, he's okay.
In comes Davies round the wicket bowls. Alsop is beaten. That's a good delivery. Tom Alsop has been beaten on a number of occasions outside the off stump. I don't think you can quite believe, Davies, how that's A, missed the stumps, and B, missed the outside edge, taken going down the leg side by Hanscom. And there is no run. Cracking delivery that was. Can't believe he's missed the stumps. Yeah, I can see it is drizzling. The ground staff making just sort of standing in the corner of the ground at the far end. The green groundsman hut at the far end. In comes Davies, bowls, Alsop works this one back to the square on the offside. Rian Ahmed runs back and fields, but before they've gone through for a single, you can see the shadows really taking effect now with the floodlights.
I think the umpires have been noticeably less inclined to take players off, and in seasons past, I don't think we'd be playing at the moment.
I agree, and good on them, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they do sometimes get a bit of a bad rap, don't they? And sometimes when players leave the field, you think, come on, we should be playing. But I think they're giving this every chance, and quite possibly because we missed a day's cricket yesterday, and people have paid to come in and watch the game. The floodlights are on. They're probably just hoping that it's, because there is quite a breeze here. Maybe hoping that these darker clouds will blow away and any associated rain with it. Anyway, we're carrying on for the time being as Davies runs towards us from the Bennett end. He's in on bowls to Pujara, and Pujara is going to get late runs.
I think he just edged it past the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, he did edge it past the keeper. A little outside edge.
Between the keeper and the slip. There is a slip.
Now, had the keeper been standing back, would that be a chance? If he was standing back, will Pujara have played that shot?
Might not have carried had he been standing back.
Very low, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, but it was a...
I'm sure it goes as a chance.
Genuine edge. And Ackerman's standing quite wide there, isn't he? You have a look at the replay.
Yeah.
It would have probably... He might have got a hand under it.
Genuine first slip catch.
It was, yeah. And Ackerman's at second.
In comes Davies bowls and Pujara plays it again. Just a hint of frustration from Pujara, I felt, with that shot. Playing it on the onside. There is no run. 134 for 2. Pujara on to 34. Live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray from our vantage point high up in the pavilion with a great view of the ground. Spectators in the ground are really wrapped up against the elements, which is ludicrous considering we're in May. In comes Davies again, bowls, and Pujara back and hammers that one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And there we are. Just Will Davies looks disappointed with himself. It's just the one poor ball in the over that he's bowled wide outside the off stump, and Pujara eases the ball away through backward point for his second boundary of the over. He goes to 38, and Sussex to 138 for 2.
He doesn't miss out.
No, he doesn't. That's the.
When it comes, the bad ball.
And we're sort of getting towards that statistic time where when Pujara's got to 50, on the 8 occasions he's got to 50 for Sussex.
He goes on, doesn't he?
He's converted, so we'll have to see. He's not got to 50 yet. He needs to get another dozen before that happens. Suggestion of a change in the field, maybe. Chris Wright is wandering towards Davis. The light may not be great, but Pujara is clearly seeing it pretty well at the moment. Davis is in. Bowls, and Pujara again plays this one to backward point. Good tumbling save there by Rian Ahmed, but not before Pujara's gone through for another single. He goes to 39, and the total to 139 for 2. The light not good. In fact, the umpires are just having a little look at each other. So far, they've been very keen to stay out there, which is very commendable. But they're just having a little look at each other. And they've decided we're going to carry on, which is good news. And Chris Wright peels off his sweater. Sussex starting, Richard, to back themselves into a decent position here.
Yep, absolutely. Well, they might say they already are in a decent position. 139 for 2 with Smith et al. To come. Pujara close to the tipping point. Go past 50. Then the 100 is nailed on, it would seem. But he has batted with a certain amount of fortune at times in this innings. Wright is in to him. Bowls. Well, that doesn't need any good fortune because it's a leg stump half volley that's clipped behind square for 4. And just first Davis and now Wright giving Pujara, feeding Pujara's, that must be probably his favourite shot or close to it. So strong off his legs.
I would just say there, Richard, that the fielder down at fine leg, I don't think picked that up. I think when Pujara hit it, he was kind of not quite sure where the ball had gone. This is often a problem when it's dark. It's often more difficult for the fielding side. And I'm not sure the fine leg picked that up at all, which shows how gloomy it is.
You may be right. You may well be right. I don't think he'd have got there, but
no, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. You're quite right.
But yeah, he was. There was an element of where's that gone?
Yeah, absolutely, there was.
Right is in. Bowls. That's a line and length delivery, middle and off, and pushed out into the offside. No, he wraps out to Tom Alsop. He's almost caught Alsop now. Alsop 49 off 116. Pujara 43 off 100. Now, what's he pointing to? His
he wants another bat.
Bat? Has he cracked his bat?
What is it? Is someone not move? Is someone moving behind the bowler's arm?
He's pointing to something. Now, is the umpire going to go on to his walkie-talkie and say, need something moved? No? All that pointing and nothing happens. He looked very...
He did.
Purposeful there, the way he was pointing, as though he'd definitely seen something that needed fixing. In goes Wright and Bowls, very straight again, leaning forward. Pujara pushes the delivery off middle out towards, middle and leg perhaps out towards Lewis Hill at mid-on. Hill immediately throws it to Wright and then wanders across to have a chat to Mulder. Mulder saying, I've bowled my second spell, thanks Skip,
yes.
for now.
Yeah.
Try one of the spinners. Right, casting shadows from the floodlights, runs in and bowls outside off stump, swings away. Pujara lets it swing away.
Yes, I wonder whether we're almost in the territory here, Richard, where Lewis Hill might think to himself, do you know, although we've contained Sussex very well here, Sussex still going along at slightly less than 3 and over. Maybe an over or 2 of spin just to mix things up to see whether that might break this partnership, which is now worth 90.
Right. In bowls, lovely delivery, bounce and a little bit of swing, and it swings past the outside edge of Pujara's bat.
Another day, he might have had 2 or 3 wickets. I think, well, though Leicestershire bowled, these two have battled away here. It's not easy out there, for the batting side. Lights have been on all day. It's very gloomy, and Leicestershire have bowled well. They've pitched the ball up. Pujara's punished the bad ball, but there haven't been that many of those.
Right is in. Bowls, that's down the leg side. That is a bad ball, which he just leans over and tickles down to fine leg for 4. So, first ball of the over was a poor one, and the last ball of the over was a poor one. that's what it was all about then. Pujara was complaining about people moving near the sight screens, so just please stand still if you possibly can. They are fairly wide, the sight screens here at Grace Road, but even so, on either side, Pujara doesn't like people moving, and if the bowling is from your end, stand still.
Yeah. The cameraman who's down on the boundary edge down here at what is third man for Tom Alsop looks absolutely frozen. He's wrapped up in a great big hoodie. Well, it's an anorak with a hood on. Poor chap looks frozen. In comes Will Davis running in from the bend at 10, comes into bowl to left-handed. Alsop, who needs one for a half-century, played into the covers, fielded there by Tom Scriven. And there is no run. Richard has very helpfully drawn up a list of the Leicestershire players with their numbers, which is immensely helpful. So thank you for that. It sounds like I know what I'm talking about, but I've got a crib sheet, so thank you. Light still really not good at all, and no real signs of any break in this cloud, I have to say. Just the one slip. In comes Davis, bowls. Oh, beaten. Is he caught behind? They think they've got a wicket, and umpire says not out. He flicked the pad through to keeper Hanscom. Well, Leicestershire are convinced they'd got their man.
Umpire Adnan immediately pointed to his pad when Will Davis turned back towards him.
He did. I reckon Tom Alsop has been beaten probably half a dozen times outside the off stump. Of course, with the light like this, Richard, I mean, we'll stay on for a little while longer, but of course it does bring into doubt whether we'll get these 104 overs bowled. You did say light might be an issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless this does sort of clear. Now, the ground stuff are still there. They're still down in front of the scoreboard, but the numbers are really shining brightly. Alsop beaten again outside the off stump. In comes Davis. Just the one slip. He's in and bowls, and also covers up, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So Tom Alsop, he made a very good. But where are we? Very good 95 against Yorkshire. There, that was at Hove. Down at Bristol, he made 67.
Looks to have a good temperament, doesn't he?
Yeah,
in
he has.
terms of
Very good. No, extremely good.
unflappability.
So this will be his third half century of the season if he goes through to it. He needs one more to do so. Davis in bowls. Come on, Will is the cry as Alsop plays carefully to mid-on. There is no run. Now Colin Ackerman is warming up at first. Now whether he's just doing that to keep warm, I don't know. Or whether maybe there is a change being considered, because we are now in the 51st over. Now the new ball is a long way away. But already, I think from a captain's point of view, probably think about now, how am I going to juggle my bowlers around, just to make sure that if when we get there, we haven't got exhausted seamers, because provided the weather holds, they'll have the opportunity to bowl with the new ball. In comes Davis, bowls, all sort of forward defensively, plays the ball back down the track. There is no run. All sort of wanders away to square leg. I'll leave you with Richard because we've got an update coming up.
Just the one ball left in Davis over. It's been a good over. None for 40 though for Will Davis from 9.5 overs. Turns. And turns again. So we'll do the update in. Yeah, no breakthrough since lunch, I'm afraid. So although they've bowled reasonably accurately and kept the Sussex batsmen under some sort of control, they do need wickets. 147 for 2 now, Sussex. Cheteshwar Pujara is 47 not out. Each time he's passed 50 for Sussex, he's gone on to make 100, and that's 8 times. So Leicestershire know that their fate, if they can't get him out quickly, that he will more certainly go on to get 100. Tom Alsop has 49. They've put together a partnership that is worth 94 now for the third wicket. Sussex, as I say, 147 for 2. And that one just pushed into the leg side by Alsop. The final ball of Davis's over when it finally came. 51 overs. We're still not at the halfway point of the day. It's going to be a long old day.
No, we're not. And it's, what's the time? Just turned
after
through.
3.
Yeah. In comes Chris Wright running in from the pavilion and bowls to Pujara. Lets it go outside the off stump. There is no run. Peter's got a question actually. And he says, we were talking about the ball gathering pace off the pitch. It's often said, but such a strange phrase is certainly not physically possible. So what does it mean? Thanks for the commentary. All the best, says Peter from Barcombe in East Sussex.
It's sort of skid, I suppose, Peter. Maybe, I don't know, would that be a better word? Sometimes it
yes,
can sort of skid a bit. And it looks to be quicker after it's bounced than through the air beforehand. As you say, physics probably suggests that that isn't a possibility, but just sometimes it looks to skid and the wicketkeeper takes it, you know, jumping or actually moving backwards slightly. So I don't know. I'm not a physicist, but whether it
I think
could
skidding
get
is
quicker.
I think that's a very good explanation. In comes Wright, running in on balls. And Pujara is in the pad. Wright is imploring
He was outside the line.
the umpire to give that out LBW. Let's wait for the decision. I wonder if we've got a nick on that. No, it's given us a leg by, but Chris Wright is absolutely convinced he's got his man. He's fuming.
He's miles outside the line. He actually took another step just to make sure that he was having. You know, I suppose Wright will be saying we didn't play a shot at that, but his bat was tucked behind his pad. But he actually hit him well outside the line. Here's the replay. Oh, are we going to get a replay? Possibly not.
Well, he really thought he'd got his man. He's coming around the wicket now, is Chris Wright. He's snatching the ball. He honestly thought he'd got Pujara. 148 for 2. So Tom Alsop still needing one for this half century. He's faced 122 balls as Wright is in and bowls, and also covers up plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Peter's Twitter explanation of himself is interesting. He says a trombone, ska, funk, big band. So presumably you're a musician, Peter, or maybe that's the sort of instruments you like. I don't know. Also makes other comments about Parliament, but we won't discuss those. We'll concentrate on the cricket. As Wright turns, having thought he'd got Pujara LBW in this over. Runs away from us, bowls, covering up again. Is Alsop, who's being very patient here, one short of his half century. 148 for 2. We're in the 52nd over of the day. So Sussex almost up to 3 and over, but in difficult conditions. Blustery, cold, lights on, gloomy. And against, I have to say, I've been impressed by the Leicestershire bowling. I think they've been really disciplined here today. Right, in and bowls. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. He's in his 15th over here, Chris Wright. 4 overs, no wicket for 39. Steve Smith's been sitting with the pads on for a fair while. Well, these two have composed this partnership of 95.
Pujara's strike rate has increased. You know, it's
yeah,
up,
it is.
You know, something around about 45 now, something like that.
Yeah, in fact, he's got a better strike rate now than Alsop. In comes Wright, bowls, Alsop drives, and there we are. That's half century for Tom Alsop, and he picks it up with the boundary. Slightly overpitched by Chris Wright, and Tom Alsop very quickly onto that, drilled the ball away through the covers, and Tom Alsop goes through to his 3rd half century of the season. He raises his bat to the Sussex dressing room down below us, and that's a fine knock by Tom Alsop. 53 in 126 balls. And he's
8 fours.
Thank you, Richard. And he's taken Sussex to 152 for 2. And a good knock. He's not without his difficulties. He's been beaten on a number of occasions outside of the off stump. But he's pretty unflappable, is Tom Alsop. Gets his head down. And indeed, I think we're going to get a bit of spin for the first time today.
Yeah, and it's finger spin, not leg spin. As you probably heard. Colin Ackerman is going to have a little trundle from the Bennett end. 99. The partnership for the 3rd wicket is now worth. And Ackers, he gives it a bit of a rip, but be amazed if this turn on what is still very much a first day pitch. And Pujara might just pick him off, to be honest. Ackerman is in and bowls. Pujara is forward and off stump, pushing the ball back up to the South Africa-born international, Netherlands international, that is. Steps in and bowls. Pujara is forward, beating the flight a little bit there.
I thought for a moment that was going through and he was going to get stumped. He played it quite late again, didn't he?
Covered up in the end,
Yeah,
made sure he got something behind it, but yeah, he was advancing down the pitch and Ackerman saw him coming all right. He is in again. Again, he's advancing down, then kicking the ball away, and he's cross with himself, Pujara. It was miles outside off stump, you know, and obviously wasn't going to turn and hit the stump, so no appeal. But he had to kick it away. Didn't look very pretty.
No.
Ackerman is in, bowls a straighter delivery, and just forward goes Pujara. Scriven's going to come on as well, so it looks like there's going to be a double change. He's got Rehan Ahmed at a shortish mid-wicket. As down the wicket again goes Pujara. Again, he defends, having gotten to the pitch of the ball. He says, that sounded a bit American, didn't it? Gotten. Ackerman is in. Pujara is using his feet again and blocking it up to Ahmed. And there's no run, so a very interesting maiden from Colin Ackerman to start with there. One delivery certainly beat Pujara in the flight, and he had to kick away another, so Ackerman will feel, to a certain extent, that he had the upper hand in that over.
Oh, I would agree. I would agree. I've got some refreshments being brought out now. I think it was Saul Bollinger had gone off the field, so...
I was just thinking about the Friends of Grace Road and what cakes might be heading our way, if any. I don't know if they're listening.
The light's improved, I would say. Marginally.
Still poor, isn't it?
It's still poor.
It probably isn't quite as bad, but you can still see all sort of 6 shadows from the players.
Yes. No, you can, absolutely.
The floodlights here are very good. Put in during Wasim Khan's time as chief executive. Very tall. They'll shine brightly on Tom Jones next month.
Oh, is that when he's here? Right, okay. And they have that on the pitch, obviously. Where do they have the stage, Richard, at this end, or? Don't know.
I think it's over sort of that side. Right. You know, he says on the radio, the Bennett end, but at sort of mid-wicket.
Right. Okay.
So to speak, the car park end. I think, sort of, so...
Well, they're big earners for clubs. I mean, they are essential. Ooh. I mean, Sussex have got the Who playing at Hove in June, I believe it is. And comes Tom Scriven running in the first time he's bowled from this end, the pavilion here, bowled to Walsall. Good delivery. Nice. Pitching round about middle off, bit of shape into the left-hander.
That's the right place for the Who, isn't it? Brighton,
right.
Hove.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've no idea about tickets, but I imagine they've sold really well.
Well, they're playing at Derby as well, where we were last week, and I know that Fletcher's managed to, Dave Fletcher, our BBC Radio Derby commentator, has managed to get a ticket, but I looked at the ticket prices, and I think the cheapest in Derby was 115.
Ooh, that's expensive, yeah.
Something like that. But they're touring with a whole orchestra, an entire orchestra, apparently.
Scriven in bowls. Oh, it beats Allsop, all ends up. I think probably Tom Scriven can't quite understand how that isn't hit the stumps. That is an absolute peach of a delivery. And Tom Allsop's quite fortunate to still be there, to be honest.
Just missed everything.
Yeah, another coat of varnish. That was so close.
Just missed the outside edge, just missed the off stump.
Yeah, it's that sort of time now, isn't it, where the concert season gets... that should be a bit warmer, to be honest. For all the outdoor concerts, in comes Scriven. Runs away from us, in and bowls, and also covers up, plays down the track. There is no run.
We were mod.
Was I a mod? No, not really. No. But certainly it was the place,
really.
Wasn't the mods at
Too young?
Yeah, a bit too young. Yeah, mods and the Rockers.
Mods and Rockers, that's, yeah. Brighton.
Yeah,
Seafront.
Yeah, absolutely. In the 60s. That was the film Quadrophenia, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure it would be packed out at Hove. And I forget the other... I think it's Tears for Fears, but I might be wrong. comes Scriven in and bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Hanscom. There is no run. I'm actually going to Glastonbury in 40 days' time. That's
Is that a first or?
No, it's the second time I've
Okay.
been. I just got. I mean, we always have all the devices ready to try and get tickets, and I thought we'd missed out. But yeah, so looking forward to that. I saw a tweet today that said 40 days to go. So yeah, get the tent out. Hope it doesn't tip it down with rain.
I hope it's warmer than it is
Oh,
here.
so do I. In comes Scriven, bowls, and also drives with a very straight bat to mid-off. Footed by Hill, there is no run. It's got gloomier again. The light is just drifting in and out, and it was noticeably improved. Now it's noticeably got darker again. It's just going to be one of those days. I think we're just lucky for every bit of cricket we're getting here, to be honest. And one more run needed till the 100 partnership as well between these two, I've just noticed. Pujara needing 3 for his half century. Tom Alsop already there. 53 off 131 deliveries. Tom Scriven running away from us, in and bowls, and Alsop plays to backward point, fielded by Ahmed, and there is no run. It's the end of another over. Tom Scriven, tidy figures. He has bowled 7 overs for 14, including, is that going to click over in a moment, 3 maidens? Hasn't clicked over yet. What we do know is for certain it's 152 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, delighted to bring you coverage. We're in the warm of the commentary box. The lads outside with the cameras look absolutely frozen. I think they've just brought him some cake, actually.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It could be for us. I'm looking sort of hopefully in Josh Carpenter's direction, but I don't like the way his thumb's on the cake. So
no.
Probably his. In goes Ackerman and bowls down the wicket goes Pujara and whacks it over mid wicket, over the boundary. It goes now, just bounced just before in front of the hospitality marquee, and that is his 50, and that is very bad news for Leicestershire. Well batted again, Cheteshwar Pujara for Sussex. He's gone to his 50 off 113 deliveries, and it includes 11 4s. Goodness me. So if he hasn't been hitting a 4, if he hasn't been hitting it to the boundary, it's been pretty much a dot ball.
Yeah, that is bad news for Leicestershire. No, they've got to break this record at some stage, though, so you never know. Ackerman
is in. Pujara goes back and chops him off the stumps out to the extra cover boundary for 4 more. So he's decided that Ackerman is not going to be permitted to bowl at him in the way he did in his first over, which was a maiden, and he's hit the first 2 balls of his second to the boundary in very different ways. And of course he has also brought up the 100 partnership in so doing. Ackerman polishes the ball on his trousers. No changes to the field as yet. Goes in and bowls down the wicket again. Goes Pujara, hits it in the air, but very, very hard between the conventional mid-wicket and the short mid-wicket to the boundary for 4 more. So Pujara explodes into action. He moves to 59 off 115 balls and 3 consecutive boundaries to the Sussex skipper.
And this is just so reminiscent of his last 2 innings, where he's soaked up all the pressure, then all of a sudden decides now's the time that he's going to put his foot to the floor and step through the gears.
And his strike rate has shot up to 50 as a consequence. Still no changes to the field. Ackerman's having to do it himself. He tells Josh Hull, who is at deep mid wicket, to go wider, wider, wider. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Yeah, that'll do. Steps in and bowls. Pujara is whipping him away, more or less where Hull has just been, actually. Hull is having to sprint back in the other direction. Puts in the slide, makes the stop. Should be another one for the throw. Alsop waits, sees that Hull is quite a long way from the bat down there and takes on the throw and beats it. So 3 on that occasion to Pujara. 15 to him off the over. He has raced, therefore, on to 62. Sussex on to 167 for 2. Now, Ackerman may be pleased to have the left-hander to bowl at. Turn it away from him.
Yeah.
Well, I say turn it. There isn't any real turn for him, but In he goes, bowls, and forward goes Allsop. Indeed, there is no turn, having been overtaken by Pujara. Ackerman is in. Down the wicket goes Allsop. Ackerman drags his length back and he works it into the leg side, but only as far as Hill. End of the over. So 15 from it. Just confirmation of Pujara's figures, 113 balls, 11 fours. Partnership now worth 114. Sussex beginning to accelerate impressively and now very much on top.
Yes, and I guess with the bowling points, batting bonus points changing for this year, you start to qualify at 250. You need to get to 450 to get your maximum. If Sussex are going to get anywhere near maximum batting points, they're going to have to keep this pace up.
Well, they're at the halfway stage now in terms of overs.
Yeah, I can barely read that actually.
55 overs.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's going to be Tom Scrivey. I had a nice email in from Martin Wright, which I'll read in a moment. Martin, thanks for getting in touch. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. You could tweet us as well. Fox's Cricket without the ET. Fox's Crick 2023 2023. In comes Scriven over the wicket. Bowls. Pujara forward defensively placed a mid-wicket. No run. He says, thanks for the mention about an hour ago. I was with David Sharp yesterday. No play, but chatted, caught up. Managed to get photos with Steve Smith, Paul Nixon and Cheteshwar Pujara. Just back from Malaysia and Singapore with my son Oliver. With the 7-hour time difference we followed in the evening while planning next year's holiday. I do enjoy the live stream and commentary. Sadly, not enough championship cricket. I live in Bedfordshire, so getting to Hove these days not as frequent as when I lived in Horsted Keynes. It's just outside of Haywards Heath, I think, Horsted Keynes, yeah, not that far from Plumpton, I think. In comes Scriven wide of the off stump. Pujara has nothing to do with it, and there is no run.
You have to pop up to Grace Road instead. It's not too far from Bedford.
I'm just getting cricket back to local village Shillington. More managing than playing these days. Lots I could say about the 100, hopefully on the way out, and my regret that the Ashes tour is far too short. I no longer starts at Arundel. All for all summer 6 tests. Keep up the interesting commentary, says Martin. Thank you, Martin. Martin Wright, very kind of you to write.
Against Lavinia, Duchess of Norfolk's 11.
Comes Scriven, bowls, and Pujara's beaten. That's a really good delivery. You know, it's not when Pujara is starting to move through the gears. He's on 63. That's a really good bit of bowling. He dragged Pujara forward, and well, he could so easily have got a little nibble on that through to the keeper, but he didn't. Good piece of bowling though. 167 for 2.
Yeah, they haven't had much luck, have they?
No, they've beaten the outside edge a lot. Yeah, you're quite right. They have beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions. Scriven is on his way again. Bowls, and Pujara clips this onto the onside. There's a comfortable single as the fielder comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's Solbull and Budinger out there. One more to Pujara. He goes to 64. Sussex to 169 for 2. I've got an email in from Jake. Oh, it's a long email, so I'll read that in sections, Jake, as we perhaps go through. What he does say, though, is I'd just like to reiterate what others have said about the coverage today. For a free service, it's top draw. So well done, everybody at Leicestershire, for the camera coverage. And the guys look frozen, so they deserve a cup of tea, as a minimum, I think. In comes Scriven. Bowls to Allsop will help that. I'm not sure if that came off the back. They're going to come out for a second. That's good running, actually. Ahmed had a long way to go. He got the throw in. It hit the stumps. But also was back. They may be leg bys. Let me just wait for the umpire's signal, just making sure the ball's gone dead, which indeed it has. And they are 2 leg bys, and Sussex go to 170 for 2. Jake says, I wouldn't normally have the time to watch your email in. However, I found myself laid up in a Bournemouth hospital with gastroenteritis. So watching this is a perfect way to kill time for me.
I hope you haven't been swimming in the sea.
In fact, I sent you through an email.
You
did. See that?
It was very worrying, yes.
I know you're doing a triathlon in Sussex in the not too distant future. In comes Scriven and bowls, and also works this to backward point, fielded, and there is no run. End of the over. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is. 170 for 2. Allsop 53. Pujara 63. I grew up playing at Hampshire and made my way through the age groups and academy and into the second team, often playing with Tom Alsop's older brother Owen in teams including the likes of Vince, Dawson, Briggs and many more. Wow, that's good.
High standard.
At one net session towards the end of my time at Hampshire, they struck Tom in to face me. I was bowling well and thinking I'd snick this young 15, 16-year-old lad off pretty early on. I charged him continuously and he continually beat me around the park. I could tell very early on he was going to be a very good player. And here I am watching him in the very same as Pujara and Smith. Fair play to him. I'll read a bit more of that in a minute because it's an interesting email, and I'm sorry to hear you're laid up in hospital, Jake. Yeah, swimming in the sea, you have to be a bit careful these days, Richard.
I'm afraid so, yes. I'm not particularly looking forward to it. In goes Ackerman, bowls to Pujara, who is forward, respectfully pushing the ball back up the pitch to Colin Ackerman. Yeah, one would hope that there won't be a discharge around that time, but goodness me. Ackerman is in. Quicker, flatter delivery that is punished because Pujara goes back and cracks it away through extra cover for 4. He does play that shot very well. It is the short boundary on that side of the ground, the meat side of the ground. But it isn't. There's no turn there for Ackerman, whose hands are plunged gloomily into his pockets, not because of his gloom, because he's trying to keep them warm, of course, but it does give the impression of being a bit fed up with life. Understandably, perhaps, when Pujara is playing shots like that. Ackerman in 2, gives a bit more air this time. Pujara leans forward, back up the pitch it goes to Colin Ackerman. He has accelerated markedly since Ackerman came on. He's in, and he's going to get 4 more there as well, because when Ackerman pushes it through like that, he tends to drag it down a little bit. Yeah. And back went Pujara, and although it was straightish, he has no problems at all because the ball isn't turning and can back foot punch it away, this time wide of extra cover, between extra cover and mid-off to the boundary for 4 underneath the brightly lit floodlights over there. They are very bright with the dark cloud behind them. Ackerman is in. Pujara goes back and again chops through the offside. This time the sweeper, who is fairly square on the offside, Budinger, who hurts his elbow when he threw then. You just wonder whether he should be on the boundary or a little bit closer to the wicket. Gets his throw away. Pujara picks up 1. He's into the 70s now, onto 72. Tom Alsop has barely moved in that time. He was ahead of him. He was on 47 when Pujara was on 42. Round the wicket goes Ackerman. There's that flat, quick delivery that he drags down, and it's pulled to the mid-wicket boundary in the case of the left-hander for 4. So Ackerman, each time he bowled his quicker, flatter delivery, he dropped it short, and each time it was put away to the boundary. Twice by Pujara, once now by Alsop, and I think that'll be it for Ackerman.
Yeah,
3 overs for 28, and the first one was a maiden.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, I think that'll be the end. Just finishing off your email here, Jake. He says, when Hampshire finally realised I wasn't quite good enough to make it pro, I went back to play for my home club Bashley in the Southern Premier League and soon found myself opening the bowling with young Brad Curry. Later opening the bowling together for Dorset as well. Although he'd hate to admit I was a couple of yards quicker than him, but he could stick it on a 50p piece every single ball of every single game. I'm very proud of him sticking at what he was good at. As I hung up my boots, I can sit here and watch him grace the field with Smith and Pujara. Here comes Tom Scriven to bowl to Pujara, and Pujara is clipping this one down to finally picks up a single, his 73rd run, 184 for 2. Sussex, fair play to 2 very young cricketers who I feel may be years ahead of them in the professional game. Well, thank you, Jake, for getting in touch today. Hope you feel better soon. Bashley, I think Bashley is in the New Forest, and I seem to remember, I may be wrong, Jake, you might need to correct me, but I've commentated on a football match at Bashley. I seem to remember a game donkeys years ago in, I don't know, the FA Vase or the FA Trophy, I don't know. Rings a bell anyway. Bashley. In comes Scriven, running in and bowls, and Alsop is forward, plays into the onside. There is no run.
Once got lost in the New Forest, went for a run from my hotel. I did, and I was starting to anticipate covering myself in leaves and things like that for the night, you know.
I'd better go because I've got an update to do.
184. So the partnership 131. Seems a long time ago when Ali Orr was leg before wicket to Vian Mulder. 53 for 2 at that stage, Sussex. Scriven is in, stepping across his stump slightly is Allsop, slightly short of a length delivery. He tries to drive it away through the offside. Thick bottom edge bounces down towards Budinger in the covers, and there's no run. Come on lads, keep going boys. Sounded like Rishi Patel, who's at point at the moment. Scriven is going to have a go around the wicket to Allsop. He is in, bowled, slightly short of a length, played out to Hill. If Hill hits the stumps it could be close, but Hill, although he got to the ball quickly, made something of a meal of picking it up and flicking it at the stumps and missed them by an awful long way. Sort of did it as he dived forward and all got a bit uncoordinated. Looks ruefully at his right hand. Vian Mulder starting to warm up again at long leg. Scriven is in, drops short, cut by Pujara off the back foot obviously to the boundary for 4. He does not miss out if it's a bad ball, and having taken as long as he did to get to his 50, 126 balls. I beg your pardon, 113 balls, it was 126 for Allsop. He's now faced 14 more balls in going to 77. So his next 27 or 25 runs have come off 14 balls. So they sort of kept him under some sort of control in going to that half century, Leicestershire. Not since then. Scriven is in, bowls to him, he's advancing down the crease, an appeal for a catch behind. He's gone! He's gone. Pujara hasn't gone on to his 50. It was a lot of pad involved. He thought about it for a long time, James Middlebrook, but it must have been a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad, or perhaps it's just the genuine edge from the outswinger. Looking at the replay, it managed to get through, however, took the edge one way or another, and he has gone. Cheteshwar Pujara is caught behind for 77. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Got something to tell them. Well, Cheteshwar Pujara, for the first time, I think, for Sussex, hasn't gone past 50 and gone on to make 100. He's gone for 77, caught behind off the bowling of young Tom Scriven, and that is pretty much deserved for Leicestershire. They have to work so hard post-lunch to take the wicket. But Pujara goes for 77 after a partnership of 136 with Tom Allsop. Allsop is still there. He's 58 not out. Walking to the wicket now, Steve Smith, the great Australian batsman, former Australia captain, and that must be pretty daunting as far as the Leicestershire bowlers are concerned. They'd love to get him early, and all the photographers have perked up. 189 for 3. What a wicket for Tom Scriven. That's the biggest of his first-class career, and for the first time he goes past 50 for Sussex, but isn't able to go on to make 3 figures. But what a partnership it was between Cheteshwar Pujara and Tom Allsop, taking the score from 53 for 2 to 189. And he's set his side up, Pujara, really, and if Smith can continue where his captain left off. I was just saying, Adrian, having taken 113 balls to go to 50, Pujara then took just another 14 to go on to 77. So he then went from another 25, added 25 runs in just 14 balls, and had really exploded.
Is this Vian?
It's Mulder.
Mulder back into the attack, bowls to Allsop. He's forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I was just doing my update to the listeners in Sussex, and I was about to say to the presenter, well, every time that Pujara da-di-da, and with that he was out LBW, so we didn't talk him out, but not far off. I blame the presenter for coming to us and we were discussing it. But well, he looked disappointed, Pujara, but you're always disappointed when you're giving out LBW. Moulder in bowls to Allsop down the leg side. Good take by Hans.
Caught behind.
He was caught behind. I thought it was LBW. That shows how closely I was watching.
Nearly had a heart attack there.
Right, well, that's my fault. I thought it was LBW. Well, I was literally doing the update, and I saw the umpire's finger go, and I thought, well, that LBW. So, thank you. Well, there we are. It shows how closely I was watching. Thank you.
Oh my goodness! Immediately. Oh, I thought I'd call that wrong, but now looking at the scoreboard, he has caught Handescombe bowled Scriven.
It is. He's well Scriven.
He has.
In comes Moulder bowls to Allsop, who's solidly forward, plays back down the track, and there is no. He looked okay. So that was a slightly different slant on it. He was clearly disappointed, wasn't he? You could tell as he wandered off, but maybe that was just the disappointment of one of the top players in the world getting out. But another top player has now wandered out. It's Steve Smith.
Steve Roberts on Twitter. If there was ever a time for a bang bang, this is it.
Yeah, well, that's very true, Steve. That is very true. In comes Moulder bowls and also plays up to mid wicket. There is no run. Jake's been back in touch and he says, "Thanks for reading it out. That was the email about him being in hospital with gastroenteritis. I've just been told I'm getting out tomorrow.
Hurrah.
So hopefully Leicester give. I get to watch Brad bowl today." But yes, you're right, Bashley is in the New Forest and the grounds are opposite sides of the road to each other. So there is a football ground in Bashley. Thank you very much for letting us know that, Jake. In comes VM Moulder around the wicket, bowls to Tom Allsop, who drives elegantly into the offside but doesn't get a run. He remains on 58. Steve Smith yet to face a ball, although he's now standing at the non-striker's end, sort of getting ready to face that first ball, which will come in the next over, probably. We had 5 balls in this over? Yes, we have.
Just for a few minutes at least, Leicestershire leapfrog Sussex into second in the second division.
Yeah, they picked up a bowling bonus point of Leicestershire. Moulder's been very tidy in and bowls to Allsop. Allsop defends down the offside. And there is no run. Sean Hunter's running out on 12th man duty, presumably to bring something out to Tom Allsop. I can't believe he's bringing something out for Steve Smith. He's only just got, yes, a change of gloves, I think, or maybe a drink. No, change of gloves.
Tea at 4 o'clock, set in stone because of these extra overs that we are playing. If tea was with 32 overs to go, it would be a long way away. But tea will be taken in 25 minutes time. Can't read my own watch.
So the partnership between Allsop and Pujara was 136, is that right?
Yes. 189 minus 53.
Yeah. A very fine putt. But it looked almost inevitable. It's so surprised. When Pujara was really stepping up through the gears. But Scriven's bowled very well. I have to say, Rich, I've said it before today, I think Leicester have bowled very well. In fact, the worst they bowled was with the new ball in the opening hour, when Clark and all looked relatively comfortable. But since then, they've really bowled very well.
Scriven, can he pick up another important wicket? Comes in and bowls to Steve Smith, and Smith steps across in that Smith way and plays it very firmly out to square leg. But as you say, when you're bowling at Smith, you probably always think you've got a chance because of the exaggerated movement. And well, it's not textbook, but it usually hits the middle of the bat. Whacks the bat into the ground. Waits, bobbing at the knees once, twice. As Scriven is in, bowls to him. He leaves him. He hits him on the back pad. It's too high for me. He led it, and it was probably straight, but it hit him above the knee roll, and I think that was a fraction too high. But oh my goodness me, Scriven can't believe that wasn't given. Smith was playing with fire there.
He was. I mean, that's a dangerous game, isn't it?
It was straight, It was just too high. But my immediate reaction was, that's just too high. Here's comes the replay again. Let's have a look. Possibly just outside the line as well, actually. Just outside the line, because it hit him on the right pad as he faced square on. But goodness me, that was a close one. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, and he's going to get off the mark. Just deflects a slightly wide one down through the gully to third man for a single. He merely looked up, could easily have seen the finger raise there. Just his second innings for Sussex. He made 30. That was at Worcester, presumably.
Yeah, it was last week. Yeah, he only batted once. Not that he's fluent best. I mean, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, I don't think, as Steve Smith, and he'll be very keen to spend some time in the middle.
Nearly was bang bang, Steve. Nearly was.
Yeah.
Scriven into the left-handed Allsop, who drives very pleasantly the half volley out to the extra cover boundary. Hill is in pursuit and drags it back. Good effort by the captain, who then slips as he picks himself up on the wrong side of the boundary. And for a moment, it's one of those sort of cartoon things when your feet are sort of moving and you're not going anywhere. But he got to the ball after his feet slipped a couple of times and got his throw away. 3 to Allsop, moves on to 61. Brings Smith back down on strike.
That was very good. That was an excellent piece of fielding.
He'll be desperately keen to score runs because he's possible he'll only bat once in this match with the weather that's been around, and you know, I'm sure he's getting well paid by Sussex for his 3 appearances. In goes Scriven and bowls to him on off stumpy. Minimal foot movement, but drops it out into the offside. Walks after it. Walks back into his ground. Big orange sort of Velcro strips on the back of his pads that he uses for fastening them, but that constant fidgeting movement must drive you mad, actually.
No, I agree.
As a bowler.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fidget.
Yeah, you probably think you got a chance every time.
Mm.
The light's marginally better, actually, Richard.
Scriven is in. Smith leaves the outswinger outside off stump.
Good over.
Orion on the stream. That was out. I don't know who he supports.
Well,
but I don't think it was. I don't think it was quite right.
But you've seen those given, you know.
Oh yes.
I mean, it was certainly close, and it wouldn't have been a huge surprise, would it? I mean, we've got the benefit of hindsight. The umpire gets one look at it.
Robert Coe. How was that not out?
Well, he gave, you know, and
he sent me a replay. Let's have another look. You know what my initial reaction was?
Yeah, your initial reaction was you thought it was a little too high, but in comes Mulder Vowles to also play to mid-wicket. There is no run fielded there by Will Davis. But I think for a moment, you know, Steve Smith's heart would have been in his mouth, because it was a very good shout.
It was. He'd stepped a long way across there, Robert, as well. I think it was just outside.
Mulder in again. Bowles also works it off the hip down to final. It's fielded by Rishi Patel. Gets in the also goes to 63. 195 for 3. The light is considerably better, actually, than it was even 20 minutes ago. And the skies are a little brighter to the back of us. The weather seems to be sort of coming over the city of Leicester from the north. And every now and again you get these lighter patches of cloud, but it's certainly brighter in that direction. Looking at the back of the box, yes, it is a bit brighter over the city. So,
yeah, no, it's better than it's been in the last half hour, that's for sure.
I would agree. Smith waits. Mulder in again. Bowles. Oh, Smith plays edgily. He's going to pick up a single backward of point. Third man, Rishi Patel comes in and fields. One more to Smith. He goes to 2. 195 for 3.
I have to say, those watching on the stream feel pretty unanimous in their opinion
that he was out.
I get that. Obviously, I know that, you know, if you're not playing a shot, you can be out if it hits you outside the line. My point about it hitting him outside the line was I didn't think it was actually quite going to go on and hit the stumps, but I could be wrong.
Mulder in again. Bowles. Also lets that go. Taken by Hanscom. There is no run. But it was a. It's always a dangerous game when you're not playing a shot, isn't it? And while Steve Smith, perhaps fortune was on his side. He's on 2, also up on 62. Stretches for Pujara, the last man out for 77. Partnership of 136 with Tom Allsop, who waits now. Bowles and Allsop clips this nicely off his hip, past square leg, and picks up a single to the deep mid-wicket boundary. one more to Allsop. He goes to 63. The total advances by 1 to 196 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray on commentary duties for you during this match. Always very well looked after at Grace Road. It's always a pleasure to come here. Wonderful viewing position.
Oh, now this is interesting. Rehan Ahmed starting just to warm up and blow on his hands a little bit.
Yeah, Mulder, who's bowled very well, comes in and bowls and let go by Smith, taken by Hanscom. There is no run. Good spell of bowling. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 25 for Via Mulder, who's bowled very nicely. Got his county cap yesterday, and he's showing why there's been a very fine spell.
That is the picture that the photographers want, don't they? Ahmed bowling to Smith.
Yes, they do. You're quite
Is
right.
A preview, potentially, of what might just happen later on this summer.
Indeed. But
Ben Ackland agrees with me. No way that was hitting the stumps. He was just too far over. But others disagree. I think he was too far over as well. Scriven, hugely encouraged, comes into bowl at Tom Allsop around the wicket. Allsop is forward, and it was a good delivery because it swung back in. He just got his bat down in front of his pad, because that would have been another loud shout for leg before had he not done so. Smith rehearses his stance at the pavilion end. Bright orange flash on the top of his bat, the sponsor's logo. In goes Scriven, bowls down the leg side into the pad of Tom Allsop, bounces out towards backwards square leg. Smith turns, thinking there might be a second, there isn't. Allsop sends him back. So I presume that was signalled leg by. Yes, it is. Allsop remains 63. Smith 2. Has he had a life? Well, yes. Hamill points out that Labuschagne also survived a huge and absolutely plumb leg before shout against Leicestershire. So maybe the umpires want to see these Aussie stars bat. But I don't think either was. Labuschagne's was very close. In goes Scriven. Bowls to Smith, who leaves outside off stump, the little outswinger. Scriven's enjoying this. The battle, which is a good sign going forward.
I agree. Well, as a bowler, you're bowling against these two thinking, yeah, I'm going to get you out. And what an incentive. What a scalp.
He's got one great scalp in Pujara, and he thought he had a second there. He was convinced, and will always be convinced, I'm sure, when I ask him. He's in and bowls and completely squares up Smith there, and somehow comes off a thick outside edge and runs out to point. Struggling to deal with the swing here, Steve Smith. But that is that's why he's here. That's why he's here in a way. I mean, with respect to Sussex, he wants to get himself accustomed to English conditions. And what could be more English than 10, 12 degrees, cold, swinging, not express pace, but swinging. Scriven is in and bowls, and Smith again on the back foot defends, this time solidly enough. It runs out towards Rishi Patel at mid-wicket.
Was it in the same over that he had? No, it was the next over, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it was, yeah. If they can nibble Smith out and maybe one more, they'll feel they're still in this. Leicestershire 197 for 3 is a good score though. In goes Scriven, bowls. Smith is pushing forward, sees that right has to move to his left at mid-off to field and calls. Allsop through for pretty comfortable single. Tea we said was at 4, so yes. 13 minutes away. So Lewis Hill is talking to Tom Scriven. I think he'll want to give Ahmed the over before tea, just to see if Smith, I suspect, won't have a rush of blood. Pictures of him will be looking at him in his martlet's Sussex cricket sweater.
I don't think Smith had scored when that happened, had it? Was he? I think he'd scored.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just his second or third ball.
Here comes Viermold up from the Bennett end, racing in towards us, comes in and bowls to Smith, and Smith seems to have time to play that on the onside. There is no run. The light is considerably better. It's not a lovely sunny day by any manner of means, but in terms of the gloom that we've had here today, the light is a lot better than it's been for much of the day. Still lots of heavy cloud drifting across, and it could turn again, but it's I don't think we're in any imminent danger of bad light interfering with play at this particular juncture. As in comes Mulder bowls and Smith covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Smith on 3, Allsop 63, 198 for 3. We are in the, your eyesight's better than mine, Richard,
63rd.
Okay, so 17 overs after this until a new ball would be available. You get 110 overs in which to get as many runs as you can to qualify for maximum batting bonus points. Sussex haven't got any so far, but in a good position as in comes Mulder bowls to Smith. Smith, that looks very out, and he is out. He's on his way, and Viermold picks up the wicket. Steve Smith looks disappointed, but it did look out the moment it hit him on the pad, and Steve Smith, who survived an LBW decision before he scored, is on his way for just 3. That's good bowling by Viermold, who's picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings. Smith is gone, and Sussex 198 for 4.
Yeah, that didn't look to be very much doubt about that one. He did try to shuffle his feet out of the way after it had hit him on the pad, but let's have a good look at the replay. Yeah.
That's pretty out.
Yeah. I don't think, having survived that first appeal, I don't think he can have too many complaints about that one. Steve Smith.
Gone for 3.
He's gone.
That's a big breakthrough for Leicestershire, who, I'll say it again, have bowled really, really well here today.
And Viermold has 3 for 25 from his 14 and a half overs. The photographers with they've got their snap. Poor Smith poor bloke heading back to the pavilion.
Yeah.
They've got him pinned leg before, and they go off to file their photos to the various national newspapers.
Well, he's come over here with a maximum of 6 innings, Steve Smith. He only batted once at Worcester because of the weather, where he made 30. He's only made 3 here, so not the amount of time in the middle that Steve Smith would have wanted. I'm very sure about that.
Not yet. It may be that who's the next opponent for Sussex?
Well, interesting. Next week is Glamorgan, so it'll be Labuschagne, Smith, Michael Nisa, who's having a very good season for Glamorgan, and we presume Ollie Robinson.
Well, it could be that the Glamorgan bowlers will pay the price. It could also be that Leicestershire bowlers in their second innings will be made to suffer. James Coles walks to the crease.
Yes, who's forced his way into this Sussex side, played very well some early season cricket for the Twos, made a very good 74 down at Bristol a couple of weeks ago. Bowls left arm spin, he'll be the spin option, but he's facing Viermold. He's got his tail up, he's in and bowls, and Mulder lets that one, Mulder doesn't let it go through, Coles lets it go through. To keep Hanscom, there is no run.
Tall. He bats right-handed, bowls left-handed.
He does, yeah.
Tall young man.
Yeah, he's filled out, James Coles. The first time we saw him was when he was a 16-year-old making his debut for Sussex, the second youngest player in the club's history to make a debut. And he's waiting now as in comes Mulder over the wicket, bowls and flicked away by Coles down to fine leg. He's on his way. Sussex to 199 for 4.
Born in Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Went to Magdalen College School in Oxford. First cricket club, Aston Rowant, CC Chinner, Oxfordshire.
Yeah, he's a fine young player. He's a non-striker's end. Tom Allsop waits. In comes Mulder bowls. Let go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom. So good over by Viermold, in which he accounted for Steve Smith. LBW for just 3. Sussex 199 for 4. Allsop on 63. Coles on 1.
Enjoys fishing. His perfect breakfast: chorizo, eggs, and a black pudding on the side. And actually, he's a diabetic. He has type 1 diabetes.
Interesting. That's a very good book. Then I ought to get that.
Yeah, yeah, it is. But you know, you just kind of have your fingers crossed slightly.
Yes, they're
supposed to do it all individually, economically. But I think even in the cricket dressing rooms, that laptops and what have you can be fiddled with, and once or twice. But there you go.
Well, yeah, that's yes, and I've been caught a couple of times like that on emails where people have sent things through, and so you're always a little careful. We always ask for emails; it's great to get them, but we always have a little scan. Sometimes you can get caught out by people not being quite honest with who they are.
Tom Scriven is in and bowls. Coles plays it very nicely through mid-wicket for 4. Beautiful shot. It just drifted onto the leg stump or Midland leg from Scriven there. Didn't really swing, and Coles, as I say, a very solidly built young man, just leant across and punched it away. Didn't try and overhit it, just made sure it came off the middle and ran away to the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot to get off the mark. Not off the mark, because he picked up 1 before, didn't he? So on to 5. 200 up for Sussex, 203 for 4.
Good shot, wasn't it? Nicely clipped away.
Yeah,
nicely
lovely shot. Scriven is in and bowls the outswinger. Cole steps forward and lets it bounce through into the gloves of Peter Hanscom.
Well, Leicestershire will feel here, you know, if they've only got 5 minutes till tea. I still think it's nip and tuck, really. Perhaps Sussex, Sussex have got the runs on the board, but Leicestershire will have the new ball available. Put in another crumbs.
Another hour, 16 overs after this.
Yeah, after tea.
In goes Scriven, back foot defensive push, firm push from Coles. I suspect he's the type of batsman who will hit everything fairly firmly. Must be, how tall is he? 6'2", something like.
James Coles?
6'1", according to the Cricketers Who's Who, but he's, as I say, he's a broad-shouldered young man.
Yeah, he is. And actually, that's what I've noticed about James. He was away with England under-19s in the winter as well. But I think he's. Well, I'm not going to pick him up because I say this too often. But he's a good young cricketer.
In he goes, Scriven, and on the off stump, just dabbed out into the offside. A little bit uncertain with that one, Coles. Ahmed Fields. Smith Plum, says Vile Kangaroo on the stream. It did look pretty adjacent, it's got to be said.
Oh, I agree. No, I don't think there'll be too many grumbles about it.
Scriven turns. 2 balls left to go in, he's over. Bowls, beauty, beauty. Bounces and beats the edge, lovely delivery. And then just turns and gets on with it. That was just a little bit too good. Little bit too good. Wow, that was a super delivery. Didn't miss the stumps by that much either. Scriven is in and bowls, leaning forward, making sure he got across there, and it didn't swing as much for Cole, so it was a bit thick inside edgy as he blocked that one out into the onside end of the over. 203 for 4 remains the score. 5 Coles. Alsop, who was, what was he on at lunch? 24 not out.
Yeah.
63 not out now. He's been the foundation stone, if you like, around whom Sussex have sort of batted. Came in when Tom Clark was bowled with a score on just 42. And it's got his head down ever since.
In comes Ian Mulder, bowls to Tom Alsop, who gets a streaky single down to third man, fielded literally down below us by Josh Hull, who gets in the throw. Alsop goes to 64, 204 for 4. Brings James Coles down onto strike for the first time to face Ian Mulder. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a third man, yes there is, way to our right-hand side. Coles waits and Mulder is on his way. Rolls to Coles, and Coles drives nicely to mid-off. There is no run. A little bit of gardening. Coles just fidgets with his pad, a little twiddle of the bat. Number 30 is his number. He waits as VM Mulder is in and bowls, and he's forward defensively, plays to backward point, fielded by Budinger, and there is no run. Had a shot very much of playing for tea, very much about. I think this is still pretty even, Richard. I mean, it's obviously it's only a 3-day game because of yesterday's washout, but
I think when you put in conditions that favour 204 for 4 at 2, you'd take it.
You probably. I think you would take it. And I think when you've got Pujara and Smith both back in the pavilion. Well, that's a good delivery. That's a really good delivery by Mulder. And Coles is beaten and playing a miss taken by keeper Hanscom. Leicestershire will just feel if they could nip a couple here that. I mean, Sussex do bat very deep. Got Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's a fine player, coming in at 8. Mulder turns. He's on his way. The 2 slips go down. He's in the bowls, and Coles this time is forward and plays very deliberately to backward point. And there is no run. He scratches away at the crease. 2 balls to go until tea. The digital clock has ticked over to 1600 hours. And that'll be 65 overs bowled. It'll mean it'll be a longish session after tea. 39 overs will need to be bowled, provided the light holds, and it's certainly got better in the last half hour.
Yes.
Mulder in again, bowls to Coles. That's a nice shot, beautifully clipped away. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a very fine shot. It was slightly over-pitched by Mulder and clipped away by James Coles through square leg for 4 runs, and that indeed is tea. So I'd miscalculated. Coles goes to tea, 9 not out. Tom Alsop not out on 64, and Sussex reached the interval 208 for 4.
So they added 108 plus 9. 117 runs in the session for the loss of 2 wickets, but 2 biggish wickets. Cheteshwar Pujara for 77 and Steve Smith for just 3. We'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes time. We're going to put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, and I'll maybe nip down to the Friends of Grace Road, see if there's got anything left. You'll probably hear me do a brief update for BBC Radio Leicester, and be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground at around about 4:15. Yeah, 117 runs in the afternoon session for the visitors, who come to tea on 208 for 4. But as you say, 2 important wickets for the Foxes. Key international batters, Cheteshwar Pujara, he was on 77 when he was given out, caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven. Not absolutely clear he hit it, but nonetheless he was on his way. 189 for 3 at that stage. And then Steve Smith, the focus of an awful lot of attention prior to the Ashes, of course. Well, the Australian did survive one huge shout for leg before wicket off Scriven, but he was given out leg before of Vian Mulder, palpably so, for just 3 soon afterwards. 198 for 4 at that stage. James Coles is 9 not out. Tom Alsop, who batted his way through this session, is 64 not out. Leicestershire's still in this if they can pick up 3 or 4 more wickets before the close.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love them.
There's a happy Callum
An end. 9 overs he's bowled today so far in 2 spells. Both he opened the bowling this morning and opened the bowling in the afternoon session, as I think it was as well. It is very cold still here in Leicester today, but the light is as good as it's probably been all day. It isn't saying much, but the cloud is at least reasonably broken. Hull to bowl to Tom Alsop. He is in and bowls full. It's driven out into the offside. A good diving half stop in there in the covers into the sawdust, covering one of the used pitches. Deflects, sees the ball deflected on towards Lewis Hill at mid-off. I think it was Scriven diving across to his left there. Beg pardon, it was Will Davis. Saved 3, certainly. Possibly saved 2, but almost certainly 3. Probably would have gone to the boundary. Alsop had to settle for 1. Moves on to 65. Brings Coles down on strike. Davis is warming up, so he is going to be bowling, I would have guessed, from the Bennett end, as Leicestershire work their way towards the new ball. Hull is in, bowls to Coles, who's turning the delivery off his legs, but a good diving stop to his right by Budinger. So good work fielding the first 2 balls of the over. Keeps Coles on strike. Managed to get down to see the Friends of Grace Road during the tea interval. It always takes a while because you see lots of people down there that you know, of course, and want to talk about what's been happening. In goes Hull and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shape back in towards the right-handed Coles, but outside off stump. Pretty safe leave. Adrian's back alongside. I won't ask him to speak because he's got his mouth full of lemon and mint cake at the moment.
Yeah, I have. It's very nice too. He's looking at me as well. It's much brighter now, isn't it? A lot lighter.
The light's as good as it's been. We might get all these 38 or so overs that we have left. Outside off stump again from Hull. Again, good-ish pace. Probably sort of early 80s rather than late 70s. You know, it's lively stuff. But he's not really threatening at the moment.
We ought to give a shout out, Richard. We were talking to some of the guys who are operating the cameras here at Grace Road and saying what a good job they're doing 'cause it's so cold. And I didn't catch the chap's name, but he was telling me it's his birthday today. So we ought to wish the cameraman a happy birthday.
He's not listening.
No, he's not. He's not. But yeah, they're doing a great job.
We should have bought him some cake if we'd known. In goes Hull, bowls, fullish, outside off stump. Getting to the pitch of it is Coles, stroking it rather than driving it out into the offside. Wright has to move to his left at mid-off to field, and the single again is taken to 10 for 4.
A couple of emails we had just pre-tea about the Steve Smith dismissal. Ray from Inverness said, "Hi Adrian and Richard, in my opinion, the first LBW shout pitched outside off and struck the pad outside off. Definitely not out the second, as plumb as could be."
Yeah, I think that about sums it up. I mean, he obviously could have still been out to the first one because he left it, but he wasn't playing a shot, but it wasn't going to hit the stumps, essentially. So although it struck him outside, then I don't think it was going on to hit the stumps. Hull is in, Alsop tucked up, but plays it nicely off his legs behind square, and thinks about a second. No, says Coles, who's looking, as the fielder closes in on the ball, and just the one is taken. So 3 singles from the first over post tea. 211 for 4. Coles into double figures now on 10, and Alsop has 66.
Do the Friends of Grace Road provide you with cake at every home game?
They don't. I mean, they're at every home game. They do the first 3 games of every home game.
They're homemade by the looks.
They are absolutely homemade.
It's
indeed.
Lovely. That's a really, really nice piece of. So whoever's made that lemon drizzle cake, that is lovely. Sometimes you can't really taste the lemon in a drizzle cake, but you can with that.
You can. You absolutely can. Yeah.
So thank you very much, whoever had spent their time slaving over their lemon drizzle.
But they raise a lot of money
for
the club one way or another.
Really good.
And it's thanks to them that all those new seats this season, that's where some of their money has gone this season, in the members' seats alongside the pavilion, between the pavilion and the meet, all new seats this season, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road.
Well done. Brilliant. Will Davis is going to come in from the Bennett end. Coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in an Alsop bowls and clips that to mid-wicket, and there is. This is running in and bowls, and Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Partnership of 136 between Cheshire Pujara and Tom Alsop. The others out today. Tom Clark first out for 23, Ali Orr for 20, Pujara for 77, as we were saying, and Smith for 3. 3 wickets for Ian Mulder, who's bowled really well. In fact, I think Leicestershire in general, apart from the 3 overs of spin, which didn't work for Colin Ackerman, he went for 28 in his 3 overs.
First one was all right.
Yeah, first one was a maiden. And then Pujara rather took a liking to Colin Ackerman. In comes Davis, round the wicket, bowls, and Alsop's hit again, and there's a loud appeal. My feeling was that was too high, round about the thigh pad. But they've continually asked questions of the Leicestershire bowlers throughout the day. You'd have to say favourable conditions, and that the floodlights have been on all day, and there's been a low cloud cover, and at times the light has been probably on the cusp of going off, if we're being honest. But nonetheless, they've bowled good line and length, and it's been a really good contest. As Davis wheels around at the Bennett end of the ground, Green seats behind him and runs towards us. Bowls to Alsop, who places firmly to mid-wicket. There's a slight misfield, but it doesn't cost a run. Is that the end of the over? No, there's one more ball to come. He's in his 11th over. Here's Will Davis. Not the most economic. 11 overs, well, 10 overs, 5 balls at the moment. 2 maidens and no wicket for 40. The principal taker, Ian Mulder, he's taken 3. And Tom Scriven, the prize scalp of Pujara. I guess you could say that Smith is a prize scalp as well. That was Ian Mulder who took that wicket. In comes Davis again. Bowls, and Alsop is driving into the offside to mid-off. Good running by Tom Alsop. Throw comes in, misses the stumps. He's very quick between the wickets, and the key there was as soon as he played the shot to mid-off, he set off for the single. He was running to the danger end, i.e. the non-striker's end. He picks up a single off the last ball of the over and gets his 67th run. Does Tom Alsop in Sussex to 212 for 4. I better go, I've got an update to do. Crumbs.
Springsteen has been listening in the car. He's got off the Eurostar now. It's obviously got to France, and he's driving to Auxerre. And he's preparing for a French beer or two. I bet it's a bit warmer in Auxerre than it is at Grace Road, Springsteen. I promise you that. If it isn't, it's very cold indeed. Josh Hull from the pavilion end is into the left-handed Tom Alsop, slightly short of a length on off stump, dropped out into the offside. Davis fields, and there's no run. One or two people during the tea interval thought that Pujara had been given out a leg before, but it has gone down as caught behind, so a little inside edge onto the pad, something like that. Find out afterwards. Hull, number 20 on his back, is in and bowling short edged over the slips. He was trying to leave, I think, there, Tom Alsop. Don't think at all that was a deliberate shot. Took the shoulder of the bat, flew high over Ackerman to the third man boundary for 4. So no luck for Josh Hull. Got a bit of extra bounce there, the tall young left armour. And it really could have gone anywhere. Alsop moves on to 71. He was trying to leave. Just rose on him a little bit. Took the edge. Lucky. In goes Hull, bowls another bouncer. He's got his tail up now, the youngster. Well played by Alsop. Wes goes down on one knee to duck it, but goes in and bowls another bouncer, but that was a little bit more predictable perhaps, and Alsop just leant to one side. But it's good that the young man has an aggressive element if you're going to be a medium fast bowler. Medium fast / fast bowler. Hull turns. Short leg has gone in, bowls outside off stump, short-ish of a length, and Allsop up on his toes guides it towards backward. Point takes 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. .217 now for 4. Hull is in, pushes it across Coles, lets it go through, end of the over. Well, they're back out after tea, so no further wickets since the 2 they picked up before tea, but 2 very big wickets. Cheteshwar Pujara caught behind off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 77. The first time in, I think, 9 innings that he has gone past 50, but not gone on to make 100 for Sussex. And then the great Steve Smith, just his second innings for Sussex, leg before wicket to Vian Mulder for 3, 198 for 4 at that stage. It's gone on to 217 for 4. James Coles is 10 not out. Tom Allsop, who's batted through most of the morning and throughout the afternoon, his 72 not out. If the Foxes can pick up 2 or 3 more quickish wickets, they'll feel they're still in the game. But having won the toss and put Sussex in, it's no doubt that it's the away team at the moment that has the advantage. They're 217 for 4. And that was down the leg side from Davis, and that's going to be 4 runs to Tom Allsop. Whipped on its way, sort of flicked on its way, or rather whippy shot from Allsop, but he got plenty of it. Certainly got enough of it to beat Hull down at long leg. Down to fine leg it went. .221 now for 4. Davis, none for 45 from 11.1, has been a little bit expensive. He comes in and bowls. He's been a bit unlucky too. Forward goes. Allsop pushes out into the offside. And Mulder fields has no run. Apparently Rory Underwood is here. In goes Davis and bowls. Again, driving is Allsop. Good diving stop or half stop by Hill across to his left. He's deflected it wide of mid-on. Back, running back goes right from mid-on, and 2, I think, is what Allsop had to settle for in the end. So the diving half stop from Hill saved a couple. Friends with Rob Andrew, I would imagine.
I would imagine that's it. And certainly Rob Andrew was here yesterday. He was here today. I saw him this morning. So yeah, perhaps they're having a catch-up on old times with England.
Davis is in defended this time down the pitch on the onside by Allsop.
Yeah, I don't know how many rugby internationals they'd have played together. They'd have played in that 1991 World Cup final at Twickenham.
Quite a few, I would think.
Coming out, Richard.
It's, yeah, conditions in terms of light are as good as they've been all day, frankly. Floodlights will stay on until the close, unless the sun really comes out, as it is now, actually.
Yeah, lovely.
Looks lovely, still very cold. In goes Davis and bowls. Defended on the back foot, kind of on the walk by Allsop. Out into the offside it goes. And they are building on this sort of foundations that have been laid. Sussex here, they're in a good position. 223 for 4. If they go on to score sort of 400, which should be the minimal target now, they can really put Leicestershire under, or hope to put Leicestershire under a certain amount of pressure when it comes the Foxes' turn to bat. Sun really is out now as Davis is in. Thick outside edge. It's going to run down for 4. Poor Davis has had no luck at all. Forward went Allsop, took a thick outside edge, ran down sort of 3rd, 4th slip area with just the 2 slips in place. Would have been a catchable chance.
Yeah, if there'd been a second slip. Tom sort of goes to 82. Indebted to John Barnett. Hello, John. I don't know if you're still listening. Sussex supporter. Also follows Crawley Town, and we were talking about Bashley a little earlier on down in the New Forest. We had one of our emailers saying he played cricket at Bashley. And John was saying Crawley Town used to play them in the Southern League Premier in the early 90s and again in the FA Trophy in 2009. So I thought Bashley was a football team down in the New Forest. I think I went down to watch them play Bognor on one occasion. A long time ago. Anyway, it's going to be Josh Hull who's going to come in, 18-year-old who I think has bowled pretty well. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 32. He certainly bowled well his second spell today, just before lunch, and he's coming in, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Coles covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. James Coles scratches away at the crease. His highest first-class score came at Gloucester a couple of weeks ago, when he batted very nicely for 74. She had a big partnership with Cheshire Pujara of 144. 19 years of age. He will provide the spin option for Sussex in this game. Left arm spinner, right hand bat. In comes Hull, bowls, Coles. Oh, very nearly played on. And the ball just drops down in front of him and he says, would you like me to pick it up? And Leicestershire players say, no, that's okay. Peter Hanscom runs up and fields. And there is no run. That momentary glimpse of the sun has gone. I think that might have been it for the day. Just the one slip in place for Josh Hull. Third man, point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket, a square leg. Now there's a change in the field, and in fact the square leg, who is Sol Budinger, is going back to a deep square leg, or it's a deep mid-wicket. The 11th fielder is the fine leg, way down at the far end of the ground in front of the scoreboard. As Hull is in, bowls, and Coles drives sweetly. That's a beautiful shot. I think there's all the makings of a very fine player in James Coles. It was over pitched, it was there to be hit, but nonetheless he didn't smash the ball, he just caressed the ball through the covers with really good timing. That was a nice shot. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 231 for 4. Nicely played by James Coles. A lot of cricket to be played if you're just joining us. 104 overs. We provided the light holds. We make up 8 overs tomorrow and 8 overs today. So 16 of the 96 that we lost yesterday. And comes Hull, bowls, and Coles trying to play that sort of uppercut shot. That was a little ambitious because there was a third man there as well, and probably a good job he didn't make contact with that because that was a dangerous shot to play. Rattles through into the gloves of Hanscom. I never quite understand some of the rules in cricket. I don't really know why you can't make up overs on the last day as well, or maybe start half an hour earlier or something, particularly when you've had a whole day washed out. It does seem a bit of a shame. But you can't. Them's the rules. Not that we have to agree with all the rules, Richard, because some of them are do seem slightly odd. Hull running away from us at the pavilion end of the ground. He's in a bowl that's short, and Coles is up on his toes and plays it onto the leg side. There is no run. Is it my impression he just looks a little tired here, Josh Hull? Would that be fair?
I think it's more than fair, and he probably is a little bit. He's young man is just getting used to
absolutely.
The demands of coming back for a third or fourth spell against very good batsmen. And they've also asked him to, I would suggest, to dig it in a bit from on occasions. He is the quickest of the Leicestershire bowlers, and he sometimes isn't. They probably feel he isn't quite aggressive enough, mean enough, if you like. He has dug a few in.
He's in again, bowl. That's well pitched up, and Coles had no idea where that had gone. He's got a thick edge down to third man. That was a good delivery. And Coles squirted it down to third man and gets a rather fortunate single. He goes to 15. 232 for 4, also on 82. Josh Hull, 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 37.
I think he was trying to hit that in 180 degrees the other direction, over towards the meat, and it shot off down to third man.
Very briefly elsewhere, no play at all today so far at Canterbury. Hampshire 89 without loss, an inspection roundabout now. Somerset 327 for 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Not 75 for 3 in reply to Northants 158 down the road at Wantage Road. Surrey 163 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 209. Rory Burns making 88. Warwickshire 242 all out, leading Essex by 116. Essex 0 for 0 in their second innings.
Derbyshire 107 for 4 up the road, up the M1 against Gloucestershire. They didn't start there till 2 o'clock, having lost all day yesterday. Yorkshire 24 for 2 up at Durham, leading Durham by 51. And Worcestershire sliding to defeat at Cardiff, 124 for 6, still trailing by 25.
Davis is in from the Bennett end, bowls very straight to Coles, who leans forward and defends it back up the pitch.
That could be all over in 2 days.
Might take the extra half hour if they lose a couple more.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Rehan Ahmed. I don't know whether he's being hopeful, but I think he probably will get 2 or 3 overs with the old ball.
Yeah.
This is 71st over with this one. Davis quite chest on as he runs in and bowls. Again on off stump. Forward goes Coles. Blocks it back towards Davis. We know when it's going to get darker because the wind gets up as the dark clouds sort of gather.
Yeah.
And you can see the underside of the leaves start to be exposed in the trees around the electronic scoreboard and on the other side of the car park. And the tiles start to lift on my commentary box roof. In goes, oh, I thought he'd head to that one behind. In goes Davis, it was outside off stump. Coles, eyes lit up, rocked back, tried to smash it away. Square on the offside, didn't get anything on it. Taken by Hanscom, slightly to his right behind the stumps. Threw the kitchen sink at that one.
Yeah, he did.
Davis turns, still no joy, runs in and bowls. Coles solidly forward on off stump defending.
Yes, he was. That wasn't. He didn't quite move his feet, did he? To that, but he was attempting to cut the ball behind backward point. He didn't quite get in the right position to play the shot.
Batting points now very much in sight as far as Sussex are concerned.
I was just thinking the same, but they're going to have to go some to get maximums.
Yeah, I think that's a big ask. Less than 40 overs
to get 200 runs.
Yeah, maybe. In goes Davis, and that one is defended. But certainly they can certainly hope for 400.
Yeah, and it's all about, isn't it? In trying to get maximum batting points, you don't want to play some poor shots and suddenly find you lose a couple of players, and you know, 232 for 4 becomes, you know, 260 for 7 or something like that. That could easily happen in the quest to chase batting points. But in a game that's, you know, now only 3 days, they may start to take a chance a little later.
Davis is in. Coles is working it on the front foot out into the offside, but not quite timing it. And Budinger can do a roll to the right as he makes the stop on the used pitch out there on the edge of the square. Dot ball, 232 for 4 remains the score. Poor Ollie Carter's hairstyle, but he's kind of proud of it, isn't he?
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, I'd say he had a
It's coming in for some comment, that's all.
Oh, right. Well, he had a very good winter, Ollie Carter. He went out to Newcastle City Club, I think it's in the suburbs of Sydney, and we had a very nice email to say the amount of awards that he won at the end of season dinner.
Well, Newcastle is a big old city, sort of, what was it, a couple of 100 kilometres north of Sydney?
But he certainly won some awards, and we had made a big impression at the club.
Mullet of the year.
Yeah. You might have won that as well.
That's what I mean.
Josh Hull's going to carry on, so his skipper's showing faith in the young man. There's a tall left arm over the wicket bowler. He's over the wicket at the moment, and he's coming into bowl to Tom Alsop, who's on 82. He's in a bowl. Sure, that was a horrible delivery down the leg side, and he's a little lucky to get away with that. Tom Alsop looked at the umpire and said, there's no way I could have reached that, and certainly in one-day cricket, that would unquestionably have been a wide. And I think the umpire was very generous. Alsop didn't look desperately impressed. I think Peter Hanscom, is he calling for the helmet? I don't know. I don't think he would stand up to Josh Hull. Well, he's in again. Bowls. That is short down the leg side, and I think you're right. He's just losing a little bit of his line and length here, Josh Hull. He bowled a very, very good second spell when he was bowling to Cheshire Pujara, but he's just straying in his line at the moment, but Crumsy's only 18 years of age, so we need to cut him a bit of slack.
So my guess is he's been told to bang a few in.
Yeah, quite possibly, yep. Tom Alsop, who's on 82. And again, does Alan Bowles. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. Now, is that going to be called a wide? Yes, it is. I think the umpire was pretty lenient with the first one, to be honest. But second time around, he decided that's way, way down the leg side. And so I think that's the first wide of the match. And I think that's a fair enough call.
Yeah, there's banging them in, but bang them in straight, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes.
Make the batsman bob and weave, if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. In he comes again and bowls to Alsop, who drills this one down to mid-on. Well fielded there, diving across by Chris Wright, belying his years.
Short leg is just about short leg. It's sort of short-ish square. He's 3 pitches back.
Interesting fielding position that, isn't it? So there's no slips in place. There's also like a leg slip or a leg gully and a fine leg. And now, as Richard was saying, this man, a shortish leg. In comes Hull bowls and worked away by Alsop on the legs. He's very quick between the wickets this time. Alsop, he'll come back for a second here. That's good running. And he got back for the second because of the fact that he ran the first so quickly. He was always looking. I think there was always 2 there, to be fair, but the second run was in no way a risk. He's very, very quick between the wickets. Alsop goes to 84, 235 for 4. Partnership between these two now, 37. Last wicket to go down, that of Steve Smith. And who's going to come around the wicket is Josh Hull. Tom Alsop takes the opportunity to retake his guard. The field remains the same, so clearly Leicestershire believe that there's something they can work on that leg side. You can really hear the wind in our effects microphone, and the wind feels cold and wintry. As in comes Hull and bowls, Alsop's up on his toes and plays onto the onside to that fielder who's gone in there a shortish leg, who then throws the ball sore-butted, just sort of rugby style, as if he's mimicking a pass. Maybe he's aware that Rory Underwood is in the in the ground. Rob Andrew, the Sussex chief exec, also here today.
A pilot, wasn't he, Rory Underwood?
Yes, he was.
As I remember.
I think it might be them at the far end of the ground, actually. As in comes Josh Hull again. Bowls, that's not going to bother Tom Alsop, loops over his head. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end of Josh Hull's little spell, and Lewis Hill's just coming up over a little word. I wonder if that's well done. A good little spell, but perhaps time will just look at the scoreboard. I mean, it could well be here that Lewis Hill's thinking, a little pat on the back. I just wonder, he's thinking now, right, we've got 8 overs till the new ball's available. I see no reason why Leicestershire would delay in taking it, and you are quite right about Rian Ahmed. We're going to get a bit of leg spin.
This could be entertaining, really, because there's not a great deal for Rahan to work with in terms of the pitch, or of course the ball being 72 overs old. So Coles in particular, perhaps also Alsop, will look to take full advantage. I would suggest a long on and perhaps a long off as well. Mulder, who is something of a specialist at long on, I don't think I've ever seen him drop anything in the T20s or anything like that, has wandered down to long on. He's about 5 yards inside the ropes. Ahmed is in, bowls, drops a little bit short. Coles goes back, cuts him out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, of square drives almost, and takes his 1. So he has a sweeper on the offside, as you would expect, that being the short side of the ground, but also on the leg side, Rishi Patel's at deep mid-wicket. Mulder's wandered in from long on to about halfway, back halfway into mid-on, somewhere between mid-on and long on. Right is deepish at, actually he's at mid-on to the left-handed Alsop. Mulder is at deepish mid-off. That is pushed by Alsop out to Mulder. Has been a little expensive, Rahan, In he goes and bowls. Ooh, played very late by Allsop. Played it well, actually. Outside off stump, came back in a little bit, but he cut it down through gully. Running back is Tom Scriven. Gets a good throw away, and indeed Hanscom takes off the bails, but good running by James Coles. Puffing a bit, he made sure he'd made his ground. So 3 to Allsop, moves on to 87. Ahmed blows on his hands, spins the ball from right hand to left, grips it in and bowls, tosses it up a little bit, waits for it, Coles, and sort of drives it, but a little half-heartedly. Pushes it really out into the onside. Hill field. Scriven warming up, so he's going to get the privilege of bowling the last few overs with the old ball from pavilion end, short and a little bit wide from Ahmed. Skids through a touch, i.e. stays a bit low and cut, but not too cleanly out into the offside by Coles. He takes 1, moves on to 17, 240 for 4, 10 to the first batting point. Ahmed is in, tosses it up, looking to drive, waited till it was under his nose almost there, Allsop jammed it out rather to Mulder at mid-off. 240 for 4 after 73. Run rate has increased, over 3s now, 3.3. Allsop 87. Closing in on that century. I think he deserves it if he gets there, for the sort of hard work he particularly did in the early part of the afternoon when Leicestershire bowled very tightly at him and Pujara. And they really had to work at staying there, let alone scoring runs, for a good hour.
Just wondered whether we might get a change, and indeed Josh Hull is coming out of the attack. It's going to be Tom Scriven, so the new ball is only 7 overs away. The light is very good now, and this brighter sky is really drifting in from the north, so that's really good news. And I would imagine that the new ball is going to be taken by Chris Wright. I'd have thought, and I don't know, I'd have thought via Mulder as well. Leicestershire will just feel here they just want to keep Sussex relatively quiet for the next sort of half hour, and they'll feel with the new ball, if they could pick up a couple of wickets, that they've had a decent day. I think Richard's right. Having won the toss, you know, under the lights, they might have felt they'd have picked up more, but in comes Scriven, running away from us, in and bowls to Coles, who drives. He's an elegant-looking batsman, is James Coles, to mid-off. Chris Wright gets down, fields the ball, and they thought about a single, but the old maxim, never run on a misfield, and they didn't. Coles is on 17, Sussex 240 for 4. Still without a batting point, but they'll feel if they can get through this little phase, but you know, they'll be thinking. And then the new ball has to pile on the runs and try and get as many points as they can. Tom Scriven runs away from us, one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Coles plays that down to third man. Now, he runs very fast. They've taken 1, but there is only the 1 run to be had. All the way down on the third man boundary is via Mulder, who gets in the throw. Just the 1 to Coles. He goes to 18. The sun is coming out. Hurrah! He's made some fleeting appearances during the day. Well done to the spectators, though, who are, in fact, interesting. People sort of snuggled away in various parts of the ground. There's plenty of people who are staying inside in the meet and watching through the windows. And what's the stand to our left, Richard, next to where we're sitting? There's a nice lounge there. People sort of watching from inside.
Oh, the Gower Suite.
Right, is that what it is?
The Gower Suite.
The Gower Suite. Very nice. Scriven is on his way, bowls, also lets that go. Good delivery by Scriven, and Hanscom was groping down the leg side as the ball seemed to go further and further away from him. But well taken. Total remains 241 for 4. We've still got, after this, another 30 overs to be bowled tonight, so when you consider that most counties
2 hours, that,
bowl at sort of 15 overs, well, most don't bowl at 15 overs an hour, they ought to. But we are looking at a couple of hours play left tonight.
Light permitting.
Yes, no, that's absolutely right. Now some greyer clouds rolling in. Scriven is in, bowls, also again lets it go. Outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom. He's been a model of patience today, Tom Allsop. 87 in 186 deliveries. He's been beaten a few times outside the off stump. But apart partnership of 136 between he and Chetishwar Pujara. Pujara making 77. For those of you just joining us, Steve Smith has been and gone. He made just 3. LBW to Vien Mulder. Scriven in bowls and also with that familiar shot inside the line down to third man. They picked up and they're coming back for the second, and I don't think that Scriven will be very happy about. The throw comes in, it hits the stumps actually. So the throw came in from, I think that's Josh Hull all the way down there. He got in the throw, it hit the stumps. I don't think Scriven will be desperately happy that he enabled Alsop to come back for the second, but it was good running by Alsop, and again he's very quick with the first run and putting pressure on the fielder who may have thought, oh, this is just a single. And comes back for the second.
Might have been a touch closer than it looked in a strange sort of way, but
it's a little bit like Rob Andrews standing over in the yellow seats over there, over by the scoreboard. I don't know if that is him or not. Chatting away. Comes Scriven bowls and also clips that firmly through mid-wicket. On this occasion it will just be the single. It's fielded by Rishi Patel, who gets in the throw. One more to Alsop, who's pinched the strike. He goes to 90. Sussex to 244 for 4.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Looking at him through the binoculars.
Yeah, my eyesight is not the greatest, I have to say. Yes, I think that is. He's talking over there to Paul Farbrace, I think. Yep.
Coming up to the top of the hour.
Right,
so
I'll let you do the honours.
Updates.
I'll have a bite of a lemon drizzle, Richard.
Can I have an ice cream as well? In goes Ahmed and bowls, and playing on the back foot. Alsop digs it out a little bit as it spins back in towards him, works it to Davis at mid-wicket. Ahmed is in, tosses it up, and again all 3 players are the same. This time it's hit more firmly by Alsop to Will Davis, who fields at the second attempt. Ahmed is in, bowls forward to a very respectable delivery. Goes Tom Alsop. Ahmed fields off his own bowling. Mulder retreats a few yards at mid-off. Ahmed goes in, this time off the back foot. Alsop works it past Davis out to Hull, who's the sweeper. He's still sort of growing into his body a little bit, Hull, and it all looks a little bit ungainly as he picks up and throws, but it goes like a rocket into the gloves of Hanscom. He's a strong young man. Back foot this time for Coles, but you can play it Ahmed off the pitch here because it is so slow, and he just works it out into the gap at mid-wicket. Rishi Patel comes off the boundary to field. Easy singles, really. Ahmed to finish his over is in, and also leaves. Delivery which doesn't really spin back in from outside off stump. End of the 75th over of the Sussex innings. 246 for 4. Another good partnership. This was worth 48 now for the 5th wicket.
He's doing wonders for the over rate here.
Yes, he does whip through them.
Yeah.
It does. It's up on the borders level, so.
Yeah, no, and it's good. I think Leicestershire have done really well. They've run between the overs. But what he is doing here is he's not giving runs away, and he's allowing his skipper to rest his senior bowlers here, with a chance to really run in hard with the new ball.
It'll slow down when they do take the new ball, I have to warn you.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, it's going to be Tom Scriven, who's had the pleasure of dismissing Chetishwar Pujara today. I'm sure he's going to remember that. 100 test matches for India in prime form, but he got him out for 77 today, caught behind by Peter Hanscom. Hanscom is now waiting. He's got the company of a slip. He's Colin Ackerman, as in comes Scriven, running away for us. Lights on, in and bowls, and beautifully played by Coles, clipping that away on the leg side. That wasn't a great delivery, and he picks up a single, does Coles, to deep square. There was probably a second run there. A throw comes in. The fielder out there, I think, might have hurt his knee. Is that Josh Hull out there?
Hull,
okay.
yeah.
He's
and,
okay. I think
completed it.
The outfield is still quite damp. It's not wet, but a couple of times today, players have sort of slid along and taken a divot, sort of a la golf style, really. If you're playing a sort of an 8-iron into the green, that sort of a divot with their feet. But the ground staff have done a really good job, considering the amount of rain there was here yesterday. Scriven's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Alsop. He's in, and Alsop's wrapped on the pad. That's a big shout, and from here, very difficult to judge, because for Tom Alsop we're looking directly over mid-on, but my feeling was that would have had to have straightened quite a bit to have been given out.
Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. I think, yeah, that probably was going on down the leg side. Much excitement, BBC Radio Leicester, about the upcoming. That's poor. The stream stayed focused on the bowler there. It didn't go behind him. Here comes the update. Scriven goes in and he's chopped away. Yeah, and they're not coming, unfortunately. 247 for 4 now, Sussex. They took tea on 208 for 4. James Cole's on 9. Tom Alsop on 64. Well, Alsop is now closing on what will be his first century of the season. He's 93, not out. Coles has 20. New ball is just 4 overs away for Leicestershire. They're going to have to hope that they can pick up a few wickets with that one to get themselves back in the game. At the moment, Sussex on top, 249 for 4. Scriven is in, forward goes Alsop, driving and driving nicely, and he should pick up at least 2. Hill goes back, slides, picks up in front of the meet, and he does pick up 2. He moves on to 95.
It's been a good knock, hasn't it, from Tom Alsop. He's ridden his luck to a degree. He was beaten probably half a dozen times during the innings outside of the off stump, but he's a very unflappable character.
Yeah, he had to work very hard in the afternoon, but reaping the benefits of that hard work now. Scriven is in to him. He's getting forward again, thick inside edge, or thick inside part of that, pushes it back down towards the pitch. It actually hit James Cole's bat as he put it back down into the crease and deflected towards mid-on, but it didn't make any odds because there was never going to be a run in it anyway. Batting bonus point.
Indeed, yeah.
1-all. Sussex back into second.
Second and third in Division 2 prior to this game.
Scriven is in. Alsop is hit on the back pad again. There's no real conviction to the appeal. I think it bounced and was probably swinging on down the leg side. Umpire Middlebrook turns to the scorers and signals a leg by as it bounced out into the offside, the delivery that is, off the pad, and the leg by was taken. 252 for 4, 76 overs, Alsop 95. He's kept the strike, see if Adrian can see him through to a first century of the season.
Yeah, it will be the 9th of his first-class career for Tom Alsop. He made 95 against Yorkshire, so he'll want to add these other 5 if he can, needless to say. He's facing Rian Ahmed, who's running in from the Bennett end to bowl to Alsop, and Alsop is forward studiously. Plays the ball onto the leg side. There is no run, fielded by Will Davis, who comes trotting in from mid-wicket to field. Ahmed again. He's in and bowls, and Alsop again, very correctly forward. Plays into the offside, no run. He's doing a good job here for his skipper. He's in his 3rd over, 0 for 7, but he's whipping through his overs and hastening Leicestershire towards this new ball. In he comes again, bowls, and again Alsop is very correctly forward, plays into the offside, no run. I reckon we should time an over because he's bowled 3 balls already. So refreshing to see a leg spinner, and so refreshing to see someone who's really zipping through their overs. Comes in and bowls. Alsop is forward, plays this back to the square. They've taken, well, that was dangerous throw. Came away. Actually, it was a good call by James Coles in the end. I do him a disservice. It was a slightly risky single, and it was actually a little risky. And in the end, both Coles and Alsop acknowledge each other and say, "Yep, we got through for the single. Well done." But it was just a bit of hesitation. Alsop goes to 96, 253 for 4. Ahmed is in again, bowls to James Coles, who plays this from the crease onto the leg side, and this time there is a comfortable single. Lewis Hill chases back, but in the end he leaves it to Rishi Patel, who comes off the leg side boundary to field. So Tom Alsop within a boundary of his century. He's hit 13 fours so far. And he waits as in comes up, bowls, and he cuts this one firmly, but only as far as backward point, fielded by Scriven. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 254 for 4. Tom Alsop's going to need to wait a little longer. 77 overs gone, I think that is, Rich. I can't quite make that number out. It is 77 overs. I've said a couple of times this season I need to make a visit to the optician. I can see Coles at Alsop is okay, but those overs are a little smaller in their numbers. Nonetheless, please say they are, Richard.
Absolutely.
He said totally unconvincingly. Anyway, I can see it says 77 now. I get my 6s and my 8s confused. 3 overs to go until a new ball is available. And
well, Coles is on strike, so I'll start this over, and
thank you.
We shall see what happens once Alsop gets on strike. But the right-handed James Coles faces Tom Scriven, and he whips him away beautifully over square leg for 6 into the popular seats there alongside the meat. Lovely pickup from James Coles. It did sit up quite nicely for him, just drifting onto his legs at a nice length and short boundary there, and a big man and beautiful pickup, and that will get things going.
Beautifully timed, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
lovely shot.
Wasn't a big crack or anything like that. Just a pickup. Used the pace of the ball as it came on to him, but no chance at all for Rehan Ahmed, who's on the boundary there. Sailed high above his head. Scriven is in, and again onto the leg stump. This time worked though, leaning forward by Coles. Out to Ahmed. Takes 1. Moves on to 28, 261 for 4. Brings Alsop down on strike to face Scriven.
Yeah, let's see whether Tom Alsop can go through to his century. Scriven is back to his mark, just down below us. And comes into bowl to the left-handed Alsop. He's on 96. Scriven is in bowls, and Alsop plays firmly onto the onside. You'd have heard the cry of no as it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 13 boundaries in his 96 Tom Alsop. He's wasn't given a chance. He had to ride his luck a little, and then he was Leicestershire. I think Leicestershire bowled well in the main, and he was beaten on several occasions throughout the day, but he never lets that bother him. Does Tom Alsop? He's waiting now as Scriven runs away from us around the wicket under the lights here. Bowls to Alsop, who covers up and plays that ball exactly on his merits. Back down the track, and Scriven fields, and there is no run. 2 more overs after this, and the new ball will be available. I think Chris Wright is just shouting some instructions up to the dressing room. I don't know what that's about. There's a conversation going on. Something or another. You'd have thought that. I see no reason why Leicestershire wouldn't take the new ball, Richard.
No.
Scriven in bowls. Alsop, it comes off a bit of. We'll just wait till it came off thigh both. There's a bit of bat in that. I don't know. Oh wait, Alsop has retained the strike, and I think that's going to be a leg by. Indeed, it is. Leg by. So Alsop remains on 96. Sussex to 262 for 4. It's going to be one of these ones, isn't it, where we're going to be. You're going to be doing about 1 ball, and I'm going to be doing 5, Richard. But it's always nice.
Suits me.
It's a bit of a tradition in county cricket that we let the whoever's going to reach the landmark commentate. So in comes Scriven over the wicket. Bowls and Coles defends into the offside. Good tidy over by Tom Scriven. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 46. I think he's bowled very well, Richard. He's only gone at 3 and over. 262 for 4, so 78 overs gone. Sussex scoring at just a little fraction over 3 and over.
We had a game here against Glamorgan a few years ago when Leicestershire just needed the 1 wicket to win the game, and Glamorgan needed something like 60 or 70 from the final wicket. So I was commentating an anticipation of a Leicestershire win, and Marchant de Lange started laying the Leicestershire attack waste. So I was commentating for, must have been the best part of an hour as he got nearer and nearer to the score, with Leicestershire still needing 1 wicket. And then he got within 1 blow. I've transferred it to Nick Webb, and of course you guess what happened.
He comes through in Ahmed, bowls to Tom Alsop, who looks to club that one away through the offside. He gets a single, so we'll hand back to Richard. Alsop goes to 97, 263 for 4. And he got out, presumably.
He did. Nick's very first ball, I think he hoisted it looking for the sixth. He needed to win the game, and it was caught by Callum Parkinson down at long on.
Oh, that sounds like a good game.
Was a wonderful game of cricket. Ahmed is into James Coles, who is driving firmly just wide of right at mid-off. Takes the 1.
And it brings Tom Alsop back on to strike with 3 needed for his century. There's a slip, 6 men saving 1, 3 on the leg, 3 on the off. So Ahmed is in, bowls. Tom Alsop works this backward square on the leg side and picks up a single. He goes to 98, 265 for 4.
It's been the sort of innings where if he does it in singles, gets to his 100, it kind of is appropriate. He's had to work so hard for it.
He has. No, absolutely, I agree.
You mustn't give it away now. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Coles is very deliberately forward in defence there. Something very pronounced, and I'm going to play the full defensive by the textbook about that. Ahmed into him again. He goes back, stays a touch low. Ahmed, hands started to go to his head, works it to square leg, takes the 1. I think there's 1 ball left in the over. There is. So could this be it?
This could be. I mean, also Tom Alsop will know that the job's not done here, because with the new ball just round the corner, he certainly won't want to give it away. As in comes Ahmed, bowls short, pulled away by Tom Alsop, and he's just going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 99 at the end of the over. 267 for 4. 1 ball over to be bowled before the new ball is available, and Alsop is on strike.
Well, if he was going to get in it with a boundary, that was the ball he was going to get it with. A sort of bit of a long hop on leg stump, but he pulled it straight to the sweeper. So he's going to have to work. Oh, he's going to get an over from Sol Budinger as well. So he absolutely won't want to get out to a very much an occasional / part-time bowler. He bowls a bit of spin, I think, Budinger. I don't think he's bowled an over for Leicestershire before.
I think this is quite a clever bit of captaincy, actually, because I'm sure Tom Alsop wouldn't have faced him. So it's an unknown bowler. You're on 99. It's the last over before the new ball is available. So why not try and do something that's a little bit unexpected? So Budinger's bowling with a slip. There are 4 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg, just the 1 man out.
He doesn't have a single first-class wicket to his name.
In comes Sol Budinger, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop is back and plays that into the offside. Fielded a short extra cover by Will Davis, no run.
A no ball.
Oh, is that a no ball?
He's bowled a no ball, the very first ball.
I didn't notice that. Well spotted, Richard. Budinger in again. Round the wicket, bowls, and also cracks that one away straight into the covers. Straight to the fielder. Fielded there by Ahmed, there is no run. He's really getting a move on here, is Budinger. He's in again. Bowls, and Alsop again plays this one to mid-off fielder, this time by Lewis. Is that another no ball?
Oh, for goodness sake.
2 no balls in the over.
That's a nonsense. They haven't bowled any no balls today. Now they've bowled 2.
Budinger in again. Bowl. Cut away by Tom Alsop, and there we are. There's 100 for Tom Alsop. Thrashes the ball away through backward point. He goes to his 100 with his 14th boundary. It's his 9th first-class century for Tom Alsop. His first of the season for Sussex. He raises his bat to all corners of the ground, and that's a very good knock. 103 in 212 balls, including 14 fours. Well batted, Tom Alsop.
Yeah, well batted, young man. You can be very, very proud of that effort. Had to work very hard this afternoon. Not in that over, or not in this over. It's been a bit of a shocker from the part-time spinner Budinger. He's only managed to bowl 2 legitimate deliveries so far.
Yeah.
And we'll continue from the pavilion end. Goes in and lobs it up outside off stump. There's a suggestion of turn out of the footholds, but the oohs and the ahs are just a slightly sarcastic element to them.
Yeah.
Budinger about to bowl, then decides he's not going to, because he's probably going to overstep by miles again. Is in and bowls a faster, flatter delivery. Alsop as I say, doesn't want to get out to this sort of bowling, just blocks it out to Hill.
And he'll know as well, Richard, that this new ball is due now, or available now, I should say.
Yeah, after these two, you have another job to do. Budinger is in, short outside off stump, chopped away to Ahmed on the offside boundary, takes one. I'm not sure this. I mean, there's why Budinger is bowling. I don't know. But, Ackerman. Well, I suppose.
Does seem a little odd, doesn't it? But,
no. Back over the wicket to the right-hander goes Budinger. Flat, fast delivery. Oohs and ahs, but played with complete certainty by Coles out into the leg side, and he jogs his single. Well, Sol Budinger's first class over for Leicestershire. Not a distinguished one. 2 no balls in it, which for an off spinner isn't very good, and he's conceded 10 from it and will probably not bowl again this summer. Maybe they just wanted a quick look. I don't know. No idea.
it was a bit odd, wasn't it? But, okay, so now we get to the business part of the not of the day, but this is 277 for 4. The new ball will be taken. Ian Moulder is going to take it from the Bennett end of the ground. Floodlights are on. The light's not great, but it's no worse than it has been for the rest of the day. And Leicestershire will need wickets here if they feel they're going to force their way back into the match.
Yeah, still 24 overs left to be bowled at 20 past 5. You're on TV, Adrian.
Oh dear, am I? Oh yeah. Oh dear. The light has drifted in and out, hasn't it? It's got a little gloomy again now, and you can always tell because the lights on the scoreboard are really shining quite brightly. Now, I didn't see the signal for the new ball being taken. I'm presuming it has.
It has. They announced it, yeah.
So Ian Moulder is running into bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls, and Coles is forward, places straight back down the track. Moulder fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Chris Wright's hopping up and down at mid-off. He's going to take the new ball, presumably from the pavilion end.
Yeah, normally Wright sort of exercises his the right of the senior bowler to come down the slope, but perhaps he too now would have to admit he's probably bowled slightly better and got more movement from this pavilion end than the Bennett end.
Moulder in again, bowls. Coles plays this wide of Ahmed. He's fielding there at backward point. I think the ground's quite slippy there, and I think he slipped. That's where Lewis Hill slipped earlier on today. There's a big area there that's covered in sawdust after the deluge of the last few days. He's okay. He couldn't move quite as quickly as he hoped. Coles picks up a signal. He goes to 32, 278 for 4. This partnership is now worth 80 between these two. Not about their work. In a very unfussy way. The ball hasn't been sort of smashed all around the ground. They've picked up the 1s and 2s and batted very sensibly. Round the wicket, bowls to Alsop. Alsop is forward. He plays that backward of square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. Coming into field is Will Davis. Coles goes to 105. No, he doesn't. Alsop goes to 105. 279 for 4.
Got the run rate up to 3.5 now.
Yeah, I mean they're going to have to go somewhere. I'm just trying to think. There's another 30 overs. Sussex have got to score as many batting points as they can. So. They'll feel if they've got some wickets in the bank that they can maybe have a bit of a thrash later on. Moulder in bowls, and Coles plays this nicely through mid-wicket. There's certainly at 1 here. There could be 2, but a good bit of fielding there by Tom Scriven, who was in very quickly from the deep mid-wicket boundary to keep it to a single. Coles to 33, and so often we see it with the new ball that we think it's going to pick up wickets, but quite often it can go around the ground as well. Not that it is going around the ground, but often you do see runs coming more quickly with the new ball. Moulder turns from the Bennett end, running into bowl to Tom Alsop. He's in a bowls, and Alsop plays this firmly through mid-wicket. Picks up a single. There's an easy single there. I'm quite surprised the mid-wicket is there. I thought he might have been on the 1. Nonetheless, Alsop picks up another single. He goes to 106, 281 for 4. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, live cricket on the BBC, every ball of every game, of every competition, right through the season. On your BBC commentaries. So thank you for listening, or if you're watching on the stream. Comes Moulder again,
Coles, and Coles drives beautifully. That's a lovely shot. I mean, that is the shot of a very good cricketer. It was slightly over-pitched by Mulder, and Coles drove the ball beautifully down the ground for 4 runs. That was, for me, one of the shots of the day. He goes to 37. The light is not good at all, I have to say. 285 for 4. Again, you can tell because the numbers are really standing out on the scoreboard in the distance. I think it's for sure that Sussex won't want to come off here.
No, absolutely. Absolutely, they're absolutely on top now, and Coles is starting to really dominate. Actually, that was a super shot.
It really was, wasn't
it? Because it wasn't a half volley, but he stepped out, got right on top of the bounce, and hit it beautifully straight off the front foot as well. It was a super on drive.
Sean Hunt is on 12. Oh, so Jack Carson's now on 12th man duties. He's come running out there with all sorts of paraphernalia and a big coat on as well as Jack. Not playing in this game, the off spinner.
Also towels his hair.
It's quite a defensive field, isn't it, with the new ball, I guess. What have we got? A third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, a long leg.
Sussex, very much Sussex's day. As
It is
things
now.
stand.
Yeah.
285 for 4. It's dark now.
That really is.
Right, taking his time to set his field, still searching for his first wicket of the day. In he comes, casting shadows on all sides and bowls to Allsop, who's on the back foot, just dropping the delivery from just outside off stump out towards point. There isn't a point. Will Davis has to run across from extra cover or cover to field. And so it's a fairly straightforward single for Tom Allsop, moves on to 107. Just resetting himself, Allsop here. Still will feel he has a job to do to see off the new ball, but I suspect I know you'll be talking to at the end of the day.
Yes.
He's done very well. Right is into the right-handed Coles, who is waiting for one outside off stump and steering it away in front of point to the point boundary, and it gets there. Super shot, used the pace of the ball nicely, used the width, timed it well. It was in the air for a while, but Coles moves on to 41 off 50 balls, beginning to look very, very dangerous. Partnership now on to 92.
James Cole's batting seems he does time the ball very well, and that was another very well timed shot. The light really isn't good. I'm just sort of looking behind us actually. It's pretty grey over the city of Leicester, I have to say.
The consoling thing from Sussex's point of view is Wright comes in and bowls straight, and it's blocked back up the pitch on the onside by forward pressing Coles, is that the cloud is moving very quickly. The wind is chasing it across, so it does go dark, but then the worst of it is blown quickly across, and it gets a little bit lighter again.
You're absolutely right. Actually, to the right of where we're sitting, I'm not sure if that's the east or the west. It's
west. We're kind of looking south, southwest sort of thing, but basically south. Right is in short, outside off stump on the back foot. Coles looking to force into the offside, doesn't put his weight into it, just steers it out towards Budinger at backward point. Come on, Righty, but it sounded a bit plaintive, that.
Yeah.
It wasn't a...
Yes. Oh, Righty, it was
it was
Yes.
It was a voice in the wilderness. Righty's in and bowls. Grunt of effort. Back foot defensive shot into the onside by Coles, and then sees once again that there is no one in that vicinity, mid-wicket sort of square leg area, and that Hill has a long way to run to the ball. They're pretty much giving away a single on the leg side now, most deliveries.
Yeah, they are.
Very much on the defensive, Leicestershire, despite the new ball.
It's strange, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure there's good reason behind Lewis Hill doing that, but I don't know. I just wonder with the new ball whether it's worth gambling for a few overs.
Right is in, also leaves, steps forward and leaves outside off stump. End of the 82nd over of the innings. 22 remain to be bowled today, if we get them all.
Just notice, which umpires at this end, Richard?
It's James Middlebrook.
Okay.
At this end.
So he was just, for the first time today almost, he's having a really sort of suspicious look, and now they're going to have a natter. I saw him looking as if to say, I don't like the look of this too much, and the umpires are definitely now having a chat about the light, and Sussex will be very, very keen to stay out there. It won't be their call, of course. I don't think it's any worse now than it's been at the worst times of the day, if I'm being perfectly honest, and actually there's some brighter skies now away to the west. Now they're going to carry on. I think they've been very consistent. But Sussex will feel here that they want to stay on. It's going to be VM Mulder. He's into his 18th over, figures of 3 for 39. He's bowled very well, comes in and bowls to Coles, who covers up and plays into the offside. And there is no run, fielded by Ahmed, who comes running in from backward point to field. A signal from Peter Hanscom, who's making a signal down towards the fine leg area. I'm not quite sure why that is. Either way, 2 slips in place. There's a point extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So now we've got 5 men saving one that looks slightly a better field. As in comes Mulder, bowls to Coles, who plays that to mid-off, not where he intended it to go. He was looking to play that on the onside, was James Coles. And clipping it away, that's what he meant to do. He rehearses the shot. And there is no run. Coles on 42. These two just 7 runs short of a century partnership. Well, in fact, they passed the century. No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 7 runs short of a century.
Yeah, 93.
He is again bowls, and James Coles lets that pass by outside the off stump, taken by Peter Hanscom. And there is no run. We'll have a quick flick around the scores in the other games in a few moments' time. They're actually playing now at Canterbury. They haven't played all day, but they got on just after 5 o'clock, I think. Hampshire 98 without loss and applied against 95 all out. That's in the first division. Mulder is in bowls. Cold thumps that down the ground. You probably heard that. That was a lovely shot. Over pitched, and James Coles absolutely belted the ball down the ground. That was a lovely shot for 4 runs. He's played an off drive, sorry, an on drive, and now an off drive. And that was beautifully played. He goes to 46, Sussex 295 for 4.
And not much to choose between them in terms of quality. I still prefer the on drive because there is something a bit special about that. But that was put away very, almost contemptuously, really.
Off a bad light at Derby. Mulder in bowls. And James Coles flicks this through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. Allsop's thinking about coming back for a second, but it wasn't there. Good bit of fielding out there by Scriven, who's fielded well today.
They haven't got the greatest floodlights in the world at Derby.
Yeah, so they're off there. Coles to 47, yeah, so they're off there. They didn't start till very late in the day. Derbyshire 130 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Worcestershire are clinging on down at Cardiff into a third day. They're 161 for 6, so leading now by 12 in the second division. Comes Mulder, bowls, Allsop is forward, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. The lights momentarily improved again. I don't think the umpires need to have a natter this time. That's just saying how cold they are. 296 for 4, Allsop 107, Coles 47, and 2 more runs needed till we get to the 100 partnership.
It's a funny definition, isn't it? You don't go off until the artificial light sort of takes over from the...
Yeah.
But that's such a sort of vague point where that happens. Oh, updates time. Adrian's going to race next door for the 5:30 for Radio Sussex. 5:31. The advantage of being the home commentator. You don't have to stir. Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, has a little dab at it. James Coles almost gave it away. 47, he's on off 58. It was a nothing delivery, really. Just tried to dab it. There is a third man, so there wasn't that much to be gained by it. And the 5:32 will be the last one update of the day for BBC Radio Leicester, because, wait for it, in goes Wright and bowls on off stump. Coles on the front foot defends it out towards Ahmed in the covers. No sports show tonight because of Eurovision, so The Eurovision Song Contest is going out on local radio. It would appear, as well as TV. Right, Hare flopping, runs in and bowls onto the legs of Coles. He tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into his pads, rolls out towards short leg. Hanscom comes running up from behind the stumps to field and prevent a cheeky leg by. Seeing that shot, the attempt by Coles to whip it away into the leg side. Right, waves Davies back from conventional square leg out towards the boundary. To the boundary, in fact. 296 for 4 as Wright goes in and bowls straight. Coles plays it back down the pitch to him, and Wright, as is his invariable wont, sticks out a right hander, but only to try and deflect the ball onto the stumps. He says he's done it once in his career, in his almost 20-year career. He's done it once so successfully it's resulted in a run out. He must have attempted it many thousand times. In he goes and bowls. That one bounces a little bit on James Coles as he tries to work it away off his pads and thumps into the top part of the pad, possibly the just bottom part of the thigh pad, drops out into the offside. Right, coming to the end of his 17th over. Again, has enjoyed no luck really. It's been a little bit mixed, a little bit inconsistent by his standards. In he goes and bowls, and it's defended on the front foot by Coles down to odds mid on. End of the over. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Still just the 4, I'm afraid, Dale. 296 for 4, a partnership of 98 now between James Coles, who's on 47, and Tom Alsop, who's been there since mid-morning. He's been very steady. He's gone to his 100, came off 212 balls, and he hit 14 fours, his 9th first-class century. He's just gone on to 109. 298 for 4 is the Sussex score. There are still 20 overs left to be bowled today. It's going to be a late finish, and having been put into bat by Leicestershire, their visitors will be pretty pleased. They're well on top here now. They'll be looking to get something around about 450 and then try and bat only once, put Leicestershire under pressure. But the pitch looks flat, already beginning to look a little bit like a draw. 298 for 4. And that one on the front foot is played back down towards Vian Mulder by Tom Alsop. Telling BBC Radio Leicester optimistically that you heard me, that the result is beginning to look as though it could be a draw. In goes Mulder and bowls, defended on the front foot with a slightly angled bat by Tom Alsop, guides it out to point where Ahmed is the fielder. But obviously a draw or a Sussex victory at the moment looking the most likely results. Sussex can get to that sort of 450 score, which looks perfectly possible the way these two are playing at the moment. They can really put Leicestershire under pressure, but the pitch does look flat-ish as that one is turned off his legs by Alsop down towards the sweeper on the leg side boundary. He takes 110 to him. Certainly it's beginning to look as though Smith might only bat once in the game. Mulder is in. Coles on drives, bounces up quite nicely for Lewis Hill at mid-on to make the stop. And again, a lovely chunky shot from Tom Alsop. Alsop's best first-class score, 150. But that was made for Hampshire against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in 2019. So another little target might be at the back of his mind. He's made, as Adrian was telling us, 9 first-class centuries now. Cole's forward defensive to that one from Mulder. Out into the offside it goes, but not yet gone past that 150. So every possibility of him doing so in this game. End of the 85th over of the innings, 299 for 4. Second batting bonus point, ahoy! And Adrian will be able to tell you about it. Did you make it in time?
I did make it in time. In fact, I raced in, but they were a little late and a very lengthy travel bulletin because of the lack of trains today and the usual Friday night nonsense on the M25, which took a lot of explaining from our travel correspondent and people trying to get to Gatwick to get planes and no trains into Gatwick today. So,
well, we're not having a sports show tonight because of the Eurovision, so it must be going out across local radio as well.
I think it is, yeah, I think you're probably right. Is that tonight? I think there's semi-finals and things on there. I don't really understand. I thought it was all done on one day, but anyway, right is in. Bowls to Alsop. Pleasant looking off drive to mid-off fielder by Lewis Hill.
That's a point. It's usually at a weekend, isn't it? And it's Friday, so maybe it is some sort of eliminator.
I think that's exactly what it was. I must admit I was. So I went for a swim last night at a local swimming pool. By the time I got back, I had something to eat. I think it was on the telly, but I switched on the news.
The quarterfinals or something.
Yeah. No. There hasn't been a band win Eurovision, good one since ABBA, is there? Whenever that was. That was in Brighton all those years ago. 74, I think, something like that. The sun is trying to come out. As in comes right, bowls to Alsop, who covers up, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. So I'm just trying to think. Sussex closing in on this second batting bonus point. 86 overs after this one, so that'll mean there's another 24 overs in which to get as many runs as they can. Well, they may still, you know, with wickets in the bank, they may still harbour a chance, you know, at least of picking up 4.
Every chance, certainly while Coles is there.
You know, maybe 5, but it's been a well-paced innings. In comes right, 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls, Alsop drives, doesn't quite time it, just Tom Alsop, but driven to mid-off, fielded again by Hill. Chris Wright's in his 18th over, 5 maidens, 0 for 49. Leicestershire have stuck to their guns, but I think Richard's right. I think when you've put a side in under the lights and on a cloudy day, you'd be disappointed to have only picked up the 4 wickets. I don't think they bowled badly. Sussex have batted well. Pujara was very, very watchful in the early part of his innings. And, you know, on another day, it got to lunch, and I think Sussex were pleased to reach lunch with just 2 down. Right is in, bowls. Alsop is caught. No, he's not. It was short of the fielder at second slip.
Half volley, yeah.
It was a full shot, though, from Tom Alsop. And the sun is trying to come out.
Well, the lacquer will be off the new ball now, so it might start to swing a little bit, but yeah, just short. Picked up on the half volley by Ackerman.
Good bit of fielding, actually. They're not easy when they come to you like that. 2 slips and a third man. There's a sweeper on the cover point boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as Chris Wright is in, bowls, and Alsop right in behind the line. He's not going to give this away easily as Tom Alsop. These two have now put on 101 for the Sussex 5th wicket.
In decent time as well.
Yeah. And I suppose in games where, you know, where a result perhaps is unlikely, what you've got to do in this division, because it is tight to Division 2, you want to make sure you're picking up as many bonus points as you can. If you can't win games, then pick up your maximum points where you can. Right is in, bowls, Alsop covers up, plays into the offside, it picks up a single over the diving Rian Ahmed, who's annoyed he didn't stop that, but Alsop's going to pinch a single. He's had a lot of the strike here, Tom Alsop, and he's pinched the strike again. He goes to 111, and the 300 is up for Sussex, so a second batting point is in the bat. So Sussex, if they're going to get to maximum batting points, will need to score 150 in 24 overs. I reckon they're going to have to score about 6 and over, and with 6 wickets in hand, yeah, it's a tall order, but it's not inconceivable.
Gettable, for sure.
And it is going to be tight. I mean, no one's running away with this division. In previous years in Division 2, Richard, we've seen someone who comes out the blocks and, you know, someone's almost won it halfway through the season, but I don't see that happening this year. Durham has started well.
Well, it's been so difficult to get wins, really, because of the amount of time that's been lost to the weather. Vian Mulder is into Tom Alsop on 111, goes back to a ball that just bounces, swings in a fraction, thick outside edge, runs along the ground through gully down towards Budinger at third man.
Talking of Division 2 and Durham, Yorkshire 68 for 3 in their second innings, so they're leading Yorkshire, leading Durham by 95. Johnny Bairstow currently batting, he's 10 not out.
Shaping up into a good game.
Yeah, very good game. Matthew Potts in the wickets again. I think he picked up 4 in the first innings. He's picked up another today. Wicket of Shan Masood. That's always a good wicket.
That's a good wicket. Mulder is in to Coles, comes back in, hits him out on the pad but outside the line. Well outside the line, no appeal, no real reaction from the Leicestershire players.
So it is tight in the second innings. That's good, you know, where every point counts. I don't see anybody at this stage of the season, you know, setting up games or anything like that. You know, you don't want to be gifting someone 16 points through a declaration.
Mulder is in, bowls on off stump, forward goes Coles. Not a big stride, and drops it down into the offside.
What have you got next week, Richard?
We go to Worcester.
Right, very nice. I love Worcester. Yeah, look, all its glory on a couple of sunny days last week with the cathedral. And beautiful.
Mulder is in short, whipped away, pulled away with a impressive insouciance by Coles to go to his 50. Well played, young man. That was a super shot, and he's played some super shots in this innings. His 50 has come off 69 deliveries, and that's pretty decent effort, especially bearing in mind he just took his time to make sure he got past the landmark, but that one sat up nicely, and goodness me, he hit that as clean as a whistle, and he hits the ball very powerfully, this young man. Times it sweetly too, but he hits it correctly as well. A lot of promise, a lot of promise. 305 for 4. Mulder is in to him again, short of a length, up on his toes, defending out into the offside on this occasion.
I think I may be wrong, but Paul Farbrace is sitting over on the far side watching, and I think they might be James's parents, who very kindly introduced themselves to me last week when we were in Worcester. So if they're here, I'm sure they're very proud.
He should be. He's played beautifully in this innings.
Yep.
Mulder is in to him, line and length, and he just leans forward, blocks it down at his feet. End of the over. Coles examines his bat. 7 fours and 1 6 in his 50. 69 balls, 7 fours, 1 6.
I can see Will Davis warming up out at deep mid-wickets. I don't know if we're going to get a change of bowling. Vian Mulder's bowled 20 overs today, 6 maidens, 3 for 52. I think he's bowled very well. He's been the principal wicket taker, the other wicket taken by Tom Scriven, who had Cheshire Pujara caught behind by Peter Hanscom for 77. But this looks a good batting surface. There's not a lot of help for the bowlers. So Sussex will are ploughing on. 305 for 4. We've still got another 23 overs to be bowled. In comes right bowls, and Alsop plays that to the sweeper on the cover boundary. I'm talking nonsense, I'm sorry. Alsop goes to 113, 306 for 4. We've still got another, having 104 overs in the day, so we've got another 14 plus 3, 17 overs to go today, is that right?
16.5, yeah, correct. It's on the board, remain under Alsop. Remain.
Julian's and me doing all the sums, and it's there. You've got to know where to look. It's like a lot of scoreboards. It's all there if you know where to look. Richard did. In comes right. bowls to Coles, who drives beautifully straight to mid-off. He does play in that arc between mid-off and mid-on, and he bowls, plays very, very straight. That was a nice-looking shot for no runs. I think Will Davis is going to bowl in a minute. He's going through a pretty rigorous warm-up down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The light again becomes not the best, but it's, as we keep saying, it's no worse than it's been for most of the day, to be honest. I think tomorrow we're threatened with some sunshine. That'll be good. Right is in, bowls, and forward comes always. He didn't know where that had gone momentarily, and very nearly stepped on his own wicket. Did James Coles.
Yeah, that was an odd one, because actually it went a good few feet forward, but for some reason he thought it landed down by his feet and might spin back.
Yeah, he momentarily couldn't see where the ball was. He remains on 51, for those of you just joining us. Leicestershire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bowl. Tom Clark for 23, Ali Orr for 20, at one stage Sussex 53 for 2. Right is in bowls, and Coles just, that's beautiful. I mean, that really is a very, very good shot. It was over pitched by Chris Wright, and Coles onto it in a flash and just thumped the ball away through wideish mid-wicket for 4. That was a very classy shot. Beautifully played. He goes to 55. And Sussex to 310 for 4. That was very good indeed. Then a partnership 136 between Cheshire, Pujara and Tom Alsop. Pujara out for 77, so his run of scoring 100 when he's made a 50 coming to an end. But Steve Smith followed soon after for just 3, having saved a big shout when he hadn't scored. But now there's a very good partnership between these two, worth 112. Right. Into Coles, and Coles lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom. There is no run.
That 74 he got earlier this season was his highest first-class score.
Yes, it was.
So he looks a better player than someone with the highest first-class score of 74. There's 100 here for him if he wants it.
Yeah, I agree, and I thought he might get 100 at Worcester when he batted really nicely. But this is, I would say, I've noticed that there's a real. He's always looked a good player, but he looks a very good player. And comes at right and bowls to Coles, who plays that to mid-off. There is no run. Did the over? Coles on 55 of 76 deliveries. 310 for 4. We've still got another 16 overs left to be bowled tonight under the lights, and Sussex getting themselves into a good position here.
Yeah, if we get them all, I think we'll get a few overs of spin in them somewhere.
Yeah.
The wish may be father to the thought there, as they say. Otherwise, it is going to be a 7 o'clock finish. None for 55 for Chris Wright. Mulder's coming off, and it's going to be Will Davis. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who has been there for the entirety of the day, less an hour.
Yeah, he has.
232 balls he's faced. As Davis down the slope bowls to him, swings in a little bit on the back foot, just works it out towards deep square. It's a long run round. There isn't a deep square. Hull is at long leg, so he has to run a good 20 yards up the ropes. And Alsop turns for the second and makes it more than comfortably. 115 now to him.
Yeah, they've run well between the wickets, these two. He's very quick, Tom Alsop.
Now, am I right in thinking if they go off for bad light after 6, they can't come back on? I don't think.
Is that right? Right.
I think, I may be wrong, but I think so. In goes Davis, bowls, and again onto the legs of Alsop. This time, bit of bat and a pad, sees the ball pop up into the leg side. Mulder walks in to pick it up.
There are some slightly bonkers rules, aren't there?
I think that's right.
No, you probably are.
But we might find out, you know, because it's filling in a little bit again. But again, the clouds are moving quickly, so Sussex will remain hopeful they'll get all these overs in. Davis is in. Defensive shot on sort of the back foot from Allsop. I say sort of. He was leaning forward a little bit. Didn't take a stride. Sometimes the line between a front foot shot and a back foot shot is quite a fine one.
Yes, indeed.
It's my excuse. There is a sort of halfway house. I maintain. Davies is in, bowls. That's at line and length, and that is very much a front foot defensive shot from Allsop. Back down the wicket it goes. See the dark cloud above us just breaks momentarily, and we can sort of see the sun almost threatening to break through before the cloud comes back. So if the light does go murky, and it does from time to time, it isn't long before it
no, I agree.
Goes lighter again. Davis is in and bowls, and he's worked that one through mid-wicket. Nice shot from Allsop, and Wright has to gallop back. It's quite a sedate gallop from Chris Wright. It's that of a racehorse that's, you know, sort of 10 years old. It's a steeplechaser's gallop rather than a sprinter's gallop, isn't it? It's
That's very good.
You know, it's that's one of the things I liked about steeplechasing. You know, is that horse still going? Yes, it is, and it's the one you remembered from 5 years ago, sort of thing, which you never get, of course, with the sprinters, the thoroughbreds. Davies is into Allsop, off stump this time, goes back and forces out into the offside, and Hill gets to his right to field. End of the over.
It's very, very grey over the city behind us. And the umpires are just having a look at each other, you know, and we're sort of again on the cusp here. I think we're going to carry on.
They can't turn the lights up. The lights are what they are.
It's just away to the west again. There is some lighter cloud, but I'm just looking out of the door behind us, and behind us it really is very grey. No breaks in the cloud over the tall buildings in the city of Leicester. The umpires having another look at each other. They're staying out there.
Yeah, they've nor have they taken a measure of the light. Leon Mulder's just jogged off below us.
Yeah, so certainly for the time being we're keeping going.
Scott Steele, former Durham player, will figure in Leicestershire's white ball squads for sure. Jogs out to replace him.
It's going to be Chris Wright. He's going to come in to bowl to James Coles. He's on 55, 314 for 4. He runs away for us. He's in a bowls and a short. Coles pulls away onto the leg side. Doesn't time it, but he's going to pick up at least a couple of runs. Lewis Hill has to chase back towards the meet, which is the sort of restaurant and bar area away to our right-hand side, with its green corrugated roof and a picture of a fox on the roof.
I'm responsible for that.
Are you?
Yeah, I said to Wazim Khan there ought to be the club symbol painted on that.
It's great, I like it.
And he agreed.
316.
They originally tried it in red, but apparently the red paint didn't take with the green or something, so they put it on in black.
That looks really good. In comes Wright again. Bowls, and Coles plays confidently and easily into the leg side to deep mid-wicket. Picks up another single. He goes to 58. Why are they called the Foxes?
Well, it's a hunting county. There's a lot of hunts were based in Leicestershire, and a few still are. The Quorn and hunts like that. So that's the background. You know, and it's been on the county. A fox has been on the county badge forever, really. Right. So that's why.
Thank you.
So it's meat as in M-E-E-T.
Yes, as in yes, as opposed to eating meat.
Exactly.
Yep. Allsop waits. Chris Wright comes in around the wicket, bowls short, and also punches into the covers. There is no run, fielded there by the eager. I say the eager, I thought it was Lewis Hill, but it wasn't Lewis Hill. Is there a 12th man out there?
Yes, Scott Steele.
That was Scott Steele. Yeah, he's filling at cover. He's got his hands straight in his pockets. He's probably been sitting in the warmth of the dressing room. He's probably saying, I didn't realise quite how cold it was out here. Rather weary looking Chris Wright comes down towards us. He's in his 20th over. He had to pick up a wicket, 0 for 58 5 maidens, and he's on his way. Ball to Alsop, and Alsop plays this down to deep backward point, picks up a singler for Milia Tom Alsop shot. He goes to 118, 318 for 4. I think that's going to click over 2 in a moment, unless the scoreboard beat me to it, which I don't think it did. No, I'm sure it didn't. 318 for 4, Alsop to 118. Thank you for listening, wherever you've been listening from today. So quite a bit of cricket, so don't go away yet. Another 14 overs after this, if we get them in with the light. If it's a little lighter away to the west, I can see a few shafts of sunlight breaking through the cloud as in comes right. Bowls to Coles, who clips that away. That's a really good stop, actually, at mid-wicket by Steele. He took the pace off the ball. Had he not done that, that would have been 4 runs, but he still gets a single, does James Coles, who goes to 59. Sussex to 319 for 4.
Right, does look weary now, doesn't he? He really does. He's coming to the last fence. Up and over it. Oh, goodness. He's coming to the end of his 20th over, and I think that might be that, because he looks a tired man.
He comes right and bowls and also drives to mid-off, fielded there by Lewis Hill. End of the over. 319 for 4. Alsop 118, Coles on 59. The umpires are having a natter now.
It is gloomy.
It is, yeah. I don't think it's any worse than it has been. But although having said that, you can see the shadows now really shining on the outfit. There is some brighter skies away to the west. So I'm not aware they've taken a light meter reading, and maybe that's why. Maybe they thought they'd wait until it was really quite bad before doing so. Staying on.
Yeah.
Fair play. I think credit to the umpires. They get a bit of stick sometimes, don't they, for taking players off, and we're not far away from going off, I don't think, but at least we're staying on for the time being.
Wright has bowled comfortably the most overs of the Leicestershire bowlers this season, 129 now. Davis is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Coles, who works him towards mid-wicket, leans forward, but Scriven this time fields. And coming into this game, Michael Finan had bowled the second most with 71, Ahmed 68, Mulder 53, Hull 47, Ackerman 46. Davis is in and bowls outside, just outside off stump, slightly short of a length. Coles stands up, tries to force it out into the offside, doesn't really time it. Right moves to his left to field, not far. But I think what we're seeing today is palpably where Leicestershire's sort of weakness, if you like, lies. Have they the penetration on good tracks like this is to bowl sides out twice? Davis is in, bowls, on off stump, forward goes Coles.
I think
there is no run.
I think we're not far going off here, you know.
It's very gloomy out there.
Yeah.
That scoreboard is fairly glaring at us, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just the way the umpire wandered away. I just thought they were going to have another natter then, but you can see the shadows of really... Look at the umpire's shadows there.
Yeah. Very pronounced.
Yeah, they are.
Shadows from the 6 floodlight pylons. Davis is in and bowls, and clipped in the air by Coles, and bounced 10 feet short of Hill, and bounced another once or twice before bouncing up towards his tummy as he went down. Umpires still sort of gesturing at each other, and umpire Adnan is pointing up into this. He may be keen is the wrong word, but maybe more concerned than Middlebrook. In goes Davis, bowls, high left elbow from Coles as he defends that one down the pitch on the onside. Good Davo, says Tom Scriven.
I just saw James Coles look at umpire Middlebrook then as well, as if to say this is getting quite gloomy now. It reaches the stage, does it? I mean, Sussex will want to stay out there if they think they can push home this advantage. By the same token, you know, they won't want to feel they can lose a couple of wickets here in a poorish lap. Again, the skies are to the west are a little brighter.
And, you know, as Davis bowls, Cole defends the straight delivery into the onside. But we reiterate the fact that the clouds are moving very quickly, so, well, they're marching across to speak. Again, umpire Adnan looks genuinely, he's the one who's sort of leading the discussion. Again, he points up into the sky. I think I don't know whether in these circumstances, if the umpires, I wonder what happens when the umpires, if they disagree, can one in, yeah, it looks like they are coming off. They are. Yeah. Well, now, whether I was right, we're going to see, because it's 18:02, or 18:03 now. It is after 6 o'clock. 13 overs potentially remain to be bowled. We've had 9.
And they're now taking a meter reading, I think.
They have to, don't they? Because they need now a benchmark for the game as a whole. But I think Tom Alsop deserves a very loud round of applause here, and he's going to get one. So too does James Coles, because they've put together a partnership that's worth 121 for the 5th wicket so far, with plenty of power to add. Umpires still out there. They are taking the reading, but there's a, to me, I don't know what you think, Adrian, there's a finality about
no, I agree. I completely agree.
The body language out there at the moment.
Yeah. And actually, I mean, I'm looking behind me out over the city of Leicester, and it looks really grey. I have to say, it's, the cloud really seems to have filled in the last 20 minutes or so.
Covers being brought on.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of rain behind us. You know, it's very, very dark.
But the stumps have not been taken out as yet. Crowd's decided, heading for home. Umpire's making a note of the reading. Well, I don't think that's going to be a concern going forwards, because it's as gloomy as it's been all day, and if they're taking the reading now, then it's going to be quite low, so to speak.
Yeah.
They've set the benchmark. You know, they're going to be playing throughout most circumstances. Umpire's talking to the ground staff.
I wonder if they're looking at sort of some sort of weather app in terms of, say, behind us. Just looking out the door.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.